This is Hunter Muse.
And this is Chris Snipes, and you are listening
to The Melt.
Well, let's start with since you have not been on our show before, and somebody may be coming across this that's doesn't know what you are into or what this research is. What is the origin of APM research?
Right, this all started the back end of 2015. I come across the flat Earth topic starting to pop up everywhere. So I started looking into it, and it didn't take me very long to see it actually had merit, because, you know, when you understand aviation and how aircraft work, it's impossible for them to actually fly around a globe, and the data would have to show that they're actually doing it, and it doesn't. So, you know, that was for me. It took me 5 minutes to realize that. I thought, wow, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then my first questions to myself were, well, okay, if there's no outer space and planets floating around and stuff, what are the mechanisms creating and moving these, and who created them? That was my first avenue of research. I thought to myself, we must be looking at technology. Then it has to be technology if it's not what they're saying. There's no other way I could think that it would work. Mm-hmm. So I started looking down, routes of technological evidence, and especially like what the ancestors were teaching. I thought, well, okay, we've got to throw away everything we think we know and start again. What were the ancestors teaching? So I started looking into sacred geometry, trying to decode that, and then I come across the Nazca Lines. I mean, I've seen them before, but finding flat Earth made me start to look a bit deeper into these ancient, glyphs and things, because they're important messages as far as I'm concerned for the future generations to learn from. So what I started seeing, I started mapping the Nazca Lines in Google Earth and, doing color coding them, so I could actually pull out different types of technology it was depicting on the ground. These are very large scale glyphs that we're looking at. It wasn't done by man. It's impossible. They're too large. Too large and too accurate. Mm-hmm. And, they'll try and tell you they were done by different tribes. That's why there's so many. Well, no, they all actually form a bigger picture when you put them all together. Because what I was doing with them was overlaying them on the world map and scaling them until it started making sense on the correct map. Now, when you come to flat Earth, you'll find there's various maps and models floating around. I actually started, when I first came to flat Earth, I started supporting them. Then I realized the maps and models weren't working. I could find ways to debunk them myself. So that's why I started doing my own research. Now, with the Nazca Lines, once I started overlaying on the Mercator map, which is the map we use, as we've debunked all the others ourselves, and we can't debunk this map. In fact, we figured out how they pulled it off. But we'll get to that later. Mm-hmm. But anyway, I started overlaying these Nazca Lines on the world map. And I realized it was crossing the international date lines on both sides. And I thought, hey, this is weird. There's something going on the international date lines. Yeah. So it made me look into the international date lines. And when I was looking at Flight Radar 24, I started picking up on what they're really doing. They're not crossing the international date lines, flying east to go west or west to go east. Mm-hmm. They're actually flying routes over the north, over Greenland. I caught a few flights doing it, and I was streaming this live probably about 5 or 6 years ago, showing people what they're really doing. Of course, everyone was following this other map and model that's been pushed around. Well, sold. Yes. It's been sold to the community, but, if it doesn't work, it shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So that's the avenue I went down, and we started doing all the research on the world map, and we realized the international date lines, this is what they've done. They've cut the international date lines, or rather cut the map at the IDLs, wrapped it around a ball, stitched it together, and that's what they've created Google Earth with. Because one of the guys we got the map off, he actually hacked into Google Earth, and he found its algorithms that round the images off as you zoom out more and more. When you're not zoomed out, you're down to street level, it's Google Maps, it's the same map. But the map, the one that he managed to take out of there, it showed a lot more information and data than any we've seen before. You know, like more in Antarctica.
Yeah.
So, and obviously more in the north as well when when you cut it off. But yeah, he was following a different kind of theory. You know, he's like he thinks 4D and things like this, which to us doesn't seem real enough. But we could see the discrepancies and trickery going on at the international date lines, which tells us, World War II was staged. It was faked to create the globe. Well, help to enforce it, should I say. World War II, World War II was really designed to take control of the perimeters, the North and South Arctic and Antarctic treaties, and the East and West international date lines. They now control air and shipping, and they're flipping the data to appear to cross the date lines. That's what you're seeing on flight radar. But in reality, on a level plane, that's impossible. East is east and west is west. The further research of ours on the Diomedes, the sunset and sunrise and sunset times there, and also a flight to the land west of Alaska that they claim is Russia. Well, I tracked a plane on there, and its compass was showing it would be impossible to be Russia. How could Russia be in the east and the west on a level plane?
Sure.
So what you'll find is on old maps, it's called Terra Exodus Incognita. So it's hard to find it on old maps. They're erasing history of all this land currently, all the information on it. And that's what you find with like holy books and things. They're constantly changing things, so you never figure things out. Our researchers looked into holy books, religion, all kinds of things, and pieced together what's really going on.
So the obvious question would be, I think at this stage would be, why would that false narrative be perpetuated? Who would it benefit, and what would the benefit be?
In a nutshell, what's really happened is when the Romans invaded Europe and they reset the calendar, that was just after a reset when every nation is going to be at its weakest. We've decoded there's a 400-year reset takes place with these with cycles within this construct, and these people have been taking advantage of it every 400 years now. So they invaded UK just after a reset when we were at our weakest, so it was easy for them to come in and take over. Now, that from there on follows the victor tells their story, don't they?
Yes.
Well, what we're finding is they actually never left. Their forts were dismantled and turned into churches. They became your priests instead of an invading army. And they now introduced you to an imported religion, which is what people's following now. It wasn't the religion, but our ancestors did not teach religion. And when you decode the sacred geometry and what it represents, they were teaching the knowledge of this construct and how it works, is what it already decodes as. Like the sacred spiral, things like that. It decodes as the effects of this technology, spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism is what I would call it, from very large halos or coils below ground that have always been here and are involved in what we would call nature.
Which is not nature at all. Well, it is nature, but it's really what we can see of the workings of a huge, giant machine that we're inside of, right?
Yeah. We're seeing the effects of technology, and we're calling it nature as what's really going on. And in our research, you'll find we can localize that technology down to rainbows being its signature, which is responsible for your local weather patterns.
But instead of a machine, like we're used to thinking of machines with cogs and gears and metal parts and stuff like that, this is more a machine that's consisting of organic material, right?
Well, we've got technology basically creating what we call nature and putting place in those luminaries in the heavens, and we seem to have inherited it. I have no idea when it was built. I don't think anyone can answer that question with these resets taking place. So, we've no idea how old it is or who the creator actually is. But what we can see is the creator, or what people would call God, this is their creation. This is their glory that we're discovering. It's always been here.
And do you think that it was something that was constructed for us, or we were sort of something that was inserted afterwards?
We are definitely in sync with it, and we require it to survive and live and breathe what it creates. So it seems to be pretty unique to us, which brings some more questions. Is it a prison?
Yeah.
Or is it a system environment designed to keep us as a species alive, because there's even worse going on outside of what we can see on that map? We have no idea. A lot of these answers, you're going to require full exploration to get the answers.
That leads me to the firmament question. What are your thoughts on the firmament? Do you think that we are under some type of a covering or a shield?
Oh, the firmament that you see portrayed in the flat Earth model that's doing the rounds but doesn't work, they seem to think it's something to do with the sky. Now, to me, firm, terra firma, it means ground. The waters above and below the ground is what it's relating to. Not, yes, it relates to the sky, but also what's below ground. You've got positives and negatives taking place here, with the ground being roughly like an equator in between them. So that's what it would translate as to us.
Another take on it would be that this is, sort of a context, and we are the content of an experiment that was just sort of set into motion, and we're just being studied to see what happens. What do humans do in this environment?
Yeah, it does bring some crazy questions up, and even some relevant ones that you've seen probably written before somewhere. Like in holy books, it'll be worded in there in one I read that we were the glory of nations, brought here to partake in the goodness of God's grace. Brought here from where? And what is this place? How big is it? How far does it expand? There's lots of questions when you start looking down that route. So it does encompass a lot of subjects and put it into one thing, because they're all talking about the same thing, this construct.
Yeah. And as you allude to in your research, there's lots of old, what we would call myths or legends or stories from a long, long time ago that a lot of them point in the same direction or seem to be talking about the same things.
Yes, yeah. And you find that with religions, like Jesus and Mary, and Isis or Ra. It's always a male and female character. And it relates to the technology and how it functions, and its left-hand rule and its right-hand rule usage in generating this energy. That's what it really relates to, and in, say royalty terms, you've got this left-hand rule where the royals write with the left hand. So they're emulating all this. They know what it means. They all know what it means.
Do you think, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so this entity that took over the world back in the Roman invasion times is still progressively taking over the world and this knowledge.
Do you think what we would think of as the people that sort of run the show here, or would like to think that they run the show here, you think that even these days they're currently aware of this construct?
Oh yes, yeah. They're doing everything in their power to hide it from you. You look at the, people ask us a lot about like chemtrails and things like that. Well, chems do hide part of the sun halo. You'll notice it hides the very large halo that accompanies the sun halo. You've got a small halo and a large halo when you see it correctly. And that does identify it as a certain type of technology man's calling a particle accelerator, which to us is just man taking over it and saying they built it.
Yeah. So if this is a huge machine or a construct, what fuels it? What powers it?
The power source for this is nuclear fusion. This is where it really originates from. Because if you go into, I'll just skip forward. I'll show you the sun halo video here.
Okay.
That's on 3D. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yes.
That's a 3D model I made of what people seeing in the sky with this sun halo. Now, if you can't recognize, technology in that design, there's something wrong. These are huge electromagnetic coils.
Yeah.
And I mean huge. Now, the diameter of the halo dictates the altitude of the elevated image that we call the sun. So you can determine the altitude of certain things by the diameter of the halo if you can see the halo. You can also triangulate this. We've triangulated this once before. 3 of us, 2 of us in UK and 1 in the States, we all seen the sun halo at the same time. So it helped us triangulate where we were all seeing it, and it put it off slightly west of the UK coast somewhere, which to all 3 of us, that's where we were seeing it, in that direction. So it can be tracked when you get to see the halo, but their chems hide the larger halo. So all we see is this smaller one mostly. But if you watch some of our sun halo videos that our subscribers and other people have sent in some really amazing captures of this when you see it in cold conditions. Cold conditions to us, it helps us see the electromagnetics at work. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing an image of something below that is projected above. Now, we use the word projected lightly. It's electromagnetically elevated would be the correct wording for it. It's electricity 90 degrees in opposition to magnetism. That's how it elevates this image into the sky.
So it is an image. It's not an object that we're looking at or a part of the machine. It's more
You're
like
looking at the inside of a fusion reactor. That's
Okay.
that's the inside of it, and the nature of it within where it's placed in the vesica Pisces of the overlap of these 2 halos is what's projecting it into the sky. If you look at some of our older research on Nikola Tesla, you'll find he was experimenting with projecting particles hundreds of miles into the sky from an open tube accelerator. Well, this is no different because it's the same technology. So man is reverse engineering and playing with it. When you'll find some videos on that in some of our videos on the channel.
and
What you can see on screen on there. So you see our research is evidence based. We can point to certain things like this one on the screen here. Can you see that?
yeah.
That was a halo that showed in Newcastle, or over a city in England called Newcastle.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy 1111 code, he walked outside, looked up and seen it, and quickly recorded it, and then he told me about it, and that's when I realized you get these stationary ones, and I realized above every rainbow that you can actually map, you will find one of these, because each rainbow is marking the location of each halo. And you'll find they come in different diameters, of course, to make the scarab beetle shape and larger shapes where they all interconnect. So the diameter of the rainbow gives you the diameter of the halo below it. It's like you could say it's like an electrical image 90 degrees in opposition. But what it really is, there is a torus field around that halo below, and we're seeing half of it above ground, and the rainbow stretches over it. Now the rainbow is just light reflecting off something in the atmosphere, revealing something there. And if you time lapse it, you'll see it slowly move and reveal it is rotating around something round in that area, half sphere sticking out the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you can see this from an altitude, you will actually see the full rainbow. You see a full circle rainbow from altitude.
Wow.
That's the nature of electromagnetics. It does have the ability to penetrate ground.
And these rainbows never move, right? They're always appearing in the same place.
Yeah, they reside where you permanently reside where you see them. They're just the signature of this technology when it's running. There is a video where you'll see them starting up and shutting down. I'll find the video now.
Yeah.
I'll just stop sharing this one and I'll put the other one on.
In the meantime, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about double rainbows.
They're all double rainbows. It's just they don't always show. But yeah, I've seen. I know what you mean. You see the single rainbow, but yeah, the double is what you're seeing is the positives and negatives either side of that halo. The dark band is a representation of the halo below, and the colors either side of it are positives and negatives. As you will see in Walter Russell's work, each color of the spectrum has certain electrical properties that you can harness.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a giveaway sign of that technology, really.
And I definitely want to get to Walter Russell later. amazing man, which I had never heard of until I came across your research. And I think it's on your YouTube channel. One of the other members of your team reads one of his books, which I listened to too, and it was absolutely amazing. But real quick, what is the whole title of the research is APM, and angelic particle matrix. What does that mean?
The angelical particle matrix is the name we give it to help describe what it is really. Angelic, because this technology is what we were calling angels, or the Elohim, the cherubim, the seraphim. They all decode as the same technology or different versions of it doing different roles. So what they've done is personify the technology, and when they put it into books, people bring those books to life as people. But it's not people it's referring to, it's this technology that actually was named. And those names have changed over time. You know, the original names we probably wouldn't get to know because over time it's been changed that many times. And, you know, in modern times we would call them angels. And your saints, or your churches, cathedrals, the saints involved, your saints are a good location marker for them, as are star forts, castles, cathedrals, churches, and sacred sites. They're all markers for this technology. Because what I found in UK, you know, you'll find a Celtic fort, which has got a Roman fort built on top of it, and then you've got a castle built on top of that. They're all fighting for control of what's below there. It's what's sacred below there that makes it sacred, not what's on the surface. The surface is just a representation of what's below there. Because, you know, what a decoded was a sarcophagi represents a sealed room. And in scriptures, that's the seal of the 144,000, which is really referring to this technology below. It's in sealed rooms below.
And there's a sarcophagi under each angel.
Well, the sarcophagi represents the room that the angel's actually in, or part of it.
Okay. And angels in this story, in this narrative, cosmology, whatever you want to call it, is they are actually particle accelerators, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. That's why we called it the angelic particle matrix, because they're calling it particle accelerators. You know, it's not accelerating particles like well, it is, but you know what it's really doing is accelerating water to a fusion point. Like you'll find in that interview with Robin, I decoded Walter Russell's motor, and that's what actually taught me what fusion reactor actually is, what it does, how it works. It's very simple. It's very easy to understand how it works. They've made it so complicated that, you know, they've took control of it and you can't have it and blah, blah, blah. But it's actually very simple technology to understand how that works, because it's just compressing the light spectrum in water to a fusion point is what it's really doing. And in our 144,000 video, you'll see a decode I did of the kings and queens chambers in the pyramid. They are part of a fusion reactor. That's the positive room and the negative room. And the Pharaoh's pump is the water pump system that pumped the water into these chambers to create the what you're looking at with the you know the niches in the wall. Each one of them, the narrows and narrows and narrows, they're octaves, and they're actually you can actually harness energy from each octave. This is also what your chakras are. It's the same thing as a chakra. So octaves and chakras are the same thing. In this case, it's referring to harnessing electrical energy. And that's what Walter Russell's motor actually is. It's a copy of that, which is a copy of this technology below, as far as we're concerned. This is where it's coming from. I'll tell you this in the Emerald tablets. You know, it says man's always trying to bring it to the surface. Bring what to the surface, you should ask.
Exactly.
Yeah, it just starts to become obvious, doesn't it?
Yes.
You know, there's things going on down below that everyone's looking up and no one's looking down. That's the problem. That's how they get away with it. They want you looking at the stars and planets and beyond that you can't prove or go to yourself or anything. But all the ancestors are talking about the underworld and how it works, which are the creator gods of the underworld, which to us are the tools of creation of the creator. These are the creator's tools of creation. and they've always been here, and we've earned the right to live amongst it, or we were put here from somewhere else. But like you said, it does bring other questions. Where did we come from then? How big is this place?
Exactly. Is it a terrarium? Is it
What happened to the last one? Did these globalists break that as well?
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
because a new one.
Yes.
There's lots. I'll tell you what, you do need a good sense of humor to work with this. It'd drive you insane if you didn't have one.
Absolutely.
There's so much information that we put into these videos, and we do jam pack them with information.
Yes.
Can you see that one on screen now? This is information that people can help us with, recording the local rainbows, GPS marking them, getting an idea of the scale, diameter of the rainbow, and look for holy sites or churches or whatever in that vicinity of that circle. And you'll find they're probably usually sitting attached to it somewhere.
What is the benefit from, you say that you're trying to locate where these rainbows are. What is the benefit of mapping where they're at?
To prove that they exist where they do before they steal them.
Mm-hmm.
Because, according to them, the world has now got 30,000 particle accelerators. To us, that's, what's the magic number when they're going to stop? 144,000?
Mm-hmm.
So, to us, they're just redressing them and saying they built them, but they're actually studying them and reverse engineering them. This is the why of everything.
Was it the Vatican translator Mauro Biglino? How do you pronounce his
Mauro
last name?
Bellino, yeah.
Bellino, yes.
I'm glad you brought him up, because I was going to anyway. Hold on.
Oh, good. Yeah. He had some amazing stuff to say.
Yes, he does indeed. I'll just present this image.
Okay.
Will it show an image on this? Let's have a look.
Because was it?
Yeah.
Did he, when he was translating, did he call the angels robots? Is that what the word he
did? Yes. Yeah. Okay. What he was decoding in the Vatican from old texts was that the angels were technology, robots as he called them, and they're all aware of it. And he goes even deeper and deeper into that. It's a brilliant interview that he done with Sarah Westall. They actually blocked the video off YouTube, but I managed to get half of it. But, he was putting that information out in around about 2017 when I was already decoding this. And, and it made me sit up and listen. I thought, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's talking my language here.
Yes.
But, he still thinks he's on a globe and there's aliens involved. And, so they easy get lost because they don't know the true world science and what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But what he did say in this book, if you can see that, Gods of the Bible.
Yes.
He's telling you in there, the gods of the Bible are plural. It's not talking about one God, it's talking about many. Now, what we're trying to tell people for the last 5 or 6 years is these are the creator gods of the underworld, the angels that it's actually talking about. It's not talking about people. It's telling the story of each angel in the underworld and, its roles and what it's supposed to be doing. If you decode it right, you start to see, wait a minute, this is talking about technological processes, not people, and that's what he's seeing. But he's, like I said, he's associating it with advanced alien races and things like this.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, we are an advanced race. We've never been primitive. We've always been thinkers.
Mm-hmm.
Do people think we just stood around doing nothing until the Romans invaded and built everything? Exactly. No, wrong. We had our own monetary system and everything before they came. So, the victor told his story, but that's not what we're seeing. We can see what they really did. They told us our ancestors were doing pagan worship and chastised it and brutalized everyone into following a religion for a long time. So eventually, everyone looks back at that and says, oh, no, that's pagan and satanic. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Your world's leaders all follow this same code. They all use the same symbology because they understand what it means because they've stole it.
Mm-hmm.
So they want you to believe in a religion, yet they know the truth of how it really works and what all this really represents, and they've stolen it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, this is every human being's birthright to know this information.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that some of this stuff gets pulled from YouTube because really, what possible reason would they have to pull something like that? How much harm is it going to do somebody? Like, I could understand why they would do medical misinformation or something like that, just because that would make sense to them. But this kind of information, unless you're right over the target, why would they care? You know?
Yeah, well, I said to the team a long time ago, what we reveal, I realize, we're onto this a long time ago. I can see what's going on. And I told the team, I had to warn them when they joined, actually. You join this team, you're probably putting your life at risk at some point in the future, because anything we reveal accelerates their plans.
Yeah, for sure.
When we released our 144,000 video, the day after was when that thing started a few years ago. It started the day after. Now, I'm not saying we're responsible for it, but it's kind of very close to what I said to the team. It will accelerate their plans, but doing that also makes mistakes, and they've been seen making many mistakes doing this.
Sure.
So and it also shows us there is a one world government already here controlling many nations.
Absolutely.
So our problem now is, who do we speak to? Who do we talk to about this?
Yeah.
I've asked if we can speak to any tribal leaders or anything, but even they, they'll be, because they'll have knowledge of this. It's not written; it'll be spoken, but not written. That they probably passed down. But they're probably putting themselves at risk talking about it. But at some point in time, they're going to have to. We need backup on this, and we can help them explain what their ancestors told them in better modern terminology.
Mm-hmm.
So we can help them, and they can, confirm what we're saying. Is what I'm hoping.
It seems like you would almost have to appeal to something or someone outside of the construct. Otherwise, we're all sort of subject to the same rules that they're trying to impose on us.
Yeah, we certainly are.
Sure.
You get to that point, you think, wow, what can I do with this? What do we do with it? All this information, we've decoded so much, it's impossible to put into videos. We haven't got the team big enough to keep up with what we can actually decode.
Yeah.
But what we decode, we look for the evidence-based things that we can decode first, like rainbows and halos and lunar waves, which are basically these stationary halos that we show people how you can capture them. You find where a rainbow resides, above there at some point, when the moon's passing, you should get a luminary wave, because there'll be a halo above it. They want it, its projection, its elevated self. That's the duality it talks about in nature. The duality is the positives and negatives of this technology and how it works to create. It's a really amazing science. It's not science I've seen anywhere.
For sure. Yeah,
and it's not so hard to understand. Well, for me, it's not. But I'm no genius, but I'm finding it quite easy to decode and understand.
And you have been with it the whole time throughout all of the stages of the research, whereas somebody like me, who really only came across it when I heard Emily Moyer interview you, it's a lot to take in at once. But you've been hanging out with this stuff for 7 years, so you've had time to piece it together and put it in the put the pieces where they belong. And whereas somebody like us, or somebody who might be listening to this podcast, might stumble into it and it might seem so overwhelming and all encompassing that it just takes a while to absorb. But your videos help so much.
Yeah, you find that, a lot of people come, but they don't know what questions to ask, because they've probably been answered in these videos, and probably answers they didn't have questions for yet.
Sure.
You find that, the good thing is, they can add pieces to it.
Yes.
So, if they can say, well, that makes sense because I figured this out, and it actually relates to that. You do get that sometimes, people adding more information to this bigger picture.
Yeah, I like that aspect of it too. It's a puzzle that's constantly getting bigger and bigger.
And gets easier to explain as well. Over time, it does become easier to explain to people. It was hard work at first. You think, you get to a point, you get so far into it, you think, well, good God, how am I going to explain this to the world? There's so much information. It's information overload. Anyone that looks into it and starts, you will have your own revelations watching this. You'll figure things out we haven't even thought of yet. It's bound to happen.
Have you thought about releasing, not to make money, of course, but releasing hard copies of these videos in case they all get yanked off YouTube someday?
Yeah, we have had people ask us to write books, but I would need a ghostwriter, because I really don't have the time to sit down and do that. I mean, I do take lots of notes. I decode things all the time, every day usually, and I just write it down so I don't forget. and it, it gets added into a book or into the back of my brain, and we can bring certain aspects of it up in conversations like this, where I haven't had time to make a video, but
Sure.
can bring it into a conversation. And you're saying, that's what I do with the information, because it's just too much to put into video.
And I'm just thinking it would be a shame to all the videos, all this information is kind of in one place. And if it just got swiped, if they decided to yank the channel, that would just suck, because you guys have put so much work into this.
We expect that to happen anyway. I'm actually surprised it's still there.
Yeah,
exactly. I think
exactly.
this other agenda going on is, it's help mask it a bit. Plus, we do put music and things into this, so it maybe helps confuse the algorithms. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
But,
I want to.
a bit of music does help to soothe things, because I think you'll need a bit of soothing after delving into this.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It really helps too. It really adds a cinematic quality to it. But at some point, I'm going to download all of this stuff just to have, and just burn it onto a disc or something, just to have a hard copy of it, just in case it does get taken down.
We've actually told people to make a time capsule and put as much of this information in as possible, because this information is what our ancestors were warning about. Like the emerald tablets. There's warnings in there for humanity. Everywhere you look in history, in fact, there's warnings for humanity, and it's all relating to this. It's the resets. There'd be warnings for that. There's warning about man bringing things to the surface from below. They're all warnings. There's always been warnings. There's obviously always been wars. Every war to me now is a progression of the theft of this construct. They're all working together.
Yeah.
And they've got us fighting amongst each other. These people have no allegiance to any race, religion, group, or nation.
Of course,
they're operating outside of the known world social system. Really, I mean, when you start decoding this, you do stand back a bit away from society, because you think, "Ooh, how do we explain this to someone?"
Yeah. You can't just do it in an elevator on the way to up to.
Like, they would look at you like you're a nut job, wouldn't they?
Exactly.
What are you saying?
Yes. Yeah.
But the good thing is it's evidence-based research we do, and like with the rainbow, we can point that out. You can go out there and prove this to yourself. These things reside where you see them, and this world is a lot more magical and mystical than they would let you believe. And it does tie in with, like I said, myths, legends, glyphs, holy books. The whole creation story is all about this and how it works.
Yeah, I don't think that you would think that saying that what we know as nature and reality is a large construct or machine would take something away from it. But to me, knowing that or assuming that everything that you're laying out and all your research is true, it adds a completely different magical dimension to everything. Actually, if it's a machine, it's a incredible, beautiful, wonderful machine.
Yeah, amazing. It's all time cycles. It's all in sync. Nature's in sync with it. It's creating those clouds you can see there. That rainbow there, it lives there. That tar, it's created by the eye of the overlap of the vesica piscis of the two halos in that vicinity.
It seems like if I'm just going to call them elites for the sake of the argument, or parasites, as Hunter likes to call them, know about this, you would think that they would try to be working in concert with it to utilize it for whatever ends that they seek to set forth. Instead of, it seems like as it is now, they're trying to separate us from this cycle, this nature, this machine. Yeah. It seems like they're trying to get between us and it.
Yeah, they don't want you to know it exists. They want you to think you live on a globe, nothing's relevant. You're just flying through space, get on with your life and get a job.
Yeah, you're just a random smattering of atoms.
We've actually been born into slavery and we didn't see it until now. Most people haven't realized that yet. When they come across a research like this, they'll start figuring that out. Wow, we've always been enslaved for quite a long time, and this entity has always been in control, is what it reveals. And it's always been progressing its theft of the construct by invading other nations under the guise of religion.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the reasons why there's been a decision to go in and destroy primitive tribes, and try to universalize language.
Yeah.
Because the English language for example, or the Spanish language is very easy to manipulate. So you can go into, I think there's 1,700 languages that are spoken worldwide. And I think if you went into some of these tribes and you asked them about this technology, their elders would have information, but it would not be in perhaps translatable language.
Yeah, it'd probably be a more basic explanation of how something works, or sort of a certain creator god, which is where we can help. We can give it the modern terminology and description that they actually need to describe it.
I think that's the intention of destroying the Aboriginal population in Australia.
Yeah, same way they invaded America. They took the land off the Native Americans. Same happened in South America. They destroyed their codexes, so they no longer had the creation story history. They had to adopt the Spanish theme. This is this same entity working together. I'm glad you can see it, because that's it's exactly what I see. That they've just gone and taken over everywhere and installed their system.
Yes.
And we get taken over there, like during the wars. They take all the children there. It's just population movement where they need votes and to put their system in. So we're actually helping them install their system. We actually pay taxes to the Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
That's who you're paying tax to, really. And it's still at war with the world until it has all this.
So are all of these particle accelerators active at the same time, or do they fluctuate and go in waves?
Yeah, they activate and deactivate. You'll find they accompany luminaries across. Say the sun's coming across, and you'll find winds rising, things. If you can feel wind, there's one local to you. They're all localized events. Your wind, your rain, your snow. They're all localized events to the angel in your area. That's why you can drive through rain, and all of a sudden it's sunny, and you think, why did it stop there? That's it's a localized event from that angel. What it's doing is, the in Walter Russell terms, divided matter rises, multiplied matter falls, which is your rain. So Eve divides, that's the large halo. Adam multiplies, that's the smaller halo. Electric and magnetic working to create what we call nature. So that would be the real holy water, I would say, rainwater, because it's been electrically charged by Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Or Isis and Ra, pick a male and female name. That's the theme.
Mm-hmm.
And on video there, this is a video that someone sent us from Ireland. And, the location of a rainbow they captured. If you look carefully, you can actually see that's a star fort.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden amongst all the buildings, that's a star fort they've built upon. And the star forts, they're a good marker for them. Star forts, cathedrals, castles, they're all location markers for this technology. That's another thing we decoded. They're all a modern day sarcophagi would be a church or a cathedral, a building like that represents the room below.
Mm-hmm.
In the older days, it was like what we would call a mummy's type coffin, a sarcophagi, but it's the same thing. It just represents a room below.
Where does the Schumann resonance fit into all of this? Or is that... Go
The
ahead.
Schumann resonance is this technology's signature. If you look, I did do a video on that, where you can see there's a certain layer of them at a certain altitude on the map. What you're looking at with that is a side scan of the world from somewhere up north.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see there's a layer going right across at low level, like a band of electrical discharges, and that's these lower band halos. There's different layers of halos. The first layers terminates in the troposphere, or tropoplane as we would call it. So your clouds get, when you see a cloud going up like a mushroom bomb type cloud, you'll notice it start to flatten at a certain altitude at the top. That's because the halo in the sky at the top is, its wind is spiraling outwards, so it's flattening the cloud. So that's the tropopause, where aircraft probably fly. It's a bit, it's a bit calmer above there. The next one up would be, the meso. There's the mesopause and what's the other one called? I still have to do a video on this. I figured that out in the layers. I just haven't made a video on it. But that's what they relate to. There's different layers at different altitudes of this technology, and the altitude is dictated by the scale of the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger the rainbow, the higher the altitude it can, manipulate.
Mm-hmm.
This technology really is what I would call atmospheric processes. They create all the gases, the elements. They convert elements into matter, which is what you kind of see with a tornado. That's a tornado. You've seen half of the picture of a tornado. The other half's taking place below.
Mm.
So that can answer tornadoes. And you look at all the clouds, and there's certain type of clouds that you can watch and relate to this technology. It gets easier and easier to recognize what this technology manipulating the atmosphere. Like that, that one there that I just showed you, that was a small one. It was only a few 100 feet wide above a river in Sweden. So that's the head. That's a small one. That's Adam. There'd be a bigger one connected to it somewhere nearby. I've told him to look for it. And there's a church in the vicinity and a few other buildings. So, it's looking suspect already.
Mm.
So, yeah, they like to mark it. And this is where your parishes come from. I don't know if you use that word over there.
Mm-hmm.
But like parish council, it's just, the local angel is what it's really about.
Mm-hmm.
So, the religious buildings, this is going to be a hard pill for people of faith to swallow. They've been tricked into believing these characters in books are really people when actually they represent the various technologies below. They've just been, personified the technology. So that'll be a hard pill to swallow. So apologies for that, you religious people. But if you want the truth, that's what it is.
What I find so fascinating is that as a youth and kind of growing up and going into the psychedelic realm, I had this vision of Jesus being an angel. And that what I mean by that is not that he was an earthly man, but I saw the physical manifestation of Jesus being an alien. And what that is consistent with it is this idea that the humanization of Jesus is actually a particle accelerator.
Yeah, makes sense. The sun halo is where it's coming from. Jesus to us translates as the sun in the sky, the son of God. God means light. If you read the Bible, it tells you God is light, which translates to us as electric. Light is just electric being manipulated. So that would translate Jesus as the son, and Mary, like I said, the male and female character. Jesus is the son, and you've got Joseph and Mary, the mother and father. That's the big halo and the small halo. Between them, they create Jesus, or the light.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Jesus can walk on water. It's the sun's reflection it's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it decodes us to us. That'll upset a lot of people, but we're not the only ones that have said this. There's other people said it relates to the sun, and we can see actually relates to certain parts of the technology of the configuration of the sun. The same with like Genghis Khan. Say he's supposed to have 64 sons and daughters or something. Well, that to us would decode as a halo that's got 64 nodes on it, which would which are actually pole north and south poles. So that's where the family connection comes in with some of this terminology they use in holy books and even in other books. The family it's talking about is what you can see on the screen there, the different poles and different configurations of these halos. That one there, that's like the sun's halo. That would be the rule of 8. It's an electrical terminology.
But yeah, the fascinating thing is how many translations of the Bible there have been. So in the original iteration of the Bible, it's very possible that this was laid out. But I think that religion has become an anesthetic for people, and the word of God becomes this mandate or this intention not to question what that book says, as opposed to, applying discernment and saying, how could this book go through so many translations and we feel that we would know what the word of God truly is?
Yeah, to me, they keep rewording holy books to hide even more and more information. You read like the book of Enoch. It never got canonized because it's far too revealing and obvious. It's talking about technological processes. When you look at the technological mind, and it's telling you how this world works, and the characters it's talking about in the book are actually luminaries or certain technologies and their process or roles. So it's there everywhere, encoded in not just holy books. Like I said, it's in glyphs and everywhere. They've just been trying to hide it, and I think it's more division. If people, like you said, people don't, the ones that question it, well, they'll make a new religion for them, won't they? Anything but the truth is what you're finding. They'll never give you the truth. They'll give you half truths, but they've totally changed it, and it's a mess. And what they've done is, I'm not even sure if it's fixable in our time, to be honest. There's that much confusion and loss of knowledge caused by these people. Is it even fixable? Have we got time to fix it? We are on a timer. We're all on a timer, and so are they. They have to time their resets in advance of the reset the construct has, because they don't want witnesses around when it happens, because it's going to debunk what they've been telling you. You're going to see you don't live where you thought you lived.
Yeah.
These celestial events take place, you're going to see lots of strange, weird things going on in that sky, revealing that it's not what they said it is. The latest one is scientists are now saying the Earth's course now going the opposite, stopped rotating more, now it's going the other way. What they're actually really saying is the world's going to stop and go the other way, but what it really means in our research is what I've said in our 144,000 video. Well, we're looking at the stars. This is an effect of this technology, and it's going at such a rate, it causes what I call the wagon wheel effect. So it looks like they're going east to west, but they're actually going west to east when you slow them down. I made a video about it, and I showed it in the 144,000 video. I actually ran, I give them a frame rate of 666 rotations per minute. And it actually caused the wagon wheel effect and caused the stars to look like they were going the opposite direction.
Wow.
Which kind of matched what I think it was Hoppy Prophecy says, the stars will slow down or reverse direction. And I thought, well, that actually makes sense, because that's what I'm seeing here with this animation. It's going the opposite way to what we think at such a rate. It's causing that wagon wheel effect. But when it stops, we're going to start seeing some crazy effects happening in the sky. They don't want you to see it. So, the Chem program and these other plans, A to Z in operation, to make sure you never see it.
So what is their timeline? Not the Great Reset timeline, but the timeline of the big reset.
Theirs will take place before the world one, of course. I mean, what they're doing is trying to make everyone go digital. This is how you steal the world's wealth, because once this reset happens, everything you own digitally is gone forever. And, that's now stolen the world's wealth. And what that's going to cause is the world to go into chaos. It's going to be like a Walking Dead scenario when it happens. You've no money. The shops are going to run out of food because they control them all. They made sure of that over the last couple of years by destroying all the businesses they didn't own. So they can stop the food coming in any time. You've got a Walking Dead scenario on your hands. There's a famine coming. They've stopped us getting our access to real food and replaced it with their GMO products.
Yes.
So they already control all that, and they can stop it at leisure, and where you're going to go for your food when that stops. So what we've been saying is learn what's edible in nature and go from there. And nature will look after you if you know what you're eating.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's kind of we give advice on those kind of things, and even other cures for things. But you got to be careful talking about that now. You get your channel banned. I'm already on a warning there and in my Discord server.
Crazy.
Tell her for giving good advice.
Yeah.
It can't be debunked either. But the advice, it's common knowledge, but they don't like you talking about it anymore. So that's where we're at with this world, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. They're showing their cards right there. So what exactly are the luminaries, and what function do they serve in all of this?
Do you want to pick a luminary?
Yeah, sure.
The wandering stars. They're all what I do know is they're all involved in creation processes of different types of elements. the sun, they say the sun is elements gold, so it would be more productive in the gold region of the spectrum of what it's creating, which is, you look at gold veins in the ground, where's it coming from? Well, when I decoded the Birkeland currents, you'll see that on one of the videos where you see these dust devils coming out the ground and rising up. This is one of the poles on one of those halos activating, because how it works is, they elevate their poles up into the air, and when they connect, that's when they can harness electric. You'll see an animation of that in the 144,000 videos. That's what the poles are actually doing, I think Ed Leeds-Scalin is if you know Ed Leeds-Scalin,
no,
of was it Crystal Castle he made? I forget the name of it now. The place in Florida. I can't remember the proper name of it. It's been that long since I looked at it. But yeah, his wheel that he made, it probably operated the same way. If you run it at a certain speed, it should elevate its poles above itself, and that's how this technology works. The halos aren't moving, but the accelerated flow in them is causing the poles on the halo or electromagnetic coil to elevate into the sky, and it will penetrate ground, which is what you're seeing with tornadoes and your dust devils and everything else. They do create your local weather events. So when you see a dust devil or a tornado nearby, there's an angel there somewhere, and that's coming from it. So you can be able to watch for it next time, or watch it manipulate the weather or clouds in your region. So there's lots of evidence you can look for and give you clues of where it's located. And like the rainbow's the best one for getting its scale. We've seen ones like 17 miles wide and ones down to hundreds of feet wide. So they come in all kinds of scales and diameters. If you look at CERN's configuration on their future halo, the future accelerator they're going to build, it's the same configuration we're already seeing with the rainbows. They're already here. This is one of the best ways I can think of that we could prove to the world, look, this technology is here, this is its signature, this is how you locate it, and this is what all the sacred sites above its ground will actually are marking. So they're laying claim to the Creator's glory is where it's all decoding as. Who's got the right to do that?
Lord have fucking mercy.
Did you say, Lord have funky mercy?
Have funky mercy on me. It's an Al Green bootleg.
Al Greenberg.
Private Eye. So, your first introduction to all of this, what did you think?
Well, my second, I listened to the Emily Moyer app.
Yes.
It was absolutely wonderful, and I try to approach these subjects with a very sponge-like mind and not judge and just listen. And it was absolutely fantastic to do that. He has just an incredible cachet of data and info. It's pretty fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is. And it's interesting that there's such fantastic visuals to accompany it. It's almost as fantastic as the information itself, which you see now why I want to go and watch it on our larger screen, because it's very, very visual. And I think it will help me to absorb some of it a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's cool how much of that stuff I have seen in my different hallucinatory experiences over the years, long before I knew about FPV Angel or any of this work. I was taking psychedelics, and I was having experiences where I saw a lot of the things that he has visualized.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So I look forward to sitting down, maybe if you're up for it sometime, and we can pour through some of that information, because I'm a visual person. I know that you are too. we can absorb some of that stuff visually along with the information that's presented. They're like little mini documentaries, really. They're really well put together. I don't know how anybody finds as much time to not only research all of this stuff, but to present it in such a really artistic and aesthetically pleasing way. It's really amazing. And I wasn't exaggerating. If you go onto the FBV Angel channel, uh, there's a live stream going almost all the time, almost every day. It's really mind blowing. So it's again another aspect of this research that is very interactive. It's not something set in stone. It's not something that will ever get calcified because it's constantly uh, having life breathed into it, and it's being challenged by questions and poking holes and or trying to poke holes and new information and just constantly amassing this. Um, uh, Picture this snapshot of this realm and maybe what actually makes it all run, makes it all work.
I'm curious about people from other countries and other parts of the world that are tapping in too, because I don't know, it just
curious.
is very,
I'm
it's
curious.
very intimidating to have this right in my face like this.
That's how mics work.
I know, but I don't want him to work that way. I want him to work sideways over here. But you
Stick
can
out the
still
side of
hear
your
me.
face.
You can still
But
hear me when
it's
I'm
a
over
direction
here.
like that. Imagine it
You
like
can.
a flashlight, and you want to speak into the beam. It's not a spotlight.
I'm
it's a
afraid of the
flashlight.
beam.
Well, then perhaps you should be podcasting.
Probably not. I'm questioning that.
Anyway,
Well, as I was saying
yes.
before you dipped in there, what I was saying is that I'm curious about people from other parts of the world and what their perspectives on this work is because of language. And I think language is a very interesting sensor and controller. And I'm sure there are people who don't have access to the internet, that don't have access to media, who probably know about this type of phenomena and experience based on oral tradition.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And oral cultures, most likely, that's where those people would be.
But were you going to say that directly into the mic, or were you going to say that over here?
My mouth is still tethered to the beam of the metaphorical flashlight.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Perhaps we should get on to our meal and stuff like that, and let the information and the interview speak for itself. I think it's pretty obvious that our minds were appropriately blown by this information. I've been absorbing it for the last couple of weeks, listening to hours and hours of it, and it's amazing and really hard to wrap your mind around. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try, because I think that they're really onto something, and it's not just a bunch of conjecture. They have a lot of things to back up their information, a lot of eyewitness information, and a lot of delving into old mythologies and stories and stuff like that, from all around the world, or I should say all around the realm, that point to the same direction, and it fits this narrative like seamlessly. So I really think they're onto something.
I would say that it's not necessary for your mind to be wrapped around it. I think this is more of an intuitive knowledge. I think what I find fascinating about it is how it just naturally resonates, where it
Mhm.
makes sense. So um, I'm more than happy to let someone else do the math and the legwork and just to absorb the information from a psychic perspective or from a soul perspective,
Sure.
because I think that is it for me. That's more necessary than understanding the machinations I don't think I need that. I think I just need to know from an intuitive stance, and it just feels like some things resonate as truth and some resonate as bullshit. And so, like, politics resonate as bullshit for me. That doesn't resonate even slightly as truth. This, it feels like it's a language that I already know and understand.
Sure. It's just all gathered in one place
Yeah,
and really so dense. I think the denseness of it is what
yeah,
I get overwhelmed. That's what I have a hard time wrapping my mind around, is the density.
yeah. 7 years of doing research on anything
Mhm.
is phenomenal,
Yeah.
and doing research on this type of uh, subject is just absolutely incredible, and I applaud every member of this organization and their just ability to do it. It's just phenomenal.
It's also testimony to the fact that research should not be left to the experts, like, or institutions or people that are licensed to do this. This is research that anybody can do with information that is not only sprinkled throughout science books and our current history or version of history that we read, but through all kinds of again, oral traditions and things that have been passed down for thousands of years from all over the place. So it's just a matter of uh, maybe approaching it with a certain type of lens, and being able to decode it in a particular way and seeing how it fits into the big picture.
I think the thing that just really kind of drives it home is uh, how many cultures have been destroyed, how many libraries have been destroyed, how much evidence has been destroyed. I think that if you look at it from that perspective, it makes sense. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, that, if somewhere along the lines someone wants to be the person who is writing history, they're going to make sure that they destroy every other version of history or attempt to disavow it or debunk it or in any way they can malign anyone who believes something other than their version of
Mhm.
reality.
Yeah. And if you've been around for any length of time, which I know you have, you can see how easy it is to whitewash reality and history and the lineages of people that have been around for a long, long time, and oral traditions. The people who come and eradicate those folks, replace it with their own, and then they replace that time and time again. So it's like an archaeological dig of different layers of knowledge and firsthand experience that just kind of get buried under um, whatever sideshow comes in to set up their shop and decide that they're going to change the story about everything or steer things to benefit them.
Weird sync about Walter Russell's birthday and death day
Yeah, yeah,
being yesterday. That was kind of cool
yeah.
finding out that it was May 19th. I was also thinking about one of my fellow McNair scholars who is a Mexican woman who is doing research on a native Guatemalan language. And in her research, she was discussing in the presentation that she did, she was discussing how Spanish has been used as the primary language in Guatemala, and what the intention is to eradicate all of these other languages that are native to Guatemala. And I was thinking, wow, that's really, the intention behind that is to take away people's cultures, to take away people's traditions, to eradicate, these tribes that are all through Guatemala. And why would you want to do that? Well, now it makes sense.
Yep.
They're
Exactly.
the sales pitch is that they're trying to modernize and unify the country. That's how they're pitching it to the people. And they're pitching it to the youth. And of course, you have people who have cell phones and are trying to be more westernized or more Americanized. And so they want to fit into what is considered maybe a more modern society. And so they're compliant, they're going along with it. And they vilify you if you try to speak the native language. So it's an interesting aspect. But this language, strangely enough, is being taught at KU. And so there's a segment of the population, what is kind of an unintended consequence is that there's a segment of the population of youth that is trying to embrace these native languages, teach these native languages, and perpetuate their use so that people who are from Guatemala or not from Guatemala will learn the language and understand these oral histories and these oral traditions.
Cool. Shall we wrap it up?
Let's do it.
Okay. Thank you all for listening or watching, depending on which sense organ you use to absorb this information. I thought it was fantastic, and I can't wait to get into more conversations with FPV and maybe more members of the APM team.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, definitely, before the end of the year, for sure. Maybe in the next, well, we're booked until mid-September, so maybe October-ish, something like that. Thank you all so much. Thank you, patrons, for helping to make this show possible and getting me one step closer to doing this full time, which is my intention. Yeah, much appreciated. Much love to you all. If you have guest suggestions, the usual song and dance recipes, stuff like that, you can send them to the Melt podcast at protonmail.com or
hunter-muse@protonmail.com. Now I'm self-conscious about this. God blessed mic.
Why? Self-conscious? What do you mean?
Because now I'm trying to do what you suggested.
Oh my God. Don't ever do what I suggest. Just hover around that area. That's all I suggest. Be upside down, do whatever you want. Anyway, we'll have this conversation off the air. Much love, everybody. Take care. Fantastic stuff coming your way. And until next time.
See ya.
Stay true to yourself.
Do it.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our sun and moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. And the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains. and the two outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schonfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious rings stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545) And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kosor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight near Nordlingen, and in other places in the Rise, and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. 1549. In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Rise and in Swabia on a clear night. 1549. In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. 1551. Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. 1551. 1551 years after the birth of Christ in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle. Revelations, this simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The geo, petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below. Sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from Scriptures. The Mayan calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From Scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble. And we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kashina, and that the purifier, the red star Kashina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from the Last Cry Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the blue kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first blue kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star kachina would physically appear in our heavens, which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the 2 brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Wagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole, and his brother Palangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days, the blue star kachina will come to be with his nephews, and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM Research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their patu votas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star kachina, who is also known as Nangashohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures, and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains, and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane. For we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind, for in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities, through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted, and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know a creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to spirit will see the face of the creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds, and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts, and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further. Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy, and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square meter decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square meter decrease, causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also back the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in two stages. Once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380 and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider it shows normal weather, but when the rings become narrower and closer together it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east. I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapor can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mudfloods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will arise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes and various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations and perplexity, because of the warring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, people fading with spirit and with foreboding of what is coming on the world. For the powers of the heavens will be shaken. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10 speaks. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with the word, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. Revelation chapter 8, verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29, verse 6 speaks, you will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire. Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black, like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelation chapter 8, verse 5. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder, and rumbling, and flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Revelation chapter 11, verse 19 speaks. Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake, and a great hailstone. Revelation chapter 16, verse 18 speaks. And there were flashes of lightning, and rumbling, and peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 2. In this video, Sandra will be taking you deeper into the Book of Miracles and revealing more interesting events from our recorded history. We will then break down and decode these events into cycles of the realm, technological events that are in our recorded history, events we are supposed to be aware of as our ancestors were. You will then see how we decode Noah and relate it to these technological events. This will help you gain a better understanding of the relationship between the angel technologies and all of the life forms in this realm.
Genesis 7, 11-14. 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. 12. And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 13. On the very same day Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them entered the ark. 14. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. Genesis 9, 12-15. 12. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. 13. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. 14. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds. 15. I will remember my covenant. Exodus 14:27-29. 27. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its normal course when the morning appeared. And as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord threw the Egyptians into the midst of the sea. 28. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. Of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea, not one of them remained. 29. But the people of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Exodus 16:14-16. 14. And when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. 15. When the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat. You shall each take an omer according to the number of the persons that each of you has in his tent. Numbers 16:4-7. 4. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5. And he said to Korah and all his company, In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. 6. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7. Put fire in them, and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. Kings 2:11-12. 11. And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, My father, the chariots of Israel. Isaiah 38:4-8. 4. Then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah. 5. Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 6. I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and will defend this city. 7. This shall be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has promised. 8. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had been declined. Jeremiah 1:11-14. 11. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what do you see? And I said, I see an almond branch. 12. Then the Lord said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to perform it. 13. The word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot facing away from the north. 14. Then the Lord said to me, Out of the north disaster shall be let loose upon all inhabitants of the land. Daniel 7:1-4. 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, David saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. 2. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. 3. And 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. Ezekiel 1:1-3. 1. In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Shebar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. 2. On the 5th day of the month, It was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. 3. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the Shebar canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. In the time of Job there occurred in Cassilia, according to Shadel Thessali, a great flood, and during this time there was a river in this area, out of which came an ox, that went up into the air and then back down into the river, so that the simple-minded people believed it to be a god. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, a terrible occurrence affected the animals and livestock in Italy most cruelly, such that all the animals that were tame, every donkey, ox, horse and sheep, suddenly returned to the wild and ran away into the wilderness and completely forgot their previous nature. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, people gathered together to drink, but when they cut the bread, blood came out of it as if out of a wound. There was also a hailstorm so terrible that rocks fell from the sky for 7 days in succession, and therein too were pieces of real stones and plenty of sharp stones, so that the soil was destroyed by them. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570 there came from a mountain of Gaul a great noise, and screaming as if many people had been entombed inside it. There was also heavy hail for a long time. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570, fiery arrows and drops of blood appeared in the sky over Italy. Afterwards such a fierce rain fell that many villages and towns were swept away and many people drowned. Also there appeared in the water, from the waist up, several men and women with long hair. 195. In fact 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, 2 wondrous sea creatures having human form were seen off the island of Delos. Also fire fell from the sky, and a rainbow appeared of such brightness that people thought Judgment Day had come. And there were peals of thunder, more terrible than had ever been heard before. This was followed by a dreadful plague which carried off many people. 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. 1126. In the year AD 1126, the winter was so cold and severe that birds froze to death in mid-air. This was followed by such a famine that livestock and people died, and birds killed each other in the air. 1495. In the year 1495, in the month of June, the 2 pigs were born to 2 sows near the Rhine, as recorded and painted here. 1496. In AD 1496, in the month of January, at the time the Tiber burst its banks high and wide near Rome, what wondrous creature appeared, found dead where the raging and the might of the Tiber's waters had subsided, and was in this shape and form as it is painted there. 1513. In the year AD 1513, in January, it was told that this was born to a Metzerin in Bleiburg, issuing dead from its mother's womb, then to be buried, and 4 hours later dug up again by Anton Reidhaupt himself, at that time the Countess of Lodrin's steward, unwrapped from its shroud and examined very carefully in the presence of a priest. Afterwards the painter, Hans Borkmeyer, was commissioned to record it in detail as it appears above. 1516. In the country of the Romans, a mare gave birth to a hare instead of a young foal. 1516. In the year 1516, an extremely small horse was born in Weibelben, all white like a lamb, and was presented to Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. 1529. In the year 1529, on the 14th day of the month of January, this calf was born in Langweid near Augsburg, but came out dead from the mother, and I, Hans Borkmeyer, painter, bought the skin for half a guilder from a parchment maker who had bought it for only 6 kreuzer. 1532. In the year 1532, a calf such as this was born in a village near Donauworth, just as it is painted and recorded here. 1531. In the year 1531, a wondrous creature, which was all grey and hairy, with the head of a bearded man, and 4 feet, with sharp claws, was caught by the bishop's huntsman in the forest of Salzburg. It was taken to the court, but would neither eat nor drink, and suffered quite horribly. 1533. In the year 1533, in October, flying dragons were seen in Bohemia and the Vogtland, as well as in small areas of Asha, as city in Czech Republic. A crest on their heads, a snout like a pig, and with 2 wings. This went on for several days, with over 400 of them, both big and small, flying together as painted here. 1533. 1533 years after the birth of Christ, on the Friday after St. Ursula, the 24th day, such wondrous dragons were seen in the air for nigh on 2 hours, around 10 o'clock at night, in several places near Hilpoltstein and at the Hoflein's house there. 1534. In the year 1534, one of the wonderful creatures which live in the open sea was caught and taken to Venice, and it looks just as it is painted here. 1543. In the year 1543, a 4-legged chick hatched out in Dillingen, and then suddenly died, but it was none the less carefully painted from life by the bishop's painter. 1543. In the year 1543, such a wonder fish was caught in the Danish Sea, as is painted and recorded here, and it was brought back alive to the city of Copenhagen. 1547. In the year 1547, this lovely wheat grew in the county of Flanders, 3 miles from Ghent, in various shapes and forms, some pressed closely together, some with divided ears, as well as with 4, 8, 12, up to 15 ears on one stalk, just as is painted here. 1539. A wonderful miracle in the year 1539 concerning a young girl from Ross, in the diocese of Speyer, who refrained from taking any physical sustenance for 2 years and 12 weeks. At this time, too, such hairy grapes grew beside the nectar and the vine, as above. Margaretha Vibes von Roth, 13½ years old. 1550. 1550 years after the birth of Christ, such a pigeon was found in a village by the name of Rikashofen, near Lindau, as is painted here, with 4 feet and 2 sets of hindquarters.
Okay, so today we're going to read through parts of and decode the Book of Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she bore him a man-child. The body of a babe was white as snow and red as a blooming rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were like rays of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very full of light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and praised the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his own father Methuselah. And he said to him, I have begotten a strange son. He is not like a human being, but resembles the children of angels of heaven, and his nature is different. And he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that his days of wonder may be wrought on earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee, that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels.
Lovely wording, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, let's go through that, shall we?
Yes.
I took a wife for his son Lamech. Now, I can't remember the amount of sons and daughters involved, but for the sake of the viewers watching, you know, when we look at family relationships like this, wife, son, we look at halos, nodes, and how many nodes are on this halo, because we look at this is how we decode this. You know, we look at it as a technology. So that's for the benefit of the viewers where we're going with this. Right, do you want to go through some of it one, see if there's anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I mean, feeding on that, you want to mention that the taking of the wife is the positive and negative of the energies.
Yeah, yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The babe would be the new energy created from the two joining.
Yeah.
The whole house being full of light and his eyes being open and he lit up the house.
Yeah, I like that part, because you know what that reminded me of one?
What was that?
You remember in the description of the sunrise with the eyes round about it and it lit the house up.
Okay.
It
reminded me of when we decoded cherubims. So
yeah,
in
yeah,
itself,
so yeah,
you know,
that's the part I meant.
Yeah, okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it lit the whole house up, it lit the room up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's suggesting, it's like those, you know, that decoder done of Shiva with the accelerator, with the sparks coming out the side of it. It's that kind of a event, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's decoding like already.
So this is telling us that Noah is a piece of technology.
Yes, yeah, I have to agree.
Also, the fact that Enoch, his dwelling place is among the angels, you know, that also is kind of telling me that Enoch himself must have been something, a piece of technology. You know, I can't really say what he did at this point, but...
Yeah, well, I am going to do a little piece on it, actually, to add to this, so don't worry about that.
Well, good, okay.
Another thing on the angels now, remember everyone, Scripture tells us the underworld is the prison of the angels. Very important that now, you know. Prison, when you think of a prison, they're in a room down below, and this is the seal of the 144,000 from Scriptures. So it's suggesting there is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
That makes sense to me. So this is Noah's room that lit up.
Yeah, yep, yep. It's time for Noah to do what he does.
Yeah. All right, so we'll move on to the next paragraph. The Lord will do a new thing in the earth. There will come great destruction on earth and a deluge for 1 year. Before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. After his birth, it kept within its confines, and the famine that afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. The difficulties were increased when the flood began to toss the ark from side to side. All inside of it were shaken up like lentils in a pot.
Very nice. Right, the Lord will do a new thing in the earth. Notice it mentions in the earth.
Yes.
Not on, but in. Yeah, it's very important. In the earth.
Which
There will
is
come a great destruction.
Which is technology.
Yeah.
The
There's
layers
going to be.
below. Yep.
It's what it's telling you here is there's an event going to start. There will come to a great destruction when this event starts, and a deluge for 1 year. Now that's, you know, this ties in with the End Times video 1, doesn't it? You know, this is continuing on from video 1 about this the End Times destruction.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, what we're looking at is this cycle starting.
Exactly.
Anything you want to put on that one?
No, I agree. The cycle is starting now, and it will go for a whole year.
Which in other way, I don't know. Which in other words, technology is gonna change, or it's gonna move a different, or what? Technology. To me, it's like it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be a whole year. But technology can also be the one who's gonna destroy it from underneath.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us. You know, it's a cycle, a technological cycle that's going to happen, and it seems to happen about roughly every 394 years, going by the Maiden long count calendar. They seem to be counting down to this one, I think, with that calendar.
Yeah.
So the link to this actual text will be in the description, so everybody can go read the whole thing. We pulled out bits and pieces to read here, but it does mention how the water not only rained down, but it came up from their feet. That is in the text. It's just quite a long little book, so everyone should, I encourage them to go read it on their own, read the whole thing.
Definitely, yeah. And look at it like we look at it. You're looking at events, cycles, mechanisms, processes. This is what we're decoding here. This is parts of a large process. Okay, before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. Very interesting. It mentions twice daily because the pressure changes that's recorded daily currently is taken exactly the same times. That's why if they're recorded twice daily, the pressure changes. So that now relates to what we put out in the.
So it changes twice.
Yeah, twice daily. Yeah. What it's telling you is it's pressure changes. In the Power and Glory video, I was demonstrating how the star halos are very much involved in expansion and compression, and what that's telling me there is it's directly related to the star halos, or at least one or more. I've no, it doesn't tell you how many, but you're looking at star halos with these pressure changes. But even a separate entity can still have these pressure changes as well.
Well, like
depending what it's doing.
Like you just said, how many, what was it? How many something? But anyways, it's two, so it's two technology that are together, like pair, and one does one and the other one does the other one.
All one's controlling both. It's
exactly. But one in the morning and one at night. But it can also be a different technology. The one we have now and the one's coming of a different way of technology, and it's going to be 1 and 2. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Also, reading into that, you've got to look at this as a modification to stop this process happening, because what it's in there, it said that it was in the habit of transgressing its bounds. So this technology was obviously designed to help stop these problems and the flooding. So this mechanism is a fail-safe mechanism, it seems to me. Or it seems to me now it's an addition to help a bigger process.
Yep, the tides. I see the tides. I mean, it's definitely controlling the tides. The tides were obviously not staying where they were supposed to be.
Yeah,
they were
directly related. Yeah, directly related to the seas, isn't it?
Well, that's why it's moving. That's what I'm saying. It's moving.
Okay. Go ahead, Katz.
I have to read the last part. I was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to do that now. Right. Okay. After his birth, it kept within its confines. Oh, right there. Look, that sentence there just confirms what we just spoke about. It's designed to keep it within its confines. So it's playing a very big part in containing water. Very nice. And the famine afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. So yeah, look, perfect. Look at that. It's been designed to help stop a famine, because we know with the pole shift event that we mentioned in part 1, and the information coming from Professor Valentina Zarkova on the Maunder cycle, the Maunder minimum, that she's estimated for famines around 2028 to 2032. And this one here was designed to stop that. So, it seems to be now a certain part of the world is not going to be affected as much as other parts.
Exactly. Can you think like one part can do the first, and then it can take a little bit, and then the second part will move? Oh, well, like the day and night, like you said. Like one is the first one is up, and then the little ways, a little tiny, and then the second will move, which is the second technology.
Yeah, well, this might be a second one that was added when you think about it, because this has now been designed to create balance, a balance that wasn't there before. So, you know, I think Noah was designed for some kind of a balance. But it can affect water in a big way. So with that comes dangers, doesn't it?
But what does shaking up like lentils in a pot? What does that mean? I mean,
well, that would to me would translate as something like a tsunami or something like that. That kind of destruction. You know, anything in its path is going to get swept away.
Also, we're talking about the deluge. So I want to just throw in there that this famine, you know, these waters coming up out of their bounds they would completely flood all the fields every time. You know, they would lose their food, right? You know, this would create what people call the mudfloods.
Oh yeah, definitely the prime suspect for all the mudflood events, which there is channels out there covering them in a big way. You know, I would recommend if anyone wants to look into mudfloods further, is go to Martin Leedke's channel. He's got some fantastic coverage of it taking place everywhere. And if he looks at the timeline of these, he might just tie it into this event that we're speaking of, because we think this is the reset event. This is the event everyone's looking for in history, where everyone's golden age all of a sudden came to an end. We think it is this event. This is how important this is. And going by the data in the last video, it looks like it's due to start next year. You know, we're not here to scaremonger, but when we come across data like that and the scientists coming forward and stating so, then we have to go with it and put it out there. So, you know, forewarned is forearmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's where we're at, you know. We're trying to decode scriptures, the world model, everything into an event of cycles. You know, cycles we can see on the Antikytherian mechanism. Cycles that seem to be involved in the Nazca line configuration. There's a lot of cycles going on here. You know, you look at some of the calendars, the main calendar or the Tzolk'in calendar that Jason done a decode of. You know, they're all about separate events. There's events for each luminary and other events that we should all be very well aware of, and we're not anymore. All that knowledge seems to be lost. So that's where we're at today. You know, we're trying to relearn what was once learned.
Okay.
So yeah, that makes sense about the arc, though, doesn't it? Tossing the arc from side to side. Yeah, I mean, think of a ball of water sloshing around. That's what you're looking at. That's how it's going to ravage the earth, basically. It's going to shake the waters, and they're going to spill around like they would, like in a bowl of water. It's going to slop around everywhere, and this is what creates your mud floods, all your lakes. You know, new lakes are formed, land masses are covered. It's a constant, ongoing cycle.
Yeah, and when we looked at the ark before, if you recall, it was layered, you know, different layers. So you have to think of this technology, you know, possibly starting low, hitting the next layer up, and then finally to surface. You know, it would shake up everything that was inside of what they're calling the ark. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
That would be great destruction, you know, not just floods and tsunamis, but this would cause the earth to tremble and shake, you know, as it occurs. The flood was produced by a union of the male waters, which are above the firmament, and the female waters issuing from the earth. The upper waters rushed through the space left when God removed 2 stars out of the constellation Pleiades. Afterwards, to put a stop to the flood, God had to transfer 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear to the constellation of Pleiades. This is why the bear runs after Pleiades. She wants her 2 children back, but they will be restored to her only in the future world. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the time of the flood. All the time it lasted, the sun and moon shed no light, whence Noah was called by his name, the Resting One. For in his life the sun and the moon rested. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between the day and night.
Right, lovely that.
It
Okay.
is. That's really, really cool. So the water's above the firmament and the water's below. That's a positive and negative going on for sure.
Yeah, the way I look at that one, the firmament now to me means terra firma.
That's, yes, that's kind of where I was getting ready to go with that.
Yeah. I'll just put this in there because, we have to show people there is a different perspective you have to start decoding this from, because if you stand in the underworld and you say the waters above, it now makes a lot more sense that they're actually talking about the seas where we live.
Mm-hmm.
You put it into a context. If that was said when they were below in the underworld, then it would make sense, wouldn't it? They're talking about the waters above. In other words, our seas. And what it's saying there, the flood of the union of the male waters and the female waters, that's just the electrical energy from above and below, which we know will affect water. As an example, we can reference a halo here, because, an halo now gives us a source for lightning. The lightning strikes can be coming directly from one of these halos. A good example being that video I uploaded a couple of days ago. Halos, with these halos, with the rotating vortex, you've got tornadoes, you've got winds, lightning. There's a lot of processes going on here, just off one alone. But yeah, getting back to this.
That's okay. Now think about if there were 2 stars removed out of one of these halos, that would completely throw off the electromagnetism going on. It would break the cycle. It would cause chaos.
Which will be unbalanced.
And we have to remember always that what we're talking about above is below. It's as above, so below. So there is stuff going on in these layers underneath that we see above in our heavens. So the stuff removed was actually in the underworld, which is what's causing a lot of this flooding and shifting to go on. Yeah, and I'm sure that people that understand astrology would absolutely get the part of the bear chasing Pleiades. I'm not huge into astrology or knowing, about the constellation as much as other people in this group, but I'm sure the bear follows Pleiades.
Yeah, very well. There is. What it's telling me is there's 2 luminaries being moved out of that location, or 2 projectors, and moved somewhere else.
Yep.
And the bear wants them back.
Yeah, and
it mentions there they will be restored to only in the future world. Is the future world? It's just another cycle where they'll move back there. And this to me now relates to the pole shift event. It has to relate to this pole shift event. That's what it's telling me. The end times, pole shift, it's the same event. And from an APM perspective, for the viewers, we'll give you the terminology on the angels, really, because you need to understand what we're referring to here. An angel, the ancient terminology of an angel in modern times in our decodings relates to a particle accelerator. So an angel is a particle accelerator in modern terminology, just so you're aware of that. So you can see now how there's a relation as above, so below, the physical model in the underworld and the projection in the heavens, which we've showed plenty of in our videos and presentations. Visible recordable, observable phenomena. Jumping back to this, there were other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the flood. Yeah, I can imagine that. You know, this is what the Hoppy prophecy from video 1 was talking about, the luminaries moving around in the skies, your red Kachina and your blue Kachina. It's the movement of luminaries, you know, the signs are in the heavens. It tells you this in script. It shows you now, you know, your scripture, it's basically a survival manual for this realm. It really is. It's the instruction and survival manual of the realm. If you can decode it correctly, it's all there. It just needs decoded back to its original context. All the time it lasted, the sun and the moon shed no light. Yes, I think you can relate that to volcano processes one, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Pleiades are known as the Seven Sisters, and just thinking more on it, if we're the future world already, was, you know, did it used to be 9 stars in that set, or 5? You know, wondering if we got them back already.
Yeah, good question. You know, that's we need help from people that read the stars here, don't we? You know, that know the things have moved from one place to another and when they're due back.
Can you think they separate like one set, and she doesn't know when, how many, but say like she was saying 9, and so all this time it's changing, almost like, you know, how can I explain it? Like it's changing everything. All the stars, like it says, they're coming together. Well, it's because they all went different ways, which is like west, north, east, south. I don't know, and they come back together.
An easier way to explain that, Kat,
I think
the easiest way to explain this, Kat, is we have to regard what's in the sky as a map of what's going on in the underworld. And we should know, you know, in ancient times, they obviously were aware of this. It's actually our calendars relating to it. You know, they watched the skies, they studied these events, and they made the calendars to match them. And that's what, you know, that's what we've lost. And there's events up there. To me, you know, the map, the stars are a map of events that's happening in the world. If you can decode it all correctly, you know exactly what's going on in the world. You know when these events are going to happen.
Mm.
And it shows, you know, that shows in the main calendar. If they're counting down to these destructive cycles, it tells you a long time ago they were planning for destruction and famines. They were trying to plan ahead and, you know, stock up on supplies basically for these events.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Right, jumping back to the text. Where were you?
Hold on real quick. In Japan, they used to be known as 6 stars in the 8th century. Just wanted to throw that in there.
So there's a change recorded then already. Yeah, so important, you know your stars and you know what's really going on in the world. They're just a reflection of what's going on down here. Anyway, let's go back to this text. There were other changes. We've done that bit, haven't we? Oh, the moon shed no light one. Do you want to elaborate on that more? Why it would shed no more light? The sun and the moon?
Yeah, the sun and moon wouldn't shed light because of volcanic eruptions during that time. You know, we don't have nearly as large problems with volcanoes these days, which I'm gonna do a bit on that anyway. But with very large eruptions, the sun and moon can be blocked out for up to 2 to 3 years at a time with very large, you know, eruptions. As I said, we don't have those massive eruptions like that now, but Mount St. Helens, for instance, blocked out the sun for 2 entire weeks when it erupted in 1980. which that would happen. These flows would cause major destruction. This energy would obviously need an expulsion point. You know, all this stuff happening, as we've mentioned in the past several times, requires a waste dump system.
Yeah, and we've covered that well in a few videos now, haven't we? You know.
Yes, and we'll keep going over it until people understand.
The more angles you come at it, the more you get to understand the process more. And that's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're looking at everything we look at always takes us back to the grid and the map and just another perspective of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. Which part are we on here?
Noah called by his name the resting one, because the sun and moon didn't shine.
Oh yeah. When Noah was called by his name, the resting one. So he's resting, you know, the resting one, there's a good word, we're all ready for it, you know, it's waiting for its moment. It's waiting for the cycle to start. Timed event, isn't it? You know, it's telling you right there in that sentence. The resting one's just resting, waiting for its moment to come and do what it's supposed to do. But in his life, the sun and the moon resting. Yeah, they're going to rest when he does his work, basically, because you're not going to see much of them. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between day and night. Yeah, it could be relating to a daily or a nightly cycle, that couldn't it? You know, for it to even mention day and night, why would technology require it to be day or night? So it's either a daytime event or a nighttime event. That's telling me.
Well, and the fact that it's more brilliant at night, it made me think of the whole Venus thing. How it used to be known as two entities, not just one. They used to have the evening star and the morning star, not one thing doing both. That's how the ancients saw it. They saw it as two different things. And it just reminded me of that possibly that part may have to do with Venus lighting up more in the night.
Could well be, yeah, because if the sun and moon's blocked out, the next brightest light is going to be Venus, isn't it?
The duration of the flood was a whole year. It began on the 17th day of Heshwan, and the rain continued for 40 days until the 27th of Kislew. The punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. They had led immortal lives and begotten bastard children, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. From the 27th day of Kislew until the first day of Siwan, a period of 150 days, the water stood at one and the same height, 15 ells above the earth. During that time all the wicked were destroyed, each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave.
Amazing stuff. So a year of flood began on a certain date. I'm not sure what Heshwan relates to.
I believe that's the Hebrew calendar.
Ah, right. Okay. So, well, there's a nice event then, a calendar event, isn't it? Obviously, that calendar was marking it down as well. Why would it begin on, the 7th? That Heshwan must be the start of this cycle. And it's on their calendar. Does that tell you the same thing, Mom?
Yes.
Their calendar's already got this event marked down to start on that date.
Yes, and in that year, whatever year that this happened,
yeah,
time is kind of screwy, so I don't want to get too much into that. But yes, definitely there was a point where it started. You know, it was recorded in history,
Yeah.
and if we learned the Hebrew calendar more, I'd say that it's probably findable.
Yeah, even in the next part, you know, until the 27th of Kislev. So there's another, you know, there's an end time for it. already in the calendar. Punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. Yeah, sinful, you know, that does not relate to humans, really. It's nothing to do with humans, this sinful thing. It's totally related to something else. We've got to remove humans out of the equation and look at it as technological processes.
With the sinful generation, let's step back to where we began with the tides coming out of their bounds. So sinful is going against the rules pretty much. And we have to look at generation in terms of, you know, energy being generated, or the cycles, like one full cycle would be one generation. You know, we're not talking about human generations, we're talking about energy and cycle generations.
Yeah, lovely etymology one. That's what you got to look at it, you know, you've got to, what one did there, people, you've got to look at it and break it down. What's it really telling us, and how does it fit in with a process? Yep, lovely one.
Yep.
Led immoral lives and begotten bastard children. Now, the bastard children, very interesting. That I've seen that before, and you know, I've never thought about it. But that single solitary halo that we that 1111 code captured the other day, that could be exactly one of these things. You know, it's a stationary halo.
Right.
That would fit in with that sentence, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. It just, you know, it has no positive around it, which maybe was why it was just, you know, like a shadow.
Yeah. But to me, you know, it's telling me that these bastard children are just like solitary halos that are related to a bigger process. So they will, you know, they will react to it in some way. They're part of a bigger process going on. So it tells me Noah, or events related to Noah is going to activate other technological processes, and these would be what they would call the bastard children. You know, ones that are under them, related to them, but not from them. In other words, you know, it's totally separate entities again.
And whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. You know, that's the same as the flood. It rained for 40 days, so that must have been its forming period. You know what I mean? It's
cycle.
Growing period, the 40 days.
Yeah, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. Yeah, so so they'll run for 40 days basically. These halos. That's what it's telling you. You know, whatever their process is up there in the sky, they'll be doing it for 40 days, and we know it's already related to rain events, don't we?
Yep, and then if we move on, after it rains for the 40 days, and then the water stands at the same height, it's not allowed to, you know, drain. It stays there.
Yeah.
The 15 L's, that throws me because we don't have the proper definition for an L. But that's got to be pretty high to cover the whole Earth. 15 L's has to be huge.
It does, yeah. We're not talking anything in human terms, are we? It's another measurement we weren't sure of yet, but it's a lot larger than we would use. You know, an L could be something like 50 feet, you know, a standard measurement of, say, 50 feet. It'd be like 50 feet. You know, we don't know what an L is, do we? So we can only guess what an L is.
Right, but we do know that pretty much all of the land was covered during this time, minus very high mountains and peaks, you know. If even that. I mean, the story tells us that, you know, eventually they saw peaks of land.
We could decide each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave. Corpse of Adam, Adam and Eve, we're going back to that again, which to us is the magnetic north and south in the case of a world model. So even rocked the north, it seems, and there is a clip I'm going to mention about the north that'll come up in this video shortly after this clip.
On the first day of Siwan, the waters began to abate, 1/4 of an ell a day. And at the end of 60 days, on the 10th day of Ab, the summits of the mountains showed themselves. But many days before, on the 10th day of Tammuz, Noah had sent forth a raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week, it took from the 1st of Ab until the 1st day of Tishri for the waters to subside wholly from the face of the earth. Even then the soil was so merry that the dwellers in the ark had to remain within until the 27th day of Heshwan, completing a full sun year consisting of 12 moons and 11 days.
Very nice, very nice. We're back to that C1 again. The calendar event again, isn't it? Began a bit, 1/4 of an ell a day. I wonder what an ell is. 60 days, and we only start seeing the summits of the mountains after 60 days. That sounds pretty deep to me, doesn't it?
It does. It's huge. We're told it's a cubit, which would be from your finger to your elbow. That's not accurate. Not at all.
Well,
15 of those would do nothing.
Yeah. And we're looking at humans, we're factoring humans back in, aren't we? And we can't. So it's relating to that length relating to the length of something else. A possible giant Titan kind of length measurement.
Or what if it's the length going up to the different layers of like the star halos where they ride in the sky?
Yeah, who knows? we don't know the altitude of those, really, do we?
No.
But they do ascend and descend. So, not the star halos, but the major luminaries, they're ascending and descending. But, yeah, these ones, different process going on. Sent forth the raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week. Right, yeah, it's very slow. But even in today, we're looking at the levels are still lowering from the previous one, aren't they? They still haven't receded to the original points.
Absolutely. And we'll get more into that also in this video.
Yeah.
But you can see here the soil was so mirry, that they still had to remain in the ark, so they probably would have sunk in the mud. This is your mudfloods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's mudflood. That is the cause of the mudfloods, 100%. The mudflood is the effect. This is the cause. What was I going to say there now? Even then, the soil was the dwellers in the ark. Now, the ark you can now consider could possibly be the underworld. People has gone below ground, or where else would the ark be? It's not a boat on top of this.
No.
It's it's got to be safe havens below or somewhere, hasn't it? Completing a full sun year. So they've got to wait it out, and then it all starts all over again. So your mudflood fans start relate that to this event. This is what's causing these mudfloods, and you've seen on a few channels now mudflood coverage. If not, go watch them, and you can see how mankind's recovered from these events and carried on building where the previous ones had left off. That's what you're looking at. They just build on top of old sites and carrying on with life, basically start again, isn't it?
Yep, and digging up ones that didn't get built over. They're still digging them up. There's still stuff under the ocean that hasn't even began to surface yet. We see proof of that all over.
That's where today's archaeology is, isn't it? And it's looking at what's been buried previously.
Yeah, massive temples, villages, all kinds of stuff has been buried.
We only have to look around the world at these massive ancient sites and think, what the hell happened there? You know, where did the people go? Why does no one remember what all this means anymore?
In the year 1569, after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons in the presence of an angel. Each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants unto all eternity. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold, but Shem's is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed.
Wow. It just gets better, this, doesn't it? Okay, in the year 1569, after the creation of the world, very interesting, you know. Your Big Bang theory kind of gets blown completely out of the water here, because now we've got a creation based on technology. Because when people talk about creation, what is being created and how? Well, now we've got technological processes we can see are interacting with this environment. This is the exact terminology of creation. We're going to get into that a bit more in this video, so I won't go too deep in it just yet. Right, divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons. You know, the 3 sons, that tells me we're looking at gates in the north and the south. But you'll realise that, if you haven't realised that yet, you will more and more as we get to the bottom of this paragraph. In the presence of an angel, each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants into all eternity. So that one there's basically prescribed to the equator. It's not going to move from the equator, so that's the center point.
Yeah.
Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of the Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and the Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. So that's our 0 point on our grid right there, isn't it? That's the center of our map.
Yes.
What that's talking about there, you know.
I
And we
wonder,
carry on.
I was going to say, I wonder if his area isn't actually the area between the tropics.
Yeah. Well, that would be the center point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In between that band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. And then below that's Ham, and above that is Japheth.
Yeah. So they're the gates in the north and south. They're just different names for the same gates again. Like, you know, the south fell to a lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold. So you're looking at the south and the north there. But Shem's is neither hot or cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed, so that's the equator, isn't it? So you're looking at the north gates, the south gates, and the equator in the center there. So what it's telling you in this whole paragraph is this pole shift. This is the pole shift event. It's the flipping of the poles, which we'll cover a bit more anyway in this video.
Yep, I agree. And that is all we have to talk about on the Book of Noah. But the link will be in the description. I really encourage, again, I'm going to say, go read the whole book, because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, so NOAA is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet NOAA? This is created by NOAA. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the Antikytherian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip captured by Kim Johnson shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by series. This is real-world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is a north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path, the lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida. The location I placed the spider from the Nazca Lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Badger, California, Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8, which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses is a fictitious character, and we would agree, none of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea.
Okay, so let's take a look at this ancient map shown here and what the land used to look like. This map was obtained from the Book of Miracles. As we look at this map and we have it overlaid onto our world, we can see the differences. Now let's take a look at these creatures on the map. The first one is near Africa. This one is coming from our 0.0 on the grid. This is our Brahma energy as it comes to life. Next, we move up and we see the four-headed dragon. This one sits on one of our 8 main angels. The 4 heads represent the group of 4 angels that we see here. Next, we see the griffin creature in northeast Russia. This one is on the lake that literally takes the shape of the creature, as well as the topography resembles the wings. And the last creature is the bear, which is climbing over the star halo. This topography fits the form of the bear, as well as the ocean topography shows the markings of the claws of the bear. Now, let's look at the angels. The angel to the north is on an unknown location at this time. It is in northern Europe and does sit on a 5-point directional change that the magnetics will follow. The angel to the east follows the tropic line, which is a steady flow of quakes that occur along this line. It is giving us our east to west energy to generate some major magnetic push. The angel to the south is representing the angel directly below it. We can see in the topography of the ocean, the push of the energy has used and created direct paths leading up to India. So let's look at the Mount Gall area first. What we see here are quite a few massive volcanoes and calderas in the area. These would have been devastating on the whole Gall area, as recorded in the Book of Miracles. We have the Cantal volcano, some ancient unnamed calderas, Mount Vesuvius, Mount Etna, Santorini, many undersea volcanoes. Also, the Canary Islands, where several volcanoes are recorded to have blown the Canary Islands into the islands we see now. In the Gazelle Peninsula, East New Britain, in Papua New Guinea, there are twin peaks called Vulcan and Terverver. This area was recorded to erupt during the 570 AD time at great force, in which the energy force was felt in 50 miles in all directions. These erupted all through history and are still erupting today. In 856 AD, a massive quake struck a 200-mile stretch of Iran that caused 200,000 deaths. It created what is called the Alpine mountain range, which is still very seismically active. In 526 AD, a quake hit Syria and Antioch, which led to 250,000 deaths and caused the port of Seleucia Pera to rise 1 meter up, after which a fire broke out that destroyed the rest of the buildings that remained. In 365 AD, a quake occurred under the Mediterranean Sea near Crete, which destroyed all of the towns on the island and damaged Greece, Libya, Cyprus, and Sicily. Afterward, a tsunami caused significant damage in Alexandria, Egypt, and other areas. In 79 AD, the great Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying Pompeii and Herculaneum. Prior to the eruption, it was warned with a series of great quake swarms. This was discovered in 1631 AD while cleaning up from another eruption, but it wasn't completely discovered until the 20th century, when the entirety of the fate of the town was discovered, with the bodies of the residents still there, plastered in time, and showing the agonies of their death still on their faces of the entombed bodies. In 1645 BC, Santorini erupted, which wiped out the island, leaving behind the bits we see today. There were no known victims of this disaster, so unlike the other disasters of the area, the people must have heeded the warnings of the quakes preceding the eruption. There were buildings and large untransportable items found, though, to show that people did inhabit the area. In 373 BC, Enoch was submerged into the Gulf of Corinth. The ruins of the city could be seen beneath the water for hundreds of years after the disaster. In the past century, the search for Enoch began, and other towns have since been discovered along with it. So, as we can see, our history is rich with disasters that shape the world we see today. Now, let's get into some of the science behind the disasters. A VEI is the Volcanic Explosion Index. There were great explosions with a VEI force 6 eruption. A magnitude registered at this capacity will have effects that will cause tsunamis 150 feet tall, and ships 50 miles away will be blasted by the hurricane-force winds. This is like setting off atomic bombs from the inside out, to give a comparison. The winds are the energy force. 50 miles is a massive area to feel the force in all directions. With earthquakes, we average a tremble of about 2 to 4s on the Richter scale. When we do get into the 5s, these are the ones that we start to feel. These do occur regularly through the realm. How it works is kind of like a build-up. The cycle runs through on the smaller scale and builds as the energy comes back through. These 5s then lead to 6s. But when we hit the 6 range, typically there's a reset, and we go back to the smaller ones to begin the cycle again. It is not as common to feel the large quakes on a regular basis as in the past. Each number on the Richter scale is 10 times more powerful than the previous number. And to compare to the volcanoes we are speaking about, a typical volcanic eruption, not the monsters we speak about from the past, are comparable to a size 5 earthquake. In the previous video, I spoke about the year without summer, which was caused from several eruptions occurring one after the other. The largest of those during that time was Mount Tambora, which registered at a 7 VEI. Mount Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8 VEI, and if Yellowstone erupted, it would likely be between an 8 and a 9 VEI, just to give an idea of the scale we're looking at here. Nowadays, we typically on an average stay in the 4 to 5 VEI scale. However, in the past, the eruptions were much larger and ranged around the 8 VEI to 9 VEI magnitude. These larger VEI eruptions included Mount Toba, which is in Indonesia, Lake Taupo, that's located in New Zealand, Wawa Springs, that's located in Utah. Each rise in the VEI raises the force by 10 times the previous. It is scaled not only on the power of the blast, but how high it goes and how much tephra is ejected. So, as I said, these kind of explosions happened on a large scale during different eras in time. As I mentioned, Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8, which the effect is quite large in comparison to the eruptions we have nowadays. However, this is even small compared to the 10 times larger eruptions that occurred in our ancient past prior. The effects of this type of eruption would be lasting and devastating to our Earth on a very large scale. One last area that I would like us to look at before we get into the effects is the Philippine Sea, which by the topography I would say is a very large system with many, many vents. If the larger known eruptions are around the 8 VEI, we need to think much, much larger for this one. All of these vents are shaping a massive caldera in size that we can't even imagine in our reality. When the epicenter blew, it probably made the islands we see today. Think back to the map we saw. There was land there at one time. Along this entire line of islands in the sea, it's littered with hot springs still today, to show this is still an active and very hot venting area. These vents do release constantly. So, now that we've talked about sizes and scales, let's talk effects. Volcanic ash can travel across the realm and affect the other side of the world. The larger explosions we are talking about would reach the upper atmosphere and cause a darkening of the sun and acid rain. One of the most deadly effects of a volcano is the ash coming from the eruption, which carries poisonous gases that are harmful to humans, plants, and animals alike. A multitude of dangerous particles and gases, such as aerosols, are carried in volcanic ash. Some of these include carbon dioxide. Carbon emissions can contribute to serious climate changes, which can affect humans and animals. It can alter water supplies and weather patterns, changes in growing seasons for food, and threaten coastal communities with increasing sea levels. Exposure to high levels of carbon dioxide can cause incapacitation and unconsciousness, headaches, vertigo, and double vision. Also, inability to concentrate, tinnitus, and seizures. Breathing too much can be life-threatening. Long-term effects of exposure may cause change in bone, calcium, and changes to the body's metabolism. Another is the sulfates, known as sulfur dioxide. It affects human health when it's breathed in. It irritates the nose, throat, and airways, causing coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or a tight feeling around the chest. The effects of sulfur dioxide are felt very quickly, and most people would feel the worst symptoms in 10 to 15 minutes after breathing it in. It causes mood swings, irritability, rapid heartbeat, deep depression, aggression that is incredibly hard to control. Most humans will be running on a negative due to this toxic chemical. Another is hydrochloric acid, also known as hydrogen chloride. People may be exposed to the ill effects by either breathing it in or allowing it to come in contact with their skin. These dangers are often irreversible. Inhalation of the substance may cause coughing, hoarseness, inflammation, and ulceration of the respiratory tract or chest pain. When hydrochloric acid comes in contact with your skin, you are at risk for severe burns, ulceration, or even scarring. Additional acute health effects include vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests in rats exposed to the substance did show an increase in fetal mortality and altered reproductive cycles and caused birth defects. And finally, hydrofluoric acid. The vapor can cause severe burns to the eyes, which may lead to permanent damage and blindness. Also is irritating to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Exposure to higher concentrations can result in serious damage to the lungs, and fatal pulmonary edema may develop after a delay of several hours. Brief exposure, around 5 minutes, may be fatal to humans. Ingestion of this can produce severe injury to the mouth, throat, and gastrointestinal tract, and may be fatal. Excessive exposure may affect the brain. On the environment, it acts as a greenhouse gas, influencing great climate change. Larger eruptions of ash can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers downwind from the source, but can affect the climate in places on the other side of the world. Ash is carried into the atmosphere and spreads far from the epicenter and can block out the sun's rays, resulting in a cooler Earth. The ash can also return to the Earth's surface by means of precipitation. Ash particles caught in clouds in the atmosphere fall back down to Earth with rain, snow, and other. Volcanic ash can also contaminate our water supply, which can lead to illness and effects described during these plague outbreaks. All of this info is what is called volcanic winters, which is a reduction in temperatures caused by the ash and droplets of acid and water obscuring the sun. Each of these major eruptions would lead to a 2 to 3 year winter after the eruption. All of this lines up with our minimum periods, showing us the cause of the cold recording during the periods in history. This is also our mudfloods cause. The cause was tsunamis and floods on a scale, as the deluge spoke about in ancient texts. And finally, this is also the cause of the plagues of history. Now, what I'm sure a lot of people may be wondering is there anywhere safe in this world? Well, from what I can tell, I'd say most of Africa would be a safe zone, as well as most of the central and north part of South America. Also Asia, especially around the Himalayas, as these are highlands. As we can see when we look at the topography, there isn't a lot of extra land under the water in these areas. So yes, safe zones are possible in the highlands, but we have to make sure it's not volcanic areas. To learn this information, we must study the topography and understand there are many what science calls extinct volcanoes that may be dormant, but these are going to come to life again. I don't believe any of these are extinct. They're just lying dormant, waiting their turn to turn back on. These areas should be avoided by populace for survival. So, let me wrap up this bit by adding that I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but simply educate on our Earth's history in a way that mainstream doesn't give, and to educate people that these cycles have been occurring and will continue to occur through time. With the knowledge of how our world works, we can be okay during these cycles when we understand them as the ancients did. Thank you.
Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comet spotted in 1531, 1607 and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt. Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together." In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264 N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's Comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realised that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's Comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the Moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 2 dozen comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire. Astronomers do not know what caused the earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying one-third of the homes in Chicago, while Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the spark that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire.
As you can see, looking through these images from our recorded history, there are very noticeable DNA changes which tie into the cycle change which is called the pole shift. If you have been following our research, you will realize just how much the angel technologies play a very big part in every aspect of our lives, and not just ours, but every living species in this realm. The Fibonacci spiral, it is caused by the angel technologies. Their rotating vortex, the halos we see in our skies that are attached to luminaries. Many of these in the underworld playing their part. Some dormant, awaiting their signal, their turn to activate and change worldly events. Events our ancestors were very aware of. It is in scriptures, glyphs, prophecies, calendars, even history, as our research keeps showing. Our ancestors all knew very well how this realm works and tried to leave us warnings of these cycle changes. The beings depicted in these paintings were from various times in our history, times when a change of cycle caused genetic change, thus showing how this technology can manipulate life itself. The Hopi prophecies tell of these genetic changes. How would you hide such an event from the public? Well, that's easy, isn't it? You promote it. We see this happening everywhere now, various agendas being promoted that are outside of normal society's thinking. You all know what I'm talking about, so I don't think I need to go into detail on all the trans agendas. Do I think it is to hide the genetic changes a pole shift will cause that will leave mainstream with awkward questions? Yes, of course. We have various species of beings in these images that contain other species parts. We have people with genitalia from the opposite sex. There is a horse giving birth to a rabbit. There are animals behaving outside of their known behaviour. Perhaps now you understand the various sets of 4 faces mentioned in scriptures: birds, humans, bulls, lions, and various other combinations. These are a sign that these technologies somehow play a part in the genetic makeup of various beings, and during a pole shift this may be interrupted, causing the effects we see in these images. Life forms that used to exist will return, and even new ones may be created. Do you see how this technology plays a part in this, people? This really is the Genesis machine. True miracles decoded from technological processes. Life forms being able to create life itself. The creator of this technology truly has done amazing work. Technology that not only projects and moves luminaries, but plays a very big part in nature itself. So who is the creator of all this technology? I don't know, but I would like to, wouldn't you? Going back to the first video, if you remember Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs, the cycle is going to reverse its direction. This is now going into the cosmic unwinding. The luminaries will rotate the opposite way the Hopi prophecy tells us. This is the same event. Now when you think of unwinding, think of the rings on a tree changing. More growth. This can now answer why there were titans and giants in ancient times. They were born near the end of the unwinding period. Life was larger in those times, not just for humans. We obviously get smaller during the winding cycle, as this is compression. Expansion and compression decoded from the mechanics of the realm. And it all starts with Noah's cycle, it seems. If you wish to go deeper with giants and titans, I would recommend Jimbo's channel and Mud Fossil University. Roger's work not only proves the DNA of these petrified titans to be human, but his amazing work in biology also perfectly shows this to be the case when he identifies various parts of human anatomy. You will find the links to their channels below this video. We really need to consider all of this, people, not only this but our diet too. What should we be eating and drinking? I'm pretty sure it's not GMO or chemically sprayed foods. In what way could these cause problems during such a pole shift event, you should ask yourself. What is in the food and water we consume? What is the ultimate human diet? What is in vaccines and medications that can affect us during this event? Not to mention 5G with its genetic changes at the molecular level. Think really hard on this one, people. We are not here to fearmonger, merely to inform on how this realm really works and how it interacts with all of the life forms therein. Our ancestors knew and understood this very well, and for very good reasons. All these golden ages come and go every 400 years and will continue to do so forever. This is for you to know. Be sure to inform the people of 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600, etc., etc., etc. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video, Sandra will be showing you more from the Book of Miracles and focusing on comets. One Conscience, Jason and myself will be breaking down these cyclic events from recorded history and showing other informations that relate to the construct, its workings and mechanisms with references to various cultures. You will also see evidence that all civilizations were very well aware of the construct's mechanisms in ancient times and planned for these destructive events. You may even be surprised to find that giants, titans and even dragons actually existed, and it's possible they may return, for such is the nature of this realm, a realm that demonstrates that the cycles of compression and expansion actually have the capability to affect all life forms, as well as its electromagnetics playing a big part in DNA construction. All yours, Sandra.
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south, a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west. And when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky. And this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within a year of that, a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible, and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats. This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Krafsnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westrich for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other, as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the High German districts around the 10th of August, and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1½ shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things.
Let's take a look at Nibiru and educate ourselves on what's really going on with this piece. As it goes for how this connects with the end times, is this Nibiru gets its cycle every 3,600 years. It is said that this celestial is greatly magnetic and will affect our world magnetics. It is to cause a pole shift, which then will cause great disasters in our realm. So, the last cycle put us back to 1581 BC, which is the time frame that the devastating Santorini erupted, along with other gigantic destroyers, such as Krakatoa and Thera, which wiped out the Minoans. This also takes us to the time of the Exodus. This is where Moses comes into play, parting the Red Seas. Exodus 10:21 says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that a great darkness will spread over the land of Egypt, a palpable darkness. So, we see that Moses is active during the Nibiru cycle. During that time, the earth suffered great cataclysms. It is recorded that a celestial body appeared in the heavens, a new comet they called it, causing the eventual disappearance of the glacier layer. Next would be 7,200 years ago. This would take us back to 1752 CE according to the Hebrew calendar. This was the time during the cataclysm known as Noah's flood, the deluge. There were sudden changes in temperature, violent storms, and water avalanches from ice breaking into the ocean, creating huge tsunamis that we can't even imagine in our reality today. So, now we can see that Noah was active during one of the Nibiru cycles. So let's dig a little deeper into some ancient histories of this cycle and the pieces that are affiliated with it, as well as the effects. Nibiru has several names: the Destroyer, Wormwood, Herculaneum, and Comet Typhon. Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language, translating to crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers. In Babylonian astronomy, the term refers to the equinox and the astronomical objects associated with it. Nibiru was considered the seat of the Summus Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep, and in Babylon identifies with Marduk. So, Tablet 4 of the Enuma Elish has some great descriptions of Marduk. They prepared him for a lordly chamber. Before his fathers, as a prince, he took his place. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. But as for the god who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk their firstborn they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. They rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which will overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into the secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed for the Lord of his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon. He slung a spear upon him and fastened it. He raised the club in his right hand, and he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, the east wind and the west wind. He brought near to the net the gift of his father, Anu. He created the evil wind and the tempest and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind and the sevenfold wind and the whirlwind and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the 7 of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. When the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, he mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses. The establishment of the Nibiru point is described in Tablet 5 of the creation epic Enuma Elish. When Marduk fixed the location of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ah in the sky, it states, Marduk made the stations for the great gods, the stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year and the images, he founded the station of Nibur to determine their bounds, that none might go err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ah along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth. The night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night to determine the days. Every month without ceasing the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite the half. Nibiru, which is said to have occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above and below asked Nibiru if they could not find the passage. Nibiru is that which the gods in heaven cause to be visible. Nibiru stands as a post at the turning point. The others say of Nibiru the post, the one who crosses the middle of the sea. This is Tiamat, without calm. May his name be Nibiru, for he takes up the center of it. The path of the stars of the sky should be kept unchanged. The star of Ah has been described at various revelations as Vela, Fomalhaut, and Venus. These are different names for the same thing, which is where the confusion comes in for our present-day world. Many different names for many different gods, celestials, lands, and so on for different regions, languages, and religions lead to the confusion for us whom aren't educated in the histories properly. Nibiru has been associated with the area of Libra, also with the autumn equinox. The Mole Alpin says, when the stars of Enlil have been finished, the big star, although its light is dim, divides the sky in half and stands there. This is the star of Marduk, Nibiru. It keeps changing its position and crosses the sky. A little bit of Tablet 7 of the Enuma Elish gets into the many different names and titles of Marduk. This is more of the same, as I mentioned earlier, about the names changing and us not being educated on the fact that many names for one story is creating a confusion amongst our present times. Some of the names are Asari, the creator of grain and plants. Asaru Alim, who is revered in the house of the council. Asaru Alim Nuna, the light of the Father who begot him. Tutu, who created them anew. Ukina, the life of the host of gods. Ziazag, the bringer of purification. Sagzu, founder of the assembly of the gods, knows the heart of the gods. Nibiru has also been associated as the red Kachina, the purifier. Now let's look at some of the Bible verses that speak of wormwood and the effects on our world. Revelations 8, 11 and 12 say, the name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters. Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and moon and stars were struck. A third of the stars were darkened, and a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. We also have several verses that basically all say the same thing. We have Isaiah 13:10, Ezekiel 32:7, Joel 2:31, and Joel 3:15. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give light. The sun will be darkened when it rises, and the moon will not give light. Matthew 24:29 is much of the same, but it also adds that the stars will fall from the sky. Zechariah 13:8 and 9. And in all the land declares the Lord, 2/3 will be cut off and perish, but a third will be left in it. This third I will bring through the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is our God. Revelation 6:12 says, and when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelations 8:7. Then the first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled upon the earth. A third of the earth was burned up, along with a third of the trees and all the green grass. Revelation 9:15 says, "So the 4 angels who had been prepared for this hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind." Revelations 9:18, "A third of mankind was killed by the 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone that proceeded from their mouths." And Revelations 12:4, "His tail swept a third of the stars from the sky, tossing them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman as she was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as he was born." Some questions come to my mind as I read this stuff. Now, just so everyone understands, I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking questions. One of the questions is, could Noah and Moses be the same piece of technology with different names throughout the times? I do not have the answer. It's just a thought to put out there. Also, we know that Noah's flood lasted 40 days, and the effects of Nibiru coming online, they say, would be lasting of 40 years. So the next question that I think of, was the ancient text translated correctly as far as days and years go? Again, I do not have the answer, just voicing some thoughts so that maybe perhaps we can all learn together.
Ragnarok, the epic final battle in the Norse mythology that brings about the end of the world. Gods fighting giants to the death. The sun goes dark and the earth is consumed by the fire from whence it came. It's the total opposite of the creation myth. During creation, the earth was formed from fire and ice, and the gods defeated the giants for supremacy. Ragnarok is a reversal of this previous time, where events unfold in opposite fashion. The word Ragnarok itself comes from 2 parts, Ragna and Ruk. Ragna means to conjure or to bring forth. Ruk has several meanings, but the one I find most significant is origin. To me, Ragnarök means back to the beginning, a reversal of the mechanics of the realm, and a pole shift. It is said that when Ragnarök has been completed, a new world will be born. The cycle will begin anew. Many ancient cultures spoke of cyclical time. This fits the APM model and coincides with our research. It is not an end to things, but a gradual return to a beginning stage to start anew. The winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs is how Walter Russell put it. Walter clearly figured out the realm's workings and embraced it in his work, which fits in with the APM model. Timed mechanisms and events, it approaches that time. The unwinding cycle, which brings cold, as this is the expansion stage highlighted in our previous End Times 1 and 2 videos. Our ancestors knew very well how this works, and it's APM's goal to rediscover all this lost knowledge and put it back into its original context as best we can. Everything has cycles, from the beating of your heart to the cycle of your breath. From planting to harvest or night to day, these rhythmic cycles are everywhere. So it is no surprise to find cycles in the workings of the technology that governs the nature of this world. I don't believe it will be a reversal of what we call time, nor a reversal of events so that we walk backwards through the steps we have previously taken, but rather a reversal of processes that brought us to this point, being as gradual as the events that brought us to today. As for time itself, one can only wonder. The Hopi stories available to us describe this next phase as the forever time. What that ultimately means is beyond my ability to decipher. It falls into the realm of what I consider to be prophecy, and prophecy is always rather vague. We will have to wait and see. Prophecy, to us, is ancient knowledge passed down from many generations that gives us clues and knowledge in relation to how this realm truly works, and leads us to be aware of the destructive events that are in its cycles. We are supposed to remember all of this, which is why various calendars existed. They marked the time to know when the events were going to take place. Very predictable events you can find very accurately with devices such as the Antikythera mechanism. APM's research has helped reveal what our world truly is, and reinforces the fact that there is a creator. The glory is a technological glory which was given to humanity to understand, to learn, and to embrace. We see no other conclusion now other than it is being hidden and suppressed, privatized and monetized, which, of course, enslaves humanity. This is not the Creator's wishes.
We're going to take a closer look into the Antikythera mechanism in this clip, that hand-operated computer from ancient times that tracked not only the motions of our 7 major luminaries, but also cyclic events such as phases and eclipses. You will also notice this device actually has gearing for the epicycle motions which we see happen with our sun's halo as it crosses east to west. This motion was also captured by Sandra with her P900 as she demonstrated in a video. It is also very evident in time-lapse photography. Ptolemy also factored these in with luminary movements, a clear sign that the luminaries are attached to a device that is doing the moving. The halo we see around our sun when it shows. Remember, scriptures and prophecies tell you we see things being revealed in the heavens in the end times. Revelations just means it will reveal itself, and it is. I want you to take notice of these two parts of the Antikythera mechanism that relate to various lunar cycles. If you look, you will see they have a definite cycle to follow that gets to a certain point and resets. It is definitely a countdown timer that we want people to look into further. Those people that understand these cyclic events and what exactly happens next. When I looked into the word Saros, it decoded as 360, a sign that it has reached the end and will restart again. What I want is for people to study this mechanism and find what happens when this event happens within this mechanism. Does it reset anything? Does another event or timer start? I'm pretty sure they're marking the start and ends of the compression and expansion cycles which are the cause of the destructive events in our history. Now they added the Olympic Games to this mechanism, or so we are told. I think it is another countdown timer to an event, and it decreases in increments, which they say are tied to Olympic events. The passing of the torch may have another meaning that has been hidden. Perhaps the journey used in the paths of this event play a part in this cyclic event, because I don't think something so complex as this mechanism was designed for things like games. No, it is another rabbit hole to more information and understanding of these events, if anything. If you understand these cycles within this mechanism and can shed more light on this matter, do post in the comments below, please. Now these two cycles here reminded me of Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. The expansion and compression cycles our realm undertakes every 400 years or thereabouts. Saros decoded as 360, this could be 360 years. The Mayan long count calendar had a 394 year countdown, to which we think is the same event. The end times or revelations, a change in the mechanism mainstream will call a pole shift event. Take a good look at this mechanism, people. It was so accurate it can still be used today to plot past, present and future luminary events. There is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. The APM perspective on comets now is that there are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with the Earth's rotation, but since now realising the globe is fake and it is the luminaries actually moving, this tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was read by Sandra from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector was actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then its projector is directly below. This would make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word currents does not only relate to water.
This time, let's look at some of the flood events that our ancients recorded to have happened through history. In North America, the Hopi legend has two versions of the Hopi's emergence into the present fourth world. The prevalent one is that the spider grandmother caused a hollow reed to grow into the sky, and it emerged into the fourth world at Sipapu. The people then climbed up the reed into this world, emerging from the Sipapu. The location of the Sipapu is given as the Grand Canyon. The other version has it that Tawa destroyed the third world in a great flood. Before the destruction, Spider Grandmother sealed the righteous into hollow reeds, which were used as boats. On arrival to a small piece of dry land, the people saw nothing but water, even after planting a large bamboo shoot, climbing to the top and looking about. Spider Grandmother then told the people to make boats out of more reeds, and use the islands as stepping stones along the way. The people then sailed east until they arrived on the mountainous coasts of the fourth world. In either story, it finishes with the Hopi traveling to the extremities of the land in all directions, building cities, and in abandoning them as they went, leaving markings on the rocks to show they had been there. Far in the north was land of snow and ice, which was called the back door of the fourth world. This was closed to the Hopi. However, they did record that others came through the back door into the land. Eventually, the Hopi finished their migration and ended up at their current location in northeastern Arizona. We also have flood tales of the Saanich. These are nations from the north coast of the Gulf and the San Juan Islands, southern Vancouver Island, and the southern edge of the lower mainland in British Columbia. They called themselves the saltwater people because they lived from the bounty of the ocean and the land. Their summer homes were among protected bays and inlets of the Gulf Islands. Their winter homes were in Sonic, meaning emerging land, or emerging people since the time of the Great Flood. The Eskimos say a great inundation, together with an earthquake, swept the land so rapidly that only a few people escaped in their canoes to the tops of the highest mountains. Other tales for North America include the Comics people with the legend of Quinish, Anishinaabe with the creation story, Turtle Island, the Inuit flood legend, and the Nisqually with the beginning of the Nisqually world legend. In Mesoamerica, one myth documented among the Teapanic and Hoxtecs has a man and his dog as the sole survivors of the deluge. But the man finds out that the dog takes the shape of a woman during the day when he is away. The man and dog woman are then left to repopulate the earth. Another myth, found among the Aztecs and the Teutonic people, relates how a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs or monkeys, depending on the version. In Mayan mythology, as expressed in the Popol Vuh, the creator gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The 3rd race of humans, carved from wood, were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. Mayan flood myths, recorded by Diego de Landa, and in the Shilam Balam of Chumael, holds that the only survivors of the flood were the 4 Bacabs, who took their place as upholders of the 4 corners of the sky. In Mesoamerica, a variety of reasons are given for the occurrence of the flood. Either the world was simply very old and needed to be renewed. The humans had neglected their duty to adore their gods, or they were punished for a transgression. Many of the modern myths include, obviously, Christian references, such as the murder of Abel by Cain as the reasons. In Mesoamerican myth, the flood was but one of several destructions of the creation, usually the first of 3 or 4 cataclysmic events, although there is some evidence that the Aztecs considered the flood to be the 4th. Also, in Mesoamerica, among the Nahue, which is the Aztec people, tell that there were no survivors of the flood and creation had to start from scratch, while other accounts relate that current humans are a descendant from a small number of survivors. In South America, we have the legend of Trenten Vilu and Keke Vilu. It is a Mapuche flood tale that tells the story of a fierce battle between 2 mythical snakes. Trenten Vilu. Trenten means related to the earth, and Vilu means snake. And the Keke Vilu. Keke means related to water, and Vilu, of course, snake. It gives an explanation of how the south of Chile came to have its geography. According to the Mapuche, these two snakes were originally the children of the most powerful Pillans, who were converted into their animal forms as punishment. Peripillion's son was turned into a huge snake, that would be KK, and Antu's son turned into a huge snake, and that would be Tenten. They were to be enemies, just as Antu and Peripillion were. KK was sent to live into the sea to help care for it with the water spirits, and Tenten was sent to live on Earth and help care for the Earth and to help humanity. Thus, these two snakes were used as an instrument through which the will of the ancient Mapuche spirit was fulfilled. It is said that after KK awoke from his years-long slumber, he became enraged because of the ungratefulness that men showed for every gift given to them by the sea, and thus used his fish-shaped tail to hit the water. With it began a great flood. Since he had the desire to punish humanity and to incorporate all terrestrial life to its dominions, KK ordered the waters to flood the valleys and hills and to bring all of its inhabitants to the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tenten that both humans and animals were desperate and that of men invoked her, and as by orders of her father she was the one who had to provide them with the wisdom and protection, she decided to help humanity. Thus, she helped the inhabitants and the animals to escape by raising them on her back and taking them to the hills. And she transformed into birds those who were trapped by the waters, so they could escape by flying. Those who were drowning into fish and marine mammals, one of them being the origin of the talking dolphin. And those who had already drowned in Sampal, which is mermen and mermaids. Those who were immobilized by the terror they felt were transformed into Mankiel, which means petrified. But as the sea continued to rise, Tenten had to order the hills to increase height to counteract the power of KK. Angry, KK began to fight against Tenten in a titanic battle that lasted a long time until both snakes were tired. KK was partially defeated as he wasn't able to flood all of the land. However, the waters did not return completely to their old level, giving Chile its current topography. According to Chiloe tradition, KK was satisfied with the portion of land that he had managed to flood, and delegated his functions pertaining to the sea to the great Milalobo. According to Mapuche tradition, after the cataclysm, everyone continued their quiet life until one day it was Tenten who was angered by the attitude that men had, and made all the volcanoes erupt, and their population had to move to safer places. From that moment on, Tenten continues to manifest itself through earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, while KK continues to cause tidal waves and floods when he rolls over during his sleep. Other South American tales also include from Canary, the Inca, Muisca, and the Tupi. In Asia, in the ancient Near East, in Mesopotamia, there is the Gilgamesh flood myth, which says the great gods Anu, Enlil, Ninurta, Inuji, and Ah were sworn to secrecy about their plan to cause a flood. But Ah told the plan to Etnapishtim. He was ordered to build a boat which was to have equal dimensions with the corresponding width and length, which was 120 cubits, with 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments, and be covered over like the Apsu boats. He was told to tell the elders they can no longer inhabit Enlil territory, and they should go down to Apsu to live in the Ah territory, which is freshwater marshland near the temple of Ah, or known as Aninki, at the city of Eridu. When the storm came in the early morning, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The thunder god, Adad, rumbled the cloud, and the storm gods, Shular and Hanish, went over the mountains and land. The Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. There was a stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness, and the land was shattered like a pot. All day the south wind blew, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see another. The mistress of the gods wailed that the old days had turned to clay because she had said evil things in the assembly of the gods, ordering a catastrophe to destroy her people and fill the sea like fish. The other gods wept with her. Their lips were burning. The flood lasted 6 days and 6 nights, flattening the land. On the 7th day, the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. Then the sea calmed, and the whirlwind and flood stopped. All day there was quiet. All humans had turned to clay. The terrain was flat. The boat then lodged on Mount Nemush. Other stories from the ancient Near East are the Sumerian creation legend, and in Abrahamic religions we have Noah's Ark, which we already covered previously, as well as the Islamic view of Noah. In China, there is a great flood of China story, which was a major flood event in ancient China that continued for 2 generations, which resulted in great population displacement, among other disasters such as storms and famine. People left their homes to live on high hills and mountains. Dating has taken this event back to around 1900 BC, which is about 400 years after the Exodus event we discussed prior. The legend says it was during the reign of Emperor Yao that the Great Flood began. The flood was so vast that no part of Yao's territory was spared, and both the Yellow River and the Yangtze valleys were flooded. The nature of the flood is shown in the following quote. Like endless boiling water, the flood is pouring forth destruction, boundless and overwhelming. It overtops the hills and mountains, rising and ever rising. It threatens the very heavens. How the people must be groaning and suffering. In India, we have an incarnation of Lord Vishnu as a fish. He forewarns Manu, a human, about an impending catastrophic flood and orders him to collect all the grains of the world in a boat. In some forms of the story, all living creatures are also to be preserved in the boat. When the flood destroys the world, Manu, in some versions, are accompanied by the 7 great sages. They survive by boarding the ark, which Lord Vishnu then pulls to safety. In Paluga, the creator god of the inhabitants of Andaman Islands sends a devastating flood to punish people who have forgotten its commands. Only 4 people survive, 2 men and 2 women. From the Philippines, we have Igorot. It says, when the world was flat and there were no mountains, there lived 2 brothers, sons of Lumawig, the great spirit. The brothers were fond of hunting. Since there were no mountains, there was no place to catch pig and deer, so the older brother said, "Let us cause the water to flow over all the world and cover it, then the mountains will have to rise up." The others from Asia include Korea, Malaysia, and the Tekati people. Now, over in Europe, the ancient Greek flood myths describe 3 floods. The flood of Oges says 9,000 years ago, a never seen again accumulation of soil came down from the mountains, and earth fell away all around and sunk out of sight. Only small islands and the mere skeleton of the land was left behind. The flood of Deucalion says the Titan Prometheus advised his son to build a chest. All men perished except those that escaped to high mountains. The mountains in Thessaly were parted, and all the world beyond Isthmus and Peloponnese was overwhelmed. Deucalion and his wife floated in a chest for 9 days and 9 nights. Afterwards, at the bidding of Zeus, they threw stones which became men and women. The Bibliotheca gives this as an etymology of the Greek Laos people as derived from the lost stone. And the flood of Dardanus says, Dardanus left Phineus in Arcadia to colonize a land in the northeast Aegean Sea. When the deluge occurred, the land was flooded, and the mountain where he and his family survived formed the island of Samothrace. He left Samothrace on an inflated skin to the opposite shores of Asia Minor and settled on Mount Ida. They lived in the open for 50 years. His grandson, Tros, moved from the highlands down to a large plain on the hill that had many rivers flowing down from Ida above. There he built a city which was named Troy. Today we call the area Dardanelles. The Augean deluge ended the Silver Age, and the flood of Deucalion ended the First Bronze Age. In addition to these floods, the Greeks tell how the world was also periodically destroyed by fire.
Others from Europe include the Welsh, the Norse, and the Finnish flood legends.
The Irish has Labor Gabala Erin, which says the first people to arrive in Ireland are led by Cessair, daughter of Bith, son of Noah. They are told to go to the western edge of the world to escape the oncoming flood. When the flood comes, Fintan is the only one to survive. He becomes a salmon and later an eagle and a hawk, living for 5,500 years after the flood, whence he becomes a man again and recounts the Ireland's history. Now we can move to the Oceania region. This would include Polynesia and Hawaii. In Hawaiian mythology, Nu'u was a man who built an ark with which he escaped a great flood. He landed his vessel on top of Mauna Kea on the Big Island. Nu'u mistakenly attributed his safety to the moon and made sacrifices to it. Cain, the creator god, descended to earth on a rainbow and explained Nu'u's mistake. In the Maori tradition, Ruadapu became angry when his father elevated his younger half-brother ahead of him. Ruadapu lured his half-brother and a large number of young men of high birth into his canoe and took them out to sea, where he drowned them. He called on the gods to destroy his enemies and threatened to return as the great wave of early summer. As he struggled for his life, the half-brother recited an incantation invoking the southern humpback whales to carry him ashore. The last place that we'll talk about is Africa. I found no tales of any floods for Africa. However, our own research shows us that in northwestern Africa, near the Eye of the Sahara, there's clear runoff of where there used to be waters that ran back off into the ocean. Most of Africa I would consider safe zones for the most part, due to the high elevation.
Now, let's turn our attention for a moment towards Japan. There are dots along the coastal hills of Japan, and these things are called the tsunami stones. These stones are placed around 300 feet higher than the highest recorded wave. That wave was 127 feet high. These stones are centuries old and give warning to descendants to avoid the same suffering as the ancestors. The warnings from the past read, "Do not build any homes below this point. High dwellings are the peace and harmony of our descendants. Remember the calmity of the great tsunami." Other warnings say, "If an earthquake occurs, go to highland in case they foreshadow destructive waves." So, as we can see, this recorded history of catastrophes and floods are not just secluded to the Noah story. Organized religion wants us to believe there was one flood that destroyed the world. However, these different events are recorded through different eras in history in all cultures of the world. We now call this the Noah cycle. Even today, there's an application mainstream is using called the NOAA Weather Radar, which provides us with weather, hydrologic, and climate forecasting for the United States and its territories, as well as adjacent waters and ocean areas. This cycle has occurred over and over in history, right around the 365 to 394 year mark. These events are the cause of mudfloods, the disappearance of cultures through time, as well as changes to our DNA. As I have said before, this is not meant to cause fear, but to educate us on the cycles of Earth to enable survival, which our ancestors have told us repeatedly through the ages. High land is the way to survival.
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Dames. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, east and west, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America. We also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This animation will be explained more in our next video, but because it involves spiders, which one conscience has already mentioned, this is what they decode as to us. Some of you may recognise these. If not, don't worry, our next video goes deeper with them. Now, Hoppy Prophecy and others have spiders and cobwebs in their cultures, and say we will see spider webs in the sky. These are what they are referring to alongside various halos. There is a very good chance you, your children, even your grandchildren may see these in the heavens, and this would be their alignment. This is not all of them, of course, just some to show you what you may witness in the heavens. Now, it doesn't take a genius to see gaps where others exist and connect to other areas. What you are looking at are more parts of the construct, more events that are time cycles. I will give these a more thorough breakdown in our next video, but while we are on the subject of Perseus and Medusa, consider that Perseus represents one of these and reroutes power from another technology that has detrimental effects on all living species. So detrimental in fact that it can instantly petrify, hence the name Medusa. There is a technology that more than likely petrified the giants, titans and other species in our realm, and Perseus represents that rerouting of the power. The cutting off of the head is actually making sure it does not get powered up, is how it decodes. Isn't that amazing, people? The story in the stars just happens to be perfectly demonstrated in the workings of the realm. The stars truly are a map of the events and mechanisms that take place in the underworld. Perseus repeats this story every 400 years, it seems. You can now see why there are many depictions, statues and the like of Perseus and Medusa. They have very real meaning when it comes down to knowing what these cyclic events are truly doing. Our ancestors everywhere knew this, of course. Doesn't this really bring to life all those stories and what they called mythologies into context? Our ancestors were telling the truth. All this, of course, has been hidden, suppressed, privatized and monetized to hide how our realm truly works. Our research just keeps showing us we live in a technological construct that has very, very intelligent design. Take a very good look, people. This is an APM prediction. You will see these in the heavens at some point in the future. I borrowed this video from Jimbo's channel. Feel free to shout out if you recognise anything in this video. Now we can talk about compression and expansion a bit more. If you remember, I mentioned in a previous video the giants may have been born near the end of the expansion cycle. We do have to consider this. It seems we are at the end of a compression cycle, and the pole shift event will take us into the expansion cycle, a mechanism switch related to the winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock spring, which you can find in Walter Russell's work. When this event happens, we would expect to see a comet and of course widespread chaos and destruction, which is what is explained in scriptures and prophecies, the wrath of God. These are merely warnings for us to understand. Beware the cyclic changes from this amazing construct's mechanisms when they start up and make the needed changes to perform their mechanism's roles. It is part of how it works. We basically live on top of a very powerful and complex machine. Our ancestors were very well aware of this. You will have noticed the genetic changes in our previous End Times Decoded videos. New life forms can be created, and ones long gone may return. These beings may have been created during the pole shift event, which is basically a polarity switch. It may be so powerful it puts out a pulse like an EMP, which of course affects any beings in its path. Perhaps this is Medusa, turning living beings into petrified or crystallized rock instantly. These beings were petrified instantly and seemed completely unaware of anything taking place. Frozen in time, and they litter the landscapes everywhere. We are literally walking on giants and titans. Roger from Mudfossil University also covers these, and you will find he already has DNA proof and is also very easily pointing out various parts of anatomy on some of the largest beings that lay on and within the ground. He will even show you a dragon in northwest Africa that is a few thousand miles in length. One Conscience and Jimbo have also found dragons on the landscape. There is even a reference to the green skin of dragons in John Dee's work, which relate to the West Gates. Dragons are also mentioned in the overlay I used with the world chakras in my first video on decoding this realm. I'll leave links below to these channels should you wish to look further. So those various faces mentioned in scriptures, the sets of 4 faces, they will be playing a part in the genetic makeup of various species. I would not be surprised if there is more information sealed below in the rooms the angel technology reside in, the technology that is responsible for the arts and acts of creation. A good look at Walter Russell's work will show you we are talking about electrocrystallization. If you look further into that process, you will find that some scientists actually made insects appear while experimenting. This was repeated and the same thing happened. Insects appeared. This would make sense when you think of plagues of locusts appearing from nowhere. It may very well have been a certain technology that switched on to do its role, and the insects were like a side effect. However you look at it, we must consider that technology of this type will be playing a big part in creation. This realm is a creating realm. Even Walter Russell stated this. So evolution now has another perspective to consider. Mainstream's version doesn't work and is an excuse to hide the fact technology is involved. Technology created by a creator of very large size, looking at our grid overlays. The technology appears to create a duality, male and female, positive and negative. It is always trying to balance nature. Now we decode what the nature of what the realm really is. It's not hard to see that the nature of this technology is to create opposites and try to keep an equilibrium. This is very, very intelligent design and explains what we see in scriptures very well. It has just been hidden for obvious reasons, for if humans ever had control over this technology, I'm sure you can see how dangerous it would be in the wrong hands. Technology that can petrify, cause quakes, tsunamis, destruction and such, not to mention growing your own gold, silver, copper, etc., which is also mentioned by Walter Russell. Any cooperation knowing this knowledge would be the most powerful cooperation on earth, was how Walter worded it. And here we are today, finding out the earth is flat, realizing that treaties have been put into place to stop you exploring, and everything that have been taught has been a lie. History, space, the sciences, to mention a few. But when they lie about the shape of the world, you realize there is something very important being hidden. The mechanics of our world, the nature of our world, the construct and its creator, and all that implies. The APM model we are creating based upon our new understandings, research and decodings encompasses this information easily into our restructured view of the true world model. It makes perfect sense to us. This is the knowledge we were being taught in ancient times, and various pole shift events and other changes have slowly but surely eroded that information into the idiocy we are being taught today in our schools. An education which is more like brainwashing, indoctrination, assumptions, assertions and excuses, including an impossible world model that cannot be proven scientifically and is easily debunked. Open your eyes, people, there is a bigger picture to see here.
The Greeks and Romans believed that the appearance of comets, meteors and meteor showers were portentous. They were signs that something good or bad had happened, or were about to happen. The arrival of a comet could herald the birth of a great figure, and some people have even argued that the star in the sky, which the Persian Magi followed to Bethlehem to see the newborn Jesus, was actually a comet. In the spring of 44 BC, a comet that appeared was interpreted as a sign of the death of Julius Caesar following his murder. Caesar's adopted son Octavian, soon to be the Emperor Augustus, made much of the comet which burned in the sky during the funeral games held for Caesar. This portentous event was frequently celebrated in the ancient sources. In his epic poem, the Aeneid, Virgil describes how a star appeared in the daytime, and Augustus persuaded people to believe it was Caesar. Augustus celebrated the comet and the death of his father on coins. It did help to be the son of a god when trying to rule the Roman Empire, and many examples survive today. The Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. These are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Experts are not entirely sure what it means when Dio uses the plural term comet stars, but some have connected this recorded event to the annual Perseid meteor shower. Though it retains an ancient Greek name, we now know that the arrival of the Perseid meteor shower every August is actually the Earth's orbit passing through the debris from the Swift-Tuttle comet. The meteor shower is named for the Perseidi, who were the sons of the ancient Greek hero Perseus. Perseus was a legendary figure with a fine family pedigree. He was the mythical son of Zeus and Argive princess Dana. Perseus earned himself a constellation after a number of epic adventures across the Mediterranean and Near East that included the frequently illustrated murder of the Gorgon's sister Medusa. Another of Perseus's celebrated acts was to rescue the princess Andromeda. Abandoned by her parents to placate a sea monster, the princess was found by Perseus on a rock by the ocean. He married her, and they went on to have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Skywatchers believe that the constellation Perseus, located just beside Andromeda in the night sky, was the origin of shooting stars they could see every summer, and so the name Perseidi stuck. In Christian tradition, the Perseid meteor shower has long been connected to the martyrdom of St. Lawrence. Laurentius was a deacon in the early church at Rome, martyred in the year 258 AD during the persecutions of the Emperor Valerian. The martyrdom supposedly took place on August 10th, when the meteor shower was at its height, and so the shooting stars are equated to the saint's tears. Though the myths and legends may make one think that ancient civilizations had little scientific understanding of what meteors, comets and asteroids could be, this couldn't be farther from the truth. The early astronomers of the Near East, those who created the Babylonian and Egyptian calendars and astronomical data, were by far the most advanced in antiquity. And a recent study of ancient cuneiform texts has proven that the Babylonian ability to track comets, planetary movements and sky events as far back as the first millennium BC involved a much more complex geometry than had been previously believed.
So what you have seen is how we connect all these events into worldly cycles. There are many parts of the very large mechanisms of the underworld, the technologies that are responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries, the stars, and pretty much most of nature's processes. The Creator's glory is a technological glory. Until you decode what creates nature, you are left guessing, but we can see what the nature of our world truly is now, and it is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent Creator. A construct of vast magnitude and magnificence that has been described and depicted everywhere, in scriptures, Enoch, sacred geometry, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, prophecies. It shows how technologies have been personified to hide how this world truly works. The globe was invented to hide the 12 gates and anything that is beyond. We have seen how politicians use the construct's destructive cycles to fool the unwary. The forgotten knowledge we are now rediscovering again, and knowledge that was always there to warn us of these cycle changes and to plan for them. Open your eyes, people, and see what the creator of this amazing construct was teaching us. How it works, how to harness its energies, and how to survive its destructive cycles. So, if you truly want world peace, then it has to start with the truth. The truth about who we are, where we are, and where we live. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the 144,000, the Creator's Glory. First, I would like to apologise to the rest of the team and you, the people, for the delays in releasing this video. Real life situations are giving me less computer time, but it has also given me time to reflect, which we will get into later. If you have been following our research, you will see how we have decoded the Creator's glory to be technology in the underworld, and at the scripturally mentioned gates in the north, south, east and west. This technology has made its configuration very obvious with the sun and moon halos, and within holy books and many other avenues when decoded correctly. These are the scripturally mentioned angels, Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, Elohim, and many other names depending on the culture describing it. What you are all describing is the same Creator's glory. What we have decoded and revealed is going to shock you to the core. There is nothing in this world that can prepare you for what our research is revealing, and there is nothing you learned at school that can even begin to explain it. That being said, we have grown up being accustomed to technology, and with our guidance, research and decodings, and the science of Walter Russell, we can explain and piece this together for you to understand what Walter's work actually relates to. The Creator's glory, the angel technologies of the underworld that we have been decoding for some time now. Our research and decodings will guide you to the connections and true meanings of a great many subjects that all relate to the same conclusions. This is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent creator. We apologise in advance for what you will experience as you absorb our research and decodings, as we know this is going to be a very painful process for some of you to come to terms with and comprehend. But do not despair, for the Creator and creation are indeed very real, as our research is proving. This information and knowledge is yours. It is everyone's. The Creator wanted you to know all of this. It was passed on from our ancestors in many ways so we never forget. Because there is an event that happens every 400 years. This event is a reset event, a change in our world's mechanisms. Now mainstream are going to call this event a pole shift event. We call it the Dark Ages in our history because this event can cause memory loss, genetic change, and of course the destruction we see recorded in history, and also what holy books and prophecies describe. Unscrupulous people can take advantage of these events, and that is what we are seeing in history. What we decoded from the Book of Miracles helped us to decode this reset and some of the changes the world will see. This includes seeing the sun halo. This is the angel technology revealing itself. Our end times, revelations and prophecy decoded videos will help you see and understand some of these events. From what we see, the Creator's glory has never adequately been explained until now, and it is this glory we have been revealing over the past 4 years. This glory, when decoded correctly, matches the technology and working descriptions of the technology man is calling a particle accelerator. What we are revealing is that they were already here. There are 144,000 to locate, and we are going to help you locate them all. Our research also shows you the science and knowledge the ancients used, as they understood the workings of this world very well. So from here on in, when I use the name angel, just remember I refer to the technology man calls a particle accelerator. To the tribes of the world, please take this information to your tribal leaders, and they will know I speak the sacred knowledge of the unspoken things. They will remember this, and they will know the signs. Show them this video, it is so very important, because religion, spirituality, tribal dances, glyphs, sacred geometry, prophecies, jewellery, songs, mandalas, which are your blueprints to your world,
Even your flags and a great many other things are there to remind you what this world is and how it works. You will see many of these aforementioned topics come to life in our research and decodings as we explore our true world and put everything back into its original context so you can understand what it all really relates to. We're going to start with some updates on the 400-year reset. If you haven't seen our other videos on this subject, they are in our playlist. Here's Amanda.
Hello everyone, my name is Amanda, otherwise known as Boris Chops. I've been following APM Research for 2 years now with keen interest. To me, it's by far the closest research to reality that I've come across in regards to world mechanics and decodings of the clues the ancients left us in their art and writings. Today we are going to take a deeper look into DNA and the effects the environment can have on it in the present and in the past, including some of the errors that can occur. From the moment fertilisation occurs, the cells begin to divide, creating new cells from existing ones. The cells of the embryo divide rapidly, and so the embryo is quickly to become a fetus, a tiny human complete with internal organs and body system comprising tissues made up of specialist cell types. It's the genetic code that controls these early developmental processes. After birth, there is another period of rapid growth, new cells constantly forming by repeated cell division. DNA is primarily located within the nucleus of each cell, where it is contained in structures known as chromosomes. Each plant and animal and human cell has a copy of the organism's genetic material. This DNA carries a complete blueprint of the characteristics from one generation to the next. The differences between plants, animals and humans are pretty obvious, but at the chemical level, the core cells have DNA in the same shape as the double helix and are made from the same 4 chemical building blocks called nucleotides. What could possibly go wrong?
Conjoined twins Lazarus and Johannes Baptista were born in 1617 in Genoa, Italy, and lived their life touring the freak shows in 17th century Europe. Johannes was growing out of Lazarus' chest and could not speak or hardly move, but just made slight noises. Lazarus was known to be courteous and handsome. He married and fathered 2 children, none of which inherited his condition. Josephine Corbin was born on the 12th of May 1868 to normal parents, although physicians noted the parents looked more like kin. Her disorder gave her 2 separate pelvises side by side from the waist down as a result of her body axis splitting as it developed. Only her outer legs were strong enough to walk, as the centre pair were too weak. Josephine worked as a performer in the sideshows and had 5 children with her husband James. Ella Harper, known as the Camel Girl, was born on the 5th of January 1870 with a rare condition that caused her knees to bend backwards. This disorder is called congenital genu recurvatum. Her preference to walk on all 4s was what resulted in her nickname. She made good money performing, but gave it up to pursue other interests and later married and bore 1 daughter called Mabel. Bill Dirks, aka the man with 3 eyes, was born in April of 1913 to completely normal parents. Bill suffered from a disorder called frontonasal dysplasia, which gave him a deep cleft going down the middle of his face, resulting in the illusion of having two faces. Although pictured here as having a third eye, Bill actively used to paint on an eye in the cavity as part of his stage act. Bill married a fellow performer called Mildred, aka the alligator-skinned woman. It should be noted that none of the offspring born to these interesting people inherited the disorders that their parents bore.
Well, nothing in life is perfect, so let's take a look at what can cause defects and mutations in this very fragile system. DNA polymerase enzymes are amazingly particular with respect to their choice of nucleotides during DNA synthesis, ensuring that the bases added to a growing strand are correctly paired with their complements on the template strand. Nonetheless, these enzymes do make mistakes, at a rate of 1 per every 100,000 nucleotides. Incorrectly paired nucleotides that still remain following mismatch self-repair become permanent mutations after the next cell division. This is because once such mistakes are established, the cell no longer recognises them as errors. When these mistakes are not corrected, the incorrectly sequenced DNA strand serves as a template for future replication events, causing all the base pairings thereafter to be wrong. Although most mutations are believed to be caused by replication errors, they can also be caused by various environmentally induced and spontaneous changes to DNA, like weather, diet, chemicals, radiation, and even negative thoughts. These causes are known as mutagens, and in modern times we are surrounded by influences that permanently mutate our genes. By looking back through history, what could be causing the mutations documented in old writings and art? As covered in the End Time series of videos, we can see evidence of this happening long before radio, Wi-Fi and television transmissions were invented. Even a simple little plant like the clover can be infected by environment alone. This plant, for the most part, produces 3 leaves, with the odd exception of 4. However, a particularly hot summer can alter the DNA, so it keeps producing more 4-leaved versions of itself. I myself found my first 4-leaf clover in the midst of a heat wave when I was 44. With environmental factors in mind, let's take a look at an interesting discovery made by Jon Thorsson, an Icelandic meteorologist, in 1951. He found what appeared to be, at first glance, a herd of small, furry creatures moving very slowly around in a uniform manner, but on closer inspection realised that they were actually squishy pillows of moss that were not attached by any roots. He named his find glacier mice, which they are still known as today. In more recent years, these glacier mice have been tracked and monitored to try and find out exactly what they're up to. Over a period of 2 months, a selection of around 30 of the herd were tagged and monitored, and it became apparent that their movements were not just random, but rather a group effort following a certain predictable pattern. Unlike tumbleweeds that are just blowing around in the wind, these mossy little critters are rolling together at the same rate of 2.5 centimetres per day. Upon revisiting the glacier mice over the year, they could all be seen to travel slowly to the south, then start to speed up and deviate to the west before slowing down again towards west. We have looked at nature's patterns of motion previously in APM Research and see it with many animal and plant species. Glacier mice will not just grow anywhere, their environment has to be just right. They can be found in Iceland, Alaska, Chile, Svalbard and Venezuela, and can live between 5 and 6 years. Mainstream science still cannot fully explain this natural phenomenon away with just solar radiation and temperature reactions alone. In this era of high tech that we find ourselves, is it any wonder that there is an increase in genetic disorders and so many different types of cancer? It has long been foretold that this is not the way we should be living for the good of humanity, the animals and the earth. In 1958, on a hot summer's day, a minister named David Young stopped to offer a ride to an Indian elder, who accepted with a nod. After riding for several minutes, the Indian said, "I am White Feather, a Hopi of the ancient Bear clan. In my long life I have travelled through this land, seeking my brothers and learning from them many things of wisdom. I have followed all the sacred paths of my people who inhabit the forests and many lakes in the east, the land of ice and the long nights in the north, and the places of the holy altars built many years ago by my brothers' fathers in the south. From all these I have heard stories of the past and the prophecies of the future. Today many of the prophecies have turned to stories, and a few are left. The past grows longer and the future grows shorter. This is the first sign. We are told of the coming of the white-skinned men, like Pahana but not living like Pahana men, who took the land that was not theirs, and men who struck their enemies with thunder. The second sign. Our lands will see the coming of spinning wheels filled with voices. In his youth my father saw this prophecy come true with his own eyes, which was the white man bringing their families in wagons across the prairies. The third sign. A strange beast like buffalo, but with long horns, will overrun the land in large numbers. These White Feather saw with his own eyes, which was the coming of the white men's cattle. The fourth sign. The land shall be crossed with snakes of iron. The fifth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed by a giant spider's web. The sixth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed with rivers of stone that make pictures in the sun. The seventh sign. You will hear of the sea turning black and many living things dying because of it. The eighth sign. You will see many youth who wear their hair long, like my people, come and join the tribal nations to learn their ways and wisdom. And this is the ninth sign. You will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, the ceremonies of my people will cease. Many of my people, understanding the prophecies, shall be safe. There will be much to rebuild, and soon, very soon, afterwards Pahana will return. He shall bring with him the dawn of the fifth world. But White Feather shall not see it. I am old and dying. Perhaps you will see it in time. The old Indian fell silent. They had arrived at his destination, and Reverend Young stopped to let him out of his car. The Reverend died in 1976, so did not live to see the further fulfilment of this remarkable prophecy. The signs interpreted as follows. The first sign is of guns. The second is of the pioneers' covered wagons. The third sign is the longhorn cattle. The fourth sign describes the railroad tracks. The fifth sign is a clear image of our electric power and phone wires. The sixth sign describes concrete highways and their mirage-producing effects. The seventh sign foretells of oil spills in the oceans. The eighth sign clearly indicates the hippie movement of the 60s. The ninth sign was the US Skylab that fell to the ground in 1979, which, according to an Australian eyewitness, appeared to be a burning blue light. The Hopi also predicted that when the heart of the Hopi Land Trust is dug up, great disturbances will develop in the balance of nature, for the Hopi land is a microcosmic image of the entire world. Any violations of nature in the Four Corners regions will be reflected and amplified all over the earth. The Hopi Indians are the keepers of the Native Americans. They call this age the fourth age of man, and according to them, the earth has been wiped clean 3 times already. First by fire, second by ice, and most recently by flood, approximately 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. They also state we are about to enter the 5th age, which they called the world of illumination, which seems to coincide with the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Hobbies say we need to return to the earth, and one way to do that is to restore our bodies to health by eating natural grain, wheat, rice and corn. We need to stop fighting each other, as the people are not the enemy, the corporations are the enemy, as they are greedy and take profits now without regard to the future or environment. The Hopi are fully aware of the Earth's cycles and effects on living beings and plant life. They try to live and encourage others to live within nature rather than against it, to ensure our survival through an end times event, which they see as the new beginning. We are creating now what our tomorrow shall be. A few wise words and accurate predictions there from the Hopi people, who share their knowledge to try and help us all and Mother Earth, although ultimately we are at the mercy of Earth's cycles. In the 1800s, a very important discovery was made by Gregor Johann Mendel, a friar from the Augustinian Abbey of St. Thomas in the Czech Republic, but was not realised until after his death. There he grew and studied the common pea plant, Pisum sativum, and crossbred many different plant combinations, observing and recording several different characteristics of plants. He noted seeds, colour, shape, stem length, position of flowers on the stem, and the colour of the pods. He did this with such intricate detail across several generations that he was able to determine that the transmitted traits he observed resembled either one plant or the other, and not an amalgamation of the two, as scientists before him had assumed. Over a period of 8 years, he conducted experiments on his pea plants to determine how this happens. He published his findings in 1865, when he concluded that there were 3 laws that determined how traits are inherited: the law of dominance, the law of segregation, and the law of independent assortment. This type of biological inheritance is still known as Mendelian inheritance and has been added to over the years by subsequent scientists. Mendel's work lives on today in our understanding of the different patterns of inheritance. We now know that the unit of hereditary that he observed to convey a trait from the generation to the next is in fact a gene. Today, geneticists construct pedigrees and look for clues that might reveal how a particular trait or disease is being transmitted, either autosomal or sex-linked, and dominant or recessive. These studies are still going on, so there is still much to learn, as we know from the reported 2% DNA they label as junk DNA. Surely it has a purpose. In genetics, we see the study of hereditary traits transmitted through the DNA from one generation to the next. However, what matters in epigenetics are the chemical tags interspersed throughout the genetic code that can impact upon the way the genes work. In other words, epigenetics is the study of the chemical modification to the DNA and the effects they have on the genome. Unlike DNA itself, a small number of these tags are passed on to the next generation, but mostly the epigenetic slate is wiped clean, or so it is thought. The importance of epigenetics in our health and well-being is becoming clearer every year that goes by. During the Dutch famine of 1944 to 1945, 20,000 people were reported to have died of starvation. A number of women were pregnant during this time, and research followed these women and babies in order to understand the consequences of adverse nutrition in mothers' and babies' long-term health. The results showed that the children in the Dutch Hunger Winter Cohort study grew up to have higher levels of cholesterol in their blood, a risk factor of heart disease and stroke, and higher incidence of obesity, diabetes and mental health problems such as schizophrenia. They were followed well into their 60s, and it seems the individuals had a higher rate of mortality compared with others their age, whose mothers were not victims of a famine.
Pictured here is Audrey Hepburn, the actress, and her mother, Baroness Ella van Hemstra. Ella was Dutch and the family were caught up in the 1944 to 1945 famine. Audrey had lifelong negative repercussions, suffering from anemia, respiratory illness and fluid retention as an adult.
Researchers studied their DNA profiles and found a different pattern in them, raising the possibility that epigenetic memory somehow mediated the link between poor nutrition in the womb and later adverse effects upon health. Exactly how this happens is still a mystery. Scientists hope that epigenetics will give the answers to questions such as how does environmental exposure to certain factors alter the fundamental workings of the DNA and what happens to these processes in the course of a human life. It is well known that identical twins are not fundamentally alike, yet they have the same genetic code. So what accounts for the differences? It has long been thought that twins' environment, exposures to certain factors such as environment, sleep, illness and trauma are disparate between twins. So in the context of nature versus nurture, epigenetics is emerging as a main driver behind the effect of environmental exposure on our health. It plays an important role early in life during embryonic development and is a key factor in organ development.
Lovely presentation and updates on the 400-year reset, Amanda. What Amanda is showing you are the cyclic events of this reset humanity has to face every 400 years. There are several afflictions humanity undergoes in this realm, and this is just one of them. DNA change due to a reset event, of which we will go deeper into later. The map and grid you see on screen are the map and model we work with. We have come to find the international date lines are fake, hiding where the luminaries come from and go to, and anything else beyond. They are a mental block, the edge of the globe. The Arctic and Antarctic restrictions are not the only locations hiding more secrets. No shipping or aircraft cross the international date lines. The data is being flipped to appear to be. They are really using routes in the north over Greenland to cross the map, and the same must be happening in the south. GPS your flight and compare it to the flipped data recordings found on Flight Radar 24. World War II was all about taking control of the perimeters, and it has never stopped. In 1947, a US fleet sailed to Antarctica in search of Nazi war criminals. A year later, the US built the world's first nuclear power station. Admiral Byrd mentioned land south of the South Pole. He was not speaking of the globe. On Antarctica, here's one conscience.
Mainstream science news. High energy particles discovered in Antarctica. Scientists are baffled. What do they actually do to earn their paychecks? They spend most of their time baffled. Always baffled because they are so compartmentalized, they cannot understand the full picture. They are stuck decoding data and attempting to use a globe model. They will continue to be baffled, which is sad because they can't see the full picture under this guise. They will always have more questions than answers, and that's too bad considering how much they probably paid for their degree. So, our baffled scientists have been studying a fountain of high-energy particles using NASA instruments in Antarctica, and may have discovered evidence of what they are calling proof of a universe parallel to our own. Well, I'm disagreeing with that. However, let's continue to see what they're talking about. The baffling discovery of cosmic ray-like particles streaming from the ice was first dismissed by scientists as background noise. This was detected in 2014 and 2016 by NASA's Antarctic Impulsive transient antenna, also known as ANITA. The ANITA experiment has been designed to study ultra-high energy cosmic neutrinos, detecting the radio pulses emitted by their interactions with the Antarctic ice sheet. This is to be accomplished by using an array of radio antennas suspended from a helium balloon flying at a height of about 37,000 meters, which is about 122,000 feet in the air. The neutrinos, which are subatomic particles with a mass close to zero, produce radio pulses in the ice because of the Icarian effect. This effect is also known as Icarian radiation, and is the phenomenon where a particle is traveling faster than the phase velocity of light in a dense dielectric, such as salt or ice. This Icarian effect produces a shower of secondary charged particles which contain a Sherrod anisotropy and thus emits a cone of coherent radiation in the radio or microwave part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So what is really going on here is the neutrinos are neutral particles, and when it enters the angel below, it then becomes a positive or negative, which is the secondary charged particle they are talking about. They will then come up from the ground into the cones, which is where ANITA is then collecting the data and recording when each of these angels come online. We can see this in the corrected diagram I made. Also note that when the opposing force comes into the equation, we get what is called a bow shock. We will go more into detail about that here shortly. So of course scientists are baffled that the particles in Antarctica are streaming from the ground up, a feat normally considered impossible for high energy particles. They have stated they resemble an upside down cosmic ray shower, and it looked just like a cosmic ray as seen a reflection off the ice sheet, but wasn't being reflected. They said it was as if the cosmic ray had come out of the ground itself. As you can see in the animation, this is really the effect they are seeing. As we delve deeper into this information, we discover this observatory is buried a mile deep into the ice. A cosmic ray observatory buried into the underworld should raise some flags with you all. I know it does for me. So they are saying they are observing some of the most distant and violent phenomenon in the cosmos, such as colliding black holes, galaxies with superviolent cores, and mysterious gamma ray bursts. All this is being observed from down in the earth. Let that sink in for just a moment. Let's see what this observatory looks like. What it seems that's really going on here is they are digging down into one of our angel rooms. What they're talking about is the happenings in the underworld. Here they show us what they say is coming down from outer space. But when we switch it over to our map, it makes a lot more sense. We can see the below going to the above, connecting and coming back down. This is how the halos are created. So what they have been talking about are the cones that we have been working with from Walter Russell's work. The height of the halos and the cone angles, along with the power being generated, will each have a different effect. These are created by the angels, or what mainstream now calls particle accelerators, as we have stated before. This is science's feeble attempt to try to deceive us with outer space and alternate universe theories to fulfill their agenda. When you have APM eyes, it is easy to understand what scientists are talking about and be able to show the cause of the effects. We also see this mirroring in our stars. When I plotted these across the map, we realized that we see a perfect mirror in the heavens. We can see this in this example. Scientists say all this could have been created in the Big Bang. Well, this mirroring is true with all luminaries, and the Big Bang would be the turning on of this glory. Think on a grand scale of electricity, magnetism, and chemical reactions. The halo lattice is one way we can see this. In the atmosphere, it has been recorded of threefold rotational symmetrical crystal particles that are inconsistent of the known ice particles of hexagonal symmetry. What these are consistently seen in, though, are the peri-arc halos, and show that they have a distinct radiative properties that differ from hexagonal ice crystals. Now remember, what is above is below. So if we see this all together, all turned on and all working at once, it would be similar to what you're seeing here. The as above, so below would still hold true, and the mirroring would still be the same. Below we have all the causes occurring, and above we see the effects. This is the Big Bang.
I have been gazing into the vortex, probing it, decoding its secrets and sharing them with you. Since my very first video nearly 5 years ago, I have been decoding what the Milky Way is, how it works and interacts with our environment, what it is responsible for and what its effects are. I have revealed its presence in data, identified and modelled how it is involved in our seasons, explained what the spirals and glyphs represent, how I termed its functions as the spiralling pressure waves of electromagnetism, how its function is locked in between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and a whole lot more. I have practically written the book on what the Milky Way is. Now this information is being heavily suppressed in this community. These people that aren't sharing it are holding you back, and for all the wrong reasons. This information should be shared far and wide. It is world-changing information and very important. Our Milky Way is a spiraling vortex of alternating current. It programs the ether and the waters, and yes, I said programs. The electric dipoles that exist in air and water are constantly being programmed with positives and negatives of various potentials and colour. Different colours of the spectrum contain different electric potential. We live and breathe in a sea of alternating current, ladies and gentlemen. This was termed the ether or quintessence in ancient times. When I gazed into this spiraling vortex, I saw what Nikola Tesla and Walter Russell saw. I experienced their revelations and realizations. It is overwhelming, in more ways than I can describe. But I continue on and try to show in my research and explanations how we are revealing the Creator's glory, because this is what it is a part of. It is the primary driver in this realm. In 2D it looks like a sine wave, which in 3D is a spiral. It is our Milky Way, or Milky Wave as I call it. It has many names, as you can see on screen, and features in every culture's knowledge. In my first video I added these sine waves. Later in our Heaven and Hell video I decoded the Milky Way as a sine wave, and in our interview with Robin. I showed an animation of what the waveforms are doing. They also featured in our Angels Decoded video. This is Rahu and Ketu, the Yin Yang, and many other names. Now in 3D what we are working with are spirals, and this is what they look like. What they are doing is rotating the ether across a horizontal plane. This mixes the positives and negatives, which not only help create daylight, but helps power our sun and other luminaries. It is also alternating current. During the day the moon takes second place. There are two spirals which help power our sun. The moon gives its light to the sun, Enoch mentions. This means that the sun is king and takes priority, which is why our moon isn't illuminated during the day. By night there is only one half of the waveform present, our Milky Way, which is what gives the moon its light. The second waveform has shut down to create what we call night, but will start again at the next sunrise, you can be assured. You may be surprised to find that you can have daylight without a sun. The sun is its own light, as is the moon. Both rely on these primary drivers, spiraling forces that work together to create day and night. There are obviously other waveforms to decode for each major luminary, as the speed they cross the plane with varies greatly. And I think this is related to different waveforms, different frequencies and different wavelengths. The shortwave luminaries seem to take longer to travel across. Here's Sandra with some lovely research.
As most of you probably know, the dragon is represented in many forms throughout the world, and this is for a very special reason. A reason you must never forget. Here is some of your memory back from APM Research, and this is what it represents. In what is perhaps one of the most popular traditions in Chinese culture, the dragon dance comes to life every Chinese New Year. The dragon dance is performed by a team, forming a long flexible figure of a dragon, with 9 performers, each holding up a section of the dragon. We at APM Research believe these 9 performers are representative of the 9 octaves from Walter Russell's chart, and also the venturi on Walter Russell's motor. But most importantly, it represents the sine wave we decoded from the Milky Way. During the dance, the dragon will weave and undulate to the beat of a percussion band, just as our sine wave does. Sometimes the dance includes 2 dragons, a male and a female. We at APM Research believe these to represent the positive and negative sine waves. In the dragon dance, along with the 9 performers holding the dragon, there is another performer ahead of the dragon holding a spherical object known as the pearl. From the oldest ancient depictions of the pearl, the dragon is chasing the sun. As time passed, artists depicted the sun as white rather than red. Legend then said that the dragon was seeking the night shining pearl, which resembles the white form of the full moon. As the dragon devours the pearl, less and less of the pearl is seen, and appears as a waning moon. As the dragon disgorges the pearl, more and more of the pearl is seen, and now it appears as a waxing moon, and this is thought to symbolize the endless cycle of transition. Today, several independent researchers connect both the enclosing serpent and primordial sun to the axis mundi, a column said to have once risen from the earth to the sky. This suggests that the cross-cultural theme of the glowing serpent and orb might have been inspired by intense plasma discharge in the atmosphere, perhaps comparable to the aurora, but much more powerful. Because the dragon is a special animal from the east, the pearl would suggest it represents the sun. But we know different, don't we, FPV? Let's take another look at the pearly gates. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce to you again the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 21 belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10. Shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never be shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the 3 gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the 3 gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the 3 gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, and the gate of Zebulun. Introducing the 3 gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. There are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered, and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it. Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace. See Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. When we look back into human history, it wasn't just the Chinese that carried forward the ancient messages for us to decipher. Many different cultures show us the sine wave. The Aztecs, Inca, Egyptian, Roman, Mayan and Aborigines all left us messages to decipher. It's the Creator's glory in many forms. The Rainbow Serpent, an Aboriginal story from Australia. Long ago in the Dreamtime, a group of Aboriginals were out hunting. After many hours they grew tired and decided to rest, and as they sat around telling stories and warming their hands by the fire, one of them looked up. There on the horizon was a beautiful multicoloured arch, a rainbow. But the Aboriginals thought that it was a serpent moving from one waterhole to another, and they were frightened as they did not want the huge brightly coloured serpent in a waterhole near their camp. But they were grateful that he did not seem to be moving too near their own waterhole. One young man wanted to know more about the rainbow serpent, so when he returned home he asked the old men of his tribe why the hunters had been scared of the rainbow serpent. The old men told him that the rainbow serpent was one of the Dreamtime creatures who had shaped the earth. In the beginning the earth was flat. As the rainbow serpent wound his way across the land, the movement of his body formed the mountains and the valleys where the rivers lived. He was the biggest of the Dreamtime beings, and his power scared even the other Dreamtime creatures. At last, tired with the effort of shaping the earth, the rainbow serpent crawled into a waterhole, where he lay in the cool water, which soothed him and softened the bright colours of his body. Each time the animals visited the waterhole, they were careful not to disturb the water, for although they could not see him, they knew he was there. He only came out after heavy rainstorms, when his waterhole was disturbed, and when the sun touched his coloured body. Then he rose up from the waterhole and travelled over the treetops, up through the clouds and across the plain to another waterhole. The people were very fearful that he was angry and would churn up the land once again, so they were very quiet and still as he moved to his new home. Once he was there, he disappeared beneath the water again and was not to be seen. That is why Aboriginals are careful not to disturb the rainbow serpent, as they see him going across the sky from one waterhole to another. We hope you can see that every culture has left clues to how this world works. In modern times it has been stolen from you all, but we are giving it back to you and helping you to see the glory it represents.
So what is our ether doing, you must be thinking? The ether, or dielectric, is basically a giant capacitor that is constantly changing polarities due to the mechanics of the angel technologies. So what our spirals are doing is rotating the positives and negatives. This is what I would call alternating current. Nikola Tesla didn't invent alternating current, he just termed it so. Our Milky Way, which I decoded as a sine wave, is actually a giant spiral in 3D that has constantly programmed the ether with positives and negatives with various colour and potential. This is alternating current. It is all around us. All of the angels' halos are also doing the exact same role, creating AC electric, which can be seen being utilised during a tornado or waterspout activity. Nikola Tesla's vortex mass is directly connected to this process, as it represents the alternating current and its potentials. This is where our world chakras tie in with the Milky Way. Using Tesla vortex maths and looking from the East Gates area, you can see how the vortex maths is utilised. This amazing knowledge shows us the chakras are key locations harvesting the positives and negatives of maximum potential. The alternating current from the ether at key areas within this matrix. We believe they are also synced with other waveforms that interact and change at the solstices and equinoxes, such as pushing our sun further north for the 24-hour Arctic sun cycle. What they are basically doing is acting like a horizontal and vertical hold, guiding our luminaries east to west and back again across the heavens, in sync with where their spirit is being projected from. The spirit world is the electrical part of the process of electromagnetism. Whatever is contained within that field has no choice but to have its spirit projected 90 degrees in opposition of the physical halo and altar. The altar is where the sun's true self is projected from, as magnetic Eve elevates the electric atom above and creates those signatures of the angels, luminaries, halos and rainbows. Our sun uses positives during the day and our moon uses negatives by night. This is why the moon self-illuminates at night and appears washed out during the day. Enoch mentions the moon gives its light to the sun. This is why. Positives during the day and negatives during the night. This also applies to the ether and waters. It's raining men, or positives during the day, and it is raining women on negatives during the night. It is constantly alternating and being programmed with information, colour and electrical potential 24/7. The chakras and Milky Way spiral are activating and deactivating switching mechanisms that are in sync with the movement of the luminaries. Day and night are controlled from within this spiral. Ancient sites are connected to these events because of what resides below there, the angel technologies. Let us now finish our decode of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Gate 5 of the World Chakras. From our last video, you will remember I decoded the King's and Queen's chamber shafts to be antennas tuned to specific frequencies. These are designed to harness positives by day and negatives by night, hence one side having the King above the Queen and the other side having the Queen above the King. Using magnetic declination, these can be tuned specifically to any region. So one side of the pyramid harnesses the positives during the day and the other side harnesses the negative during the night. This means there is a definite switching of polarities which can be proven in the real world. I tested this myself using a solar panel. During the day it pumped air into a bucket of water. At night it switched and actually started cycling the water towards the air pump. To stop this you can add a blocking diode, however, shouldn't we just reverse its configuration for that use to make it a 24/7 free energy device? Start experimenting, people. So on with the decode. For this part we are revisiting the Great Pyramid to complete the picture. Now if you remember the niches in the King's and Queen's chamber, I connected those to the same process decoded in Walter Russell's motor. They are doing the same process of generating alternating current using water and pressure. To decode the pyramid, we now add the missing parts. I could see from Brian Foster's video that the chambers inside had definitely been exposed to water, so what I needed was the pump system to make this work. I came across this animation made by Edward J. Kunkel that termed this ram water jet design as a Pharaoh's pump. He said it was part of how they built it. That may be the case, but its correct use and primary function is the pump system needed to cause the water to rise and fall in the King's and Queen's chambers. This effect is the same as the events taking place in Walter Russell's motor. You see, the niches are actually pressure zones that will emit an electrical pressure wave. This wave is harnessable alternating current of various potentials. How it works is the narrowings in the niches are venturis that cause a back pressure, which is basically a manufactured torus field, of which you have seen decoded in other works of mine. So we now have the motor and process to create the alternating current. The design is slightly different to Walter's motor, but still has the same principles. The heavy blocks above the King's and Queen chambers are there to create the back pressure needed to make this work, and will also be shaped like a venturi. This is the same as two poles on the Walter Russell motor.
So what did they do with this alternating current, you ask? For a very big clue to that, we will visit Dendera further along the River Nile and decode this component. This bulb, as it has been termed, is actually something very unique and special. I decoded it as a mercury arc valve or rectifier. This is a type of electrical rectifier used for converting high voltage or high current alternating current, AC, into direct current, DC. And this is how you charge your batteries or run DC equipment. Thank you for that lovely animation, Sandra. Excellent work. The mercury arc rectifier is a type of cold cathode gas-filled tube, but it is unusual that the cathode, instead of being solid, is made from a pool of liquid mercury and is therefore self-restoring. As a result, mercury arc valves were much more rugged and long-lasting and could carry much higher currents than most other types of gas discharge tube. Some of these mercury arc rectifiers are still in use today. You see, mercury has a very good use in converting alternating current to direct current. This was obviously used extensively in ancient times. If you remember, I mentioned they found amounts of mercury below a pyramid in Mexico. You can now see its purpose, converting alternating current to direct current. So the Dendera light bulb now helps me decode a larger piece of the puzzle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is a mercury arc rectifier. It tells you this in your holy books. You will see me between the wings of angels. This is God. God is light, the electrical energy that is involved in the creation of all things. This creator is teaching science and knowledge, and how we as human beings can work with God to benefit humanity. To work with God requires you to know the rules of these electrical processes. God will work with you, not for you. Walter Russell. Edison's problems of sending DC current longer distance came with its problems, and fires were common. Tesla's idea was to send the alternating current to your homes and have the appliances convert it to DC electric current, which is for the most part still taking place today using semiconductors. So we are basically paying for the privilege of a spiral entering our homes and bringing appliances to life. Alternating current that is free and plentiful, that will never exhaust itself, and has always been here since this construct's creation. Take this most sacred of knowledge and share it far and wide, for it belongs to you all. Our ancients knew this and left for us all the clues which we have decoded. My next step, of course, would have been to see how it can be harvested in more modern times. But someone else already figured this part out by identifying the spires on most buildings are actually there to harvest from the ether. They are antennas. I'm not sure who came to this conclusion, but it is 100% correct and very good research. Do let me know who discovered this so I can credit you correctly in our next video. Very well done. Excellent research. The missing component from your antenna decode is the mercury arc rectifier, or as replaced within modern times, a semiconductor. So the old world science and technology now meets the new world science and technology, and as you can see, they are very much the same. APM Research have decoded the ancients' understanding of the ether, the Milky Way, and how to harness and generate electricity, including the demonstrations and science required, and the structures used and what to look for. For what creates the winds are the same type of spiraling pressure waves in our world. You must watch our videos to understand more of the knowledge and science behind the Creator's glory. We decode Walter Russell's science and show you what it actually relates to. And for our friend Roy, Vinnie St. Vincent, this one's for you. You need a mercury arc rectifier or semiconductor here, and this should help your alternating current conversion. I can't seem to get in touch with you, so I hope you find this and it helps you. Go forth and free humanity with this knowledge and new understanding of our construct's workings and how to harness it. This work of ours has become very sacred to us, for it is the truth and reality we have decoded, and we will protect it from outside interference, railroading, stealing and all the rest of it. Our truth is free, as the Creator intended it to be. Please share or mirror this research everywhere. It is the science and path to free energy and freedom. It is being heavily suppressed. For more information and explanations, do watch our videos, as they all contain a rolling research and decode of this construct and its workings. What APM Research release is for free. It is real, honest, genuine research, and you will need the science of Walter Russell to understand this world and its workings, of which we are decoding and presenting to you, the world audience. And now we are going to decode rainbows for you. Here's Danielle.
I'm going to share a few things about rainbows, such as the way refraction causes us to perceive them, and demonstrate with a few clips of my own where I made rainbows with my garden hose. Then I'll discuss some related topics and historical and mythological information. When I recorded rainbows I made with my garden hose, if the sunlight hitting the water droplets came in from a low altitude, I could see the entire rainbow as a full circle in front of me, appearing vertically. As the sun gained in altitude, the rainbow would gradually tilt downward, its face always remaining parallel to the location of the sun. In this diagram, the sun is at 60 degrees in altitude, so the top of the rainbow would appear to be 30 degrees from the ground. There is always a straight line connecting the sun, the lens of the observer's eye or camera lens, and the center of the circle, which is called the antisolar point. In my video clips, I added diagrams to show the observed tilt of the rainbow in relation to the degree of the sun's altitude to the horizon at the moment each clip was recorded. Although you would never see a rainbow from the side, I turned them this way to demonstrate the angle. Here I am standing outside the rainbow, and it is easy to see the full circle because the sun is about 43.5 degrees above the horizon, so the top of the rainbow has about 46.5 degrees of tilt away from horizontal. A few minutes after I switched to a pump sprayer to see how the finer mist would appear, and the angle is about the same. Here the sun is much closer to being overhead, just over 72 degrees, and you can see I'm standing well within the circle of the rainbow. I can no longer see the entire thing unless I turn around. In this clip, the sun is about 61.5 degrees in altitude. This rainbow appears similar to the one in the last clip, however I'm standing closer to the edge. And in this clip, the sun is at a very low angle, so the rainbow is quite vertical in appearance. With the dark background, we can see a more vivid secondary bow. While making this presentation, I realized I had put to rest an assertion common with some flat earthers, which suggests that we must have a solid firmament between us and the sun to be able to see a curved rainbow. This idea seems to be supported by what is observed when white light is passed through a prism to reveal the color spectrum. With a flat-sided prism, the resulting rainbow appears straight, and typically using prisms indoors out of direct sunlight won't reveal a curved rainbow. It then might seem logical that a firmament must be the curved prism making the curved rainbow. The answer is actually very simple. A rainbow is formed in 3 dimensions, although we perceive it in 2. This illustration by Isaac Newton is useful to visualize that because he drew the bow using dots to represent water droplets. After it rains, the air is full of water droplets over a large 3-dimensional area, and each droplet potentially refracts sunlight. The colored bands apparent to our eyes are not flat circles. They actually form a cone, with the circular end farthest away from you, and the point at your eye. The light inside is still being sent back to your eye. It is just received as white, so the rainbow looks like a hollow circle, with the area of sky visible inside the primary bow appearing brighter than the outside. According to the law of refraction, each color's frequency is refracted at its own specific angle when exiting the water droplet. All of the droplets, at about 42 degrees in any direction in your field of view from the antisolar point, will appear red to you, and each other band of color you see is in order according to its corresponding angle of refraction. The closer a droplet is to your eye, the more narrow your field of view is at that distance, so less actual distance from the center is needed to reach the specific degree of refraction for color. This is how the cone of color is formed. Each droplet does refract all of the visible color spectrum, but again, the color revealed to your eye is solely dependent on its angle from your eye to the antisolar point. I was surprised to find there is still debate over the physics behind how the visible spectrum is revealed to the eye in some situations, especially in the case of the glory, which is another way the visible electromagnetic spectrum is revealed. With a glory, the effect is caused by the sunlight shining onto very fine water droplets or particulates much smaller than rain droplets, such as clouds or fog or even smoke. Just like the rainbows I demonstrated, the glory you see is only centered on your head. If you take a photo of a glory or a rainbow that you make with your hose, the rainbow in the photo is not the same one you see with your eyes. It is centered on the camera's lens. The size of the glory depends on the size of the particulates. The smaller the particulates, the larger the glory. Glories are frequently spotted from the windows of airplanes, and the person looking at it will have the section of the plane's shadow that marks their location in the plane centered on the glory. Although the glory can be different sizes, the plane's shadow will still get smaller in size as it gains in distance, as it normally would on any cloud. Glories are different from rainbows because the way they are said to appear is by diffraction, not refraction. A glory is sometimes called a Brocken glory or a Brocken specter when the observer's shadow is visually stretched and appears as a phantom with the glory around its head. These are named after Brocken, the highest mountain peak in Germany, where the specter is frequently seen, because it is common to find yourself standing above fog, and when the sun is at a very low angle, you can see your shadow cast down onto the fog. If your shadow is accompanied by a glory, and it looks to your eye that the glory is on a far hill or peak, you can get an optical illusion that your shadow stretches across the entire distance. The way the colors of the rainbow are taught is attributed to Isaac Newton's experiments with light. There are varying ideas on why he chose to include indigo when describing the rainbow, considering the other colors are all primary and secondary, with the secondary ones appearing because of the overlapping areas between the primary colors. But indigo is a tertiary color, a combination of the primary color blue and the secondary color violet, and it is the only tertiary color he included. In reality, the visible spectrum includes a vast array of colors, so why didn't he include the tertiary colors between red and orange, yellow and green and blue? I find it quite ironic how much art depicting Newton, even in science education graphics, does not include indigo, and marketing graphics rarely include it. Newton concluded white light must be a combination of 7 colors. Suggested reasons he may have felt that way range from an esoteric need for the number 7 to his desire to reconcile the spectrum with the 7 notes on the musical scale. His color wheel is also said to have been made with artists in mind for choosing complementary colors, but with the letters A through G highlighted around the perimeter, it appears the music note theory is likely a major consideration. Newton's wheel is used frequently to discuss rainbows, and it also has his 7 color choices as the only colors named. I wonder why he gives equal area to all the colors except orange and indigo, which are smaller but still equal in size, although logically the secondary colors would overlap much larger area between primaries than the tertiary colors would. It's possible Newton designed his color wheel in a circle based on his thought that there was a cyclical nature to the color spectrum. Previous to Newton, the rainbow was commonly described with 5 colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and violet. But Newton was impressed with Pythagoras' idea that there is a connection between color and music, and Pythagoras is attributed with the 7 natural music notes. He felt 7 was a magical number that made connections between otherwise seemingly unconnected things, like color and music, because the sum of spiritual things represented by the number 3 and material things represented by the number 4 is 7. Even today, we see the constant refusal to connect those two, especially in science and medicine. On Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum chart, he lists the 7 notes on each side and also attributes them to colors, with his point of inertia between Do and Re. Starting the pendulum to the left to make it follow the center spiral clockwise, the first note it would hit would be Re, which is violet. Each side has the notes and colors in the order of violet, blue, green, yellow, and red, ending on Do with infrared. This makes much more sense, especially considering how physicist Robert Greenler was recognized with a cover story on Science magazine in 1971 for his work with the infrared bow. He suggested there would always be an infrared stripe next to the outer stripe, because the wavelengths in infrared's angle of refraction were within the ability of water droplets to refract outward as well. I did find one article on Newton suggesting he used indigo because its wavelengths would also be refracted, but to me that just seems like a bit of a redundancy because all wavelengths between red and violet are already refracted. They just blur out between the primary and secondary colors. Rainbows can be found as part of many legends and myths, as well as cataclysmic prophecies, being named as omens or attributes of deities. In many mythologies, the rainbow is a bridge or ladder that connects the world above with the one below, and is commonly described as only being used by deities or humans who have died in battle or have other specific traits, such as royalty or virtue. In Venezuela, the same word is used to say rainbow or were anaconda. In New Guinea, it is a serpent that causes madness and malaria. In Aboriginal lore, the rainbow snake is the god of creation. Some myths describe the rainbow as a sort of dragon or other being that covers the sky. The Greek goddess Iris was a messenger between the gods and humans, and depicted as using the rainbow to travel between the two. She was the daughter of Thaumas and Electra, and described by Homer in multiple poems as being the goddess of light rather than the rainbow. Hindu mythology names Indra as the god of war and thunder, and he shoots his arrows of lightning using the rainbow as his bow to kill a primordial demon serpent. Even the founder and prophet of Mormonism, Joseph Smith, wrote about the rainbow. Paraphrasing his words, he said the Lord told him that in any year a rainbow is seen, the Lord is not yet returning. But when it is not seen for a year, there will be famine, pestilence, and distress among the nations, and the Messiah is not far off. According to the Gnostic library, the cyclical history of humanity opens with the floodwaters of the book of Genesis and closes with the seals of fire and brimstone in Revelation, and that a great coming cataclysm will not evenly affect the face of the earth. Those who remain by the shelter of unaffected areas will witness a terrible duel of water and fire, and after the catastrophe, a double rainbow will announce the enchantment of a new golden age. This teaching reminds me of why I became so interested in occult symbolism. I noticed that people were looking at world symbols they didn't use in their own religion and seeing them as an indication of evil, which may be intentional as it would keep people from learning the true meaning, or religion or spiritual paths using symbols but still only looking at them in a mystic sense. I realized that not just many, but most symbols used in that way are actually more like the pictures of physical aspects someone discussing physics would use to record their observations, and likely had nothing to do with gods or beings in a religious sense. I can see the potential for the type of text I mentioned holding occulted knowledge that would be very useful when decoded. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening.
Lovely presentation, Danielle. And to complement it, we will now decode what is creating the rainbows. First, we will play this clip by Erin McDermott. This is the signature of one of our angels in the underworld. I want you to take notice of its rotational speed. The car eventually catches up with it and overtakes it, thus giving it a rotational speed of around 40 miles per hour. They revolve in the same locations all the time. This is why I tell you to time-lapse rainbows. They permanently reside there where you see them. You just catch them at different angles and don't realise it is the same one.
This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
You know, there is an old saying, never walk through a rainbow because it may change your sex. What an interesting statement, don't you think?
There it is. We're gonna drive through it. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Wasn't that awesome, people?
We did it. We drove through the rainbow.
Now we will take a look at a full rainbow so you can see how to do it yourself. You need some altitude to capture a full one. Here's a lovely capture by Into the Little Belts. Although you can see the full rainbow, observers on the ground only see half, and so do you. The other half is below ground, and due to the effects of electromagnetism, water droplets and even ice crystals, we get to see the full picture of something very, very special. The time had come to start reconstructing the angels. After all the decodings and understanding of them and some deep thought, I decided to consult with a titan named Atlas, who corrected me about a great many things. After our conversation, I thanked him and I was on my way. I had learned what Atlas's burden was. First, a quick recap from Jason on what is taking place in the torus field we decoded in a previous video.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now we can reconstruct the angels with knowledge already gained, the Walter Russell motor and its science, which is based on the science of the ancients. This is what I would call an angel in its most basic form. Walter was an absolute genius. Walter's science was given to him by an angel he always maintained. I bet you didn't know that, did you? From Walter's chart, this design is a fusion reactor. Notice the venturis that help compress water. This is where a manufactured torus field is created, very much the same as an antenna works. This area is where there is a back pressure, and this is what generates the torus field on this motor. This one is a fission reactor. Looking at the design, it would appear daisy chaining them together would make sense. Walter terms them radar antennas. The vertical lines represent the pressure zones or venturis on the poles. Also notice water compresses to become fire and fire expands to become water. This renders the second law of thermodynamics as invalid. It is another man-made block designed to stop you progressing. Every researcher you know, including mainstream, will only talk about the effects, as they do not have the answer to the cause, or can never speak of the cause. Today you will get to see the cause of a great many things. This image of Walter's is also relevant to what I am about to show you. Now we will electromagnetically switch the nodes to cause them to accelerate the flow inside the halo. This of course is alternating current, which will cause the fluid in the halo to rotate around the halo as it accelerates. The nodes on the halo will get to a certain momentum speed and cause the poles to flip, as Walter's image shows. As you know, magnetism and electricity are always 90 degrees in opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what that actually looks like in the visible spectrum, on a creator-side scale.
you are seeing the electromagnetic projection of a positive electrical sphere, which is basically trapped within a magnetic field. This is electromagnetism. This is cubing the sphere, not squaring the circle. Remember, we are working in 3D. And you are looking at a torus field that it creates. This is effectively an electric dipole, as I decoded in our Angels Decoded video and previous videos. It is now harvesting electricity from the dielectric, and that energy is being utilized at the heart of the angel technology and put to use for whatever its intended purpose is, which relates to world mechanics, alchemy, magnetism, electricity and creation, as you see on the Walter Russell chart. The colours become inverted due to the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives in each band of the electromagnetic light spectrum. So you only see the colours your vision allows, but you can be sure they emanate beyond these colours and frequencies which can be seen in this chart. The dark band that you see in between these colours is called the Alexander band. It is the actual projection of the halo itself. The angel's halo, to be precise. It is now the positive of the electric dipole. The colours encircle the halo and revolve with the flow inside, which is controlled by electromagnetic switching from the various pairs of poles we call nodes. As we have mentioned before, time-lapse rainbows, and you will see how they revolve. This is their arc. The orange half sphere you see below double rainbows is this electromagnetic field. This is the signature of one of our angels. The sphere of that halo is being cubed. These are all connected and working together in this matrix of angel technology. All timed and synced events working 24/7, each of which is a revolving Tower of Babel, which simply means the mixing of the positives and negatives, which is what they are designed to do. The Celtic Tree of Life represents these processes. All Tree of Life symbology represents the same processes, and our ancestors all knew this very well. This information is what your holy books and creation stories are trying to tell you. Man has corrupted it to hide and steal it. Genesis 9:10-16 is related to this exact process, as all angels operate the same way. Now you can see the duality of this technology. The effects of electromagnetism cause the halo to create a projection of itself in the heavens, which reverses its flow of direction back to the physical angel halo below. These are what create tornadoes and waterspouts. They are a visible part of this process. We have something very special to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour and an absolute pleasure to present to you Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. Adam is the smaller halo and represents the positive part of the electric dipole, and Eve represents the larger magnetic part of the dipole. The apple is their combined positive and negative electromagnetic torus fields, and the snake is the compression of smaller dipoles from the ether being channeled within its field, which of course is what is generating electricity, as it divides and multiplies in this rotating Tower of Babel we call a vortex. The mixing together of many smaller electric dipoles, thus creating more positives and negatives as they are compressed and make that electrical signature we call lightning, dividing and multiplying as they arc in all directions from their source of origin, the combined electromagnetic halos of Adam and Eve. Their spiraling pressure waves emanating outwards, spiraling into even more electric dipoles in our atmosphere, radiating outwards and electrically charging everything within its path. The spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. This is the breath of angels. The word wind represents the windings, as scripture mentions. Those windings in the sky, created by angel technologies that even Ezekiel tried his best to describe.
a wheel in a wheel. The eyes are round about it, which is in relation to the nodes and their motions. The Vesica Pisces, the scarab beetle, Buddha, and all those other depictions of the Creator's tools. The angels are the Creator's tools of creation. This is the Genesis machine. You live on top of the Genesis machine. And this is how Adam and Eve create their torus fields. They create it, maintain it, and destroy it, which of course releases all those positives and negatives to create the signature of God creating, lightning. Thank you, Atlas. It is a great honour to share your burden with the tribes of the world. This is your creation story, people. These are the angel technologies of a creator that has been hidden from you, so that greedy people can steal their glory from right below your feet. This knowledge and information is not copyright to any race, religion, group or nation. It is the birthright of every human being. Carrying on from Walter's motor design, I decided to attach harness points where Walter Russell's motor would attach them, and it produced this. These two are one and the same, the day configuration and the night configuration of our sun. This is an angel, a very special one. This is the sweepback transformer and flyback killer Jimbo mentioned earlier. It is pushed west and then shut down, or its light suppressed and returned east to start again. This is also the Egyptian 12 gates story. Now we understand Walter's motor design and its configuration, we look into what is creating the heat below our equator, and this is what we think is producing all that heat. Cody volunteered to take us for a tour to a journey to the centre of the motor, so you can see how Walter's octaves factor into this. You now know the octaves represent pressure zones or venturis that will produce alternating current. Cody will also deploy markers where these octaves are on our world map, and One Conscience is going to speak about those in a few moments. Cody will play the tone at every octave. Pay particular attention to the first 5 tones, as you will recognise them. Each tone is assigned a colour from the colour spectrum. Now remember, there is a back pressure created in the west, pretty much the same as Walter's motor design. The east side of the motor uses a right hand rule and the west side uses a left hand rule, as they have mentioned before. These processes help to cause that collision in the colour spectrum of orange yellow and green yellow, which collide with white and create a short circuit, which is basically free energy. This is what Walter was trying to explain to you. Do you recognise that, people? That was a direct reference to Mount Meru, the direct centre of our grid, the navel of the Earth, the 0.0 location on our Nazca Mandala overlay grid. This is the direct centre of Atlantis. The closest landmass we can find to here appears to be Ascension Island. Very aptly named, it seems. If you remember from an older video, when I panned around the Nazca Mandala in a 3D environment, it produces a 6-tier pyramid. This is the direct centre of that pyramid. So it seems our underworld is a very large pyramid that covers this entire map and beyond. I hope you can see and understand now how very special Walter's work related to the octaves and the creation processes. I'm going to hand you over to One Conscience now for some extra information on this part.
So,
I'd like to discuss some points on what we think is below the equator, and it's the same principle as the Walter Russell motor. As the energy comes in from the east, it will spread out along the grid at each of the compression points. Now, although we can't be completely sure of the scale, we can be assured that this is turning on, compressing and expanding, and it will cause our surface to shake, hence earthquakes. This design also runs along and lines up with a great amount of our volcanoes, which we know are the cleansing process for the waste of the systems and processes that occur below. There is more to lava and the flow that I'm going to cover later in this presentation, but for now, let's get on with the design. So, as I said, this may not be 100% to scale, but we are working with the same principles, and the points I will discuss fall into the general areas. Some of the points I could identify showing the technological signature are as follows. Point 1. Here we have the deepest quakes, or the most powerful of the octaves ever recorded, on a repeatable basis. We now know this is identified as a torus field. This probably occurs here because of the compression to start up for the pressure required to generate a manufactured torus field venturi. Point 2. In this area we have the Dragon's Triangle. On either side of this part of the design we will have opposite directional flow of the oceanic tides. This creates two opposite vortices, which one is positive and one is negative, and ships should be very cautious while traveling here. This is also one of the rare spots we will find blue lava, which is lava of the hottest degree holding an electrical charge. Point 3. Here we found an old map that shows an angel that is here blowing its wind, which is the energy. It flows up along the grid in a northeast direction. Point 4. Here in Africa there are many spirals carved in the ground covering an entire area. This is a sign of a very sacred site related to the workings of the realm, and showing us it is a special torus energy point. Next, of course, we hit the 0.0 point. This has been called many things such as Mount Meru and the Garden of Eden, just to name a couple, but we will refer to it as the Brahma energy. Residing here are the very aptly named Ascension Islands. Point 6. This is near Venezuela and also Angel Falls. Again, what a perfectly named location. This has the tallest uninterrupted waterfall at 807 meters high. Point 7. This next marker is the Galapagos Islands, which means tortoise. This is also the only place north of the equator you will find penguins living freely. These islands were forged of lava and isolated for thousands of years. The next marker is right about the international date line, so the data here isn't given to us with much disclosure or honesty. And the final horizontal marker would fall on the west gates, and we have no data. This is where the sun will shut down for its return to the east, according to the Egyptian pyramid texts. The next point, starting in the north, this point would be at the north gates, where we have no data besides what Enoch states. This is where snow, dew, and rain come from, as well as very strong winds. The next point is where the magnetic data from Ceres appears to land. The next point is Iceland. This, like the Galapagos Islands, exists because of lava. This is also the area where land will rise forth sometime after the pole shift event. The next point is where the southern anomaly resides. Here, there is an inner radiation belt, which leads to a flux of energy particles. Here are two angels sharing the same axis point, causing a magnetic dipole. And the last 2 points head into Antarctica territory and to the south gates. Data is unavailable for either of these locations. So, as you can see, this design has some major effects that are recordable, repeatable, and observable to us on the surface. I hope this helped everyone to understand the effects of the principle Walter Russell used when he was given this information by an angel.
Now, going back to those 5 tones. Do you recognize those tones, people? That was a direct reference to Mount Meru, the direct center of our grid, the navel of the grid, the 0.0 on our Nazca Mandala overlay grid. This is the direct center of Atlantis. The closest landmass we can find to here appears to be Ascension Island, very aptly named it seems. When I pan around the Nazca Mandala grid in a 3D environment, it produces a 6-tier pyramid, which is made from 6 squares, 6 circles and 6 rhombi. Can you see it? This is the direct center of that pyramid, so it seems our underworld is a very large pyramidal structure that spans this entire map and beyond, and contains the 144,000, the Creator's glory. The descriptions found in all holy books of amazing places are references to what is in the underworld and beyond those international date lines. These are descriptions of the Creator's glory and references certain locations as in the book of Enoch, and his descriptions of the gates and their angles to one another. If you remember the 2012 Olympic ceremony, the spiralling mound represents Mount Meru, and the light shining from the underworld is where major parts of the Creator's glory resides. Then man comes from the underworld and starts the industrial and technological revolutions, the tree of life decoded and plundered. It has very obviously never stopped. Today they boast they can project their own sun and moon. We can find references to the underworld in every culture's beliefs. Here's Jack's dreaming.
In ancient times, the concept of a hollow space within or below the surface of the earth was widespread throughout all cultures. This idea of a subterranean realm or realms became intertwined with further ideas of creation and afterlife. If we look to these myths and stories, we may find many similarities. Although there is much diversity amongst the Australian Aboriginal peoples regarding local myths, the structure of the Aboriginal universe varies little across Australia. The sky was the plane on which supernatural beings lived and our ancestors resided. It was the home of the soul. The earth was circular and flat, covered by the dome of the sky which stretched to the horizon. The underworld plane resembled the earth plane and was inhabited by beings, but others believed it to be an empty void. It is generally believed, though, that it is through the underworld that the Sun Woman and the Moon Man return to the eastern horizon from the west. The Mayans and the Aztecs' concept of the underworld was very similar. Known as Xibalba by the Mayans, the underworld was a vast complex of 9 underground levels, entered through caves or through sacred waterholes called cenotes. The Xibalba is described in the Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Maya, as an expansive place of rivers, mountains, houses where the dead were tested, and the council place of the lords. The Aztec underworld, Mictlan, is similarly described as being a very wide place with no windows or light. The Aztecs believed that at their death the individual had to return to the place of birth, the maternal womb. The soul therefore had to take the journey to Mictlan and traverse 9 hazards and dangers, mirroring the 9 months within the womb. The ruler of this domain was Mictlantecuhtli, who resided deep below with his wife, Mictecatecuhtli, living in a windowless house. APM Research have concluded that there are many different technologies beneath our Earth's surface, and that often these technologies have been given the identities of living beings, such as men or gods. A husband and wife in a windowless house could well represent a technology, with the male and female being the positive and negative aspects of the technological process. As Walter Russell said, there must come a time when religion and science come together. That time is now. The 9 worlds are the homelands of various types found in Norse mythology. These realms are held in the branches of the world tree, Yggdrasil. Helheim is the underworld realm of the dead, and resides in the roots of Yggdrasil. It is a place where those who did not find themselves in Valhalla, where the brave warriors go, were destined for eternity. Helheim literally means house of hell, and hell resides over this dominion. Norse mythology describes a complicated afterlife, one dependent on your actions while alive, and Helheim is the darkest and deepest of these realms. A story is told of how a son of Odin, Balder, made his way to Helheim to bargain for his spirit with Hel, after being tricked in a game by Loki. He descends the trunk of Yggdrasil and travels for 9 nights through dark valleys before meeting a giantess, a gatekeeper, who lets him pass. He then arrives at another gate, guarded by a fearsome dog, Garm. He eventually reaches Hel, but to no avail, and even Odin cannot bargain for his son to be returned to Valhalla. According to the prophecy of Ragnarok, an army of the dead shall rise from Helheim on a ship made from the fingernails and toenails of the dead to fight against the Asgardian gods. The ancient Mesopotamian underworld, most often known in Sumerian as Ker, Ikala, Arali, or Kigal, was said to be a dark, dreary cavern located deep below the ground, where inhabitants were said to live a shadowy version of their earth lives. Unlike many other ancient afterlives, in this Sumerian underworld there was no final judgment for the deceased, and the dead were neither punished or rewarded for their deeds. The ruler of the underworld was the goddess Ereshigal, and her husband Nergal, the god of death, her home the palace Ganzir. The 7 gates of the underworld are guarded by a gatekeeper named Neti in Sumerian. The dying god Dimuzid spends half of the year in the underworld, while during the other half his place is taken by his sister, the scribal goddess Geshtinana, who records the names of the deceased. The entrance to the underworld is believed to be located in the Zagros Mountains in the Far East. The underworld is lower even than the Abzu, the body of fresh water that the Mesopotamians believed lay deep within the earth. The Sumerian texts describe gates to the underworld, through which one may descend to the below or ascend to the heavens. In Enki and the world order, the weather god Iskar is said to open the bolt of heaven. Thus clouds, winds, and other atmospheric phenomenon enter through these gates. In other accounts, it is the sun, moon, and Venus who are charged with opening this bolt of heaven. In their cosmology, the ancient Egyptians believed the earth to be flat, oval-shaped, and surrounded by oceans. Beneath the earth lay the vast expanse of the underworld, the Duat, through which ran the primordial waters of Nun. The landscape of the Duat was similar to that of Earth, but far more malevolent. Its ruler, the god Osiris, previously the king of the earth. There are 2 Egyptian texts that describe the belief systems of the Egyptians in regard to the Duat. These are named Guides to the Hereafter and consist of the Book of the Dead and the Book of the Amduat. These texts describe the nocturnal journey of the sun god Ra from his entry into the underworld with the setting of the sun until he arises the following day on the opposite horizon. This journey is the same that the deceased take after burial. The journey is divided into 12 hours, with each hour representing an obstacle that Ra has to overcome. These include searching for the tomb of Osiris, facing his enemy Apep, navigating through the difficult realm of Sokar, and fully regenerating to emerge as the rising sun. For the deceased, each hour was a portal into the next, with gates in between, each gate guarded by a demon, whose name must be correctly recited. If successful, one would then pass into the Hall of Judgment, where you would recite the confessions of Mart, declarations of innocence from sinful deeds. You would then pass into the Hall of Mart to have your heart weighed in the weighing of the heart ceremony. Anubis takes the heart of the deceased and places it upon the golden scale balanced against the white feather of Mart, a symbol of truth and balance. The gods present within the hall would then counsel, and should the deceased be justified before Osiris, he would cross the heavens to the field of reeds by boarding the ship of Ra and sailing safely through the dark underworld. Should the heart weigh heavier than the deceased, would be devoured by the monster god Amut. Sheol is the Hebrew underworld. According to Job, it is a dreary, dark and disorderly land from which return is not expected. Here the dead, rich and poor, master and slave, all meet without distinction. Silence reigns supreme, and the dead merely exist without knowledge or feeling. In many respects, the Sheol is rather like the Babylonian Aralu and the Greek Hades. In fact, Sheol is often referred to as Hades. The view of the Sheol is that it is somewhat like a huge grave, and very much like a grave. It is protected by gates. The Old Testament describes the Sheol as the opposite of the Promised Land. It is the exilic wilderness and the bunker of the enemy Satan, the great dragon who was cast into this grave to eat dirt for eternity. Hidden deep beneath the earth and ruled by the god Hades and his wife Persephone, the underworld was the kingdom of the dead in Greek mythology. A sunless place where the souls of those who died went after death, watered by the streams of 5 rivers, the Styx, the Acheron, the Cocytus, the Phlegethon and the Lethe. It is divided into at least 4 regions: Tartarus for the worst transgressors, the Elysian fields where only the most excellent dwelled, the fields of mourning for those hurt by love, and the asphodel meadows where the majority of mankind end up. According to Homer, the underworld, or Hades, as it can bear the name of its ruler, is beyond the earth-encircling river of ocean at the western end of the world, and there were entrances in the known world through which one could enter. A cavern near the ancient town of Teneros, the bottomless lake at Lerna, and the volcanic lake Alvanus. Upon death, the soul was led by Hermes near the entrance to the underworld, where a ferry awaited to carry it to either the Acheron or the Styx. The ferry is rowed by Charon, the infernal boatman, and only those who paid the fare with coins placed over their eyes or under their tongues when buried were granted passage. The rest remained trapped between two worlds. Following the boat ride, souls enter the gates, guarded by the multi-headed dog Cerberus, who allows souls to enter, but never to leave. The souls are then brought in front of a panel of 3 judges, Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Esus, who pass sentence based on the mortal deeds during their earthly life. Most end up in the neutral zone, the asphodel meadows. So we can see that stories of underground realms occupied by gods pervade mythology. These homes are not always found deep beneath the earth. They are sometimes in mountains or deep beneath the waters. Access to their domain is usually through a cave, although sometimes it may be through a waterhole or a lake. The inhabitants of these realms do not desire to be visited by unexpected or unwanted company, yet certain individuals are granted access. These underground domains are filled with houses or vast halls, rivers of fire flow, and there are many gates often guarded by monsters or demons. Enki's home is described as built of silver and gold and lapis lazuli. The overwhelming impression is that the underworld is not a place for the living, but rather a supernatural space for the dead, whereas in actuality it is the home of the workings of our realm. The rooms below, the gates, the levels, all indicate a remarkable technology personified in myths and legends as the home of the dead, inhabited by miraculous gods. The sign on the door of the underworld says very clearly, "Keep out."
So, let's look at the connection between lava and magnetism today and work through how the lava is helping shape the magnetic flow through the realm. So science, which let me say, I normally disagree with due to the misinformation they portray, says the Earth's magnetic field source is the molten iron and metals in the core. They also say the spinning of the Earth produces the same effect as electric current in a coil, which then produces our magnetic field. Now, if lava itself flows under the surface in different layers of our world, this lava is consistently moving and mixing with different metals and minerals of the Earth as it does so. One of the main minerals is magnetite, which is now mined as iron ore. The magnetite is a mineral and one of the main iron ores, with the chemical formula Fe3O4. It is one of the oxides of iron and it is ferromagnetic.
It is attracted to a magnet and can be magnetized to become a permanent magnet itself. It is the most magnetic of all the naturally occurring minerals on Earth. This is carried all through the realm. As we, the APM team, have learned, the world is littered with volcanoes in a wide range of size, many very active and many lie dormant waiting. None, I believe, are extinct. Rock magnetism is the study of magnetic properties of rocks, sediment, and soils. This is studied to understand the Earth's magnetic field. Now, when we add in the factor that most volcanoes contain silicone, we get a different idea about the production of the magnetic flow on Earth. The layers below are magnetic circuit from the lamination of silicon steel that maximizes the flux density and minimize the eddy current. When we look at this in the terms of lava flow, we can get a good idea of what's going on here. The movement of the lava flow through the circuit of the underworld layers is actually creating the magnetic flow through the world. When we look at the ley lines, we see that they indeed fall on lines of volcanoes, even the dormant ones that lie waiting and still have pyroclastic flow in the layers below. All crustal rock contains some iron or iron compounds, rendering it ferromagnetic. When individual molecules, which are magnetic dipoles, are held in alignment by being bound in a crystalline structure, the small fields reinforce each other to form the rock's residual field. Heating the material adds internal energy to it. At the Curie temperature, the vibration of the molecules is sufficient to disrupt the alignment. The material loses its residual magnetism and assumes whatever magnetic field might be applied to it. As the volcanoes erupt and cool, they hold the magnetic field memory in it. Once this occurs, it is locked into place and very hard to destroy. So what lava also shows us is a record of the paleofield direction on Earth. Now we have our north-south flow of magnetic flow occurring, but there is a second flow that is a lesser flow, and it's the east to west. As the north and south flow weakens, it allows a flip to occur of the poles. When this flip occurs, it will affect all life on Earth, including our heaven rotations, our oceans, our magnetic driving energy force, animal and plant life, and probably our DNA, as we ourselves are crystalline structured beings that conduct Earth energies as well as all life here.
You will have heard us speak of star halos previously. These 6 are just some of the ones that exist. Today we will concentrate on star halo Polaris. It probably has a different name, but this one will do for now. I made this animation to match what our stars and star trails are doing. Polaris is node 1 on this star halo. Its opposing node is Polaris Australis in South Antarctica. All that I need to make this correct now is to find out how many star trails there are between Polaris and its southern counterpart, and each one of those is a star. We then double that number to make the correct amount of stars or nodes. Stars are actually nodes on these star halos. I give this one a rotational speed of 666 revolutions per minute, and this is the effect that it created. Each node is a positive and negative in sequence. This is why they illuminate differently. These are the sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, etc. that is seen in some holy books. It is this family connection is referencing. Now remember, we don't see the halo, just the stars or nodes. If you watch star trails in the north carefully, you will see there are small nodes and larger nodes. The smaller ones get hidden by the larger ones eventually. These are the nodes on this star halo. They are involved in the electromagnetic switching, which accelerates the liquid in the halo and causes it to flip its poles and become a very large electric dipole, the known world's largest. You should now understand what it means by precession, and our ancestors watched it closely and for a very good reason. This animation checks all of these boxes, every one of them. This is the gyroscopic nature of our world, is the field lines of these that we are seeing. There are also more star halos than these 6, which we will be adding over time. I have found a way to help locate them now. In our End Times 2 video, we revealed how these star halos were involved in the receding ocean events of 2017. Anywhere they intersected land, the oceans receded. Scripturally, this is by design. Changes were made to the construct to help stop flooding. These star halos are those changes, and they seem to have worked. In this video, we identified one of the halos as Noah. You will also find the atomic symbol and the flower of life in these patterns. It is the gyroscopic motions of the nodes of the angels' halos that create these patterns. We find this everywhere in sacred geometry. We have always known what this represents in ancient times. It is depicted everywhere, and that knowledge has been stolen from us. But we are here to give it you back. We see a lot of people getting confused with the northern and southern star trails, as they think they rotate opposite ways. Remove yourself from the box. Step outside of that box and see that they are working together, as they are part of the same star halo mechanism. Here's another surprise. When I slow this star halo down, watch what happens. It is actually revolving west to east. What we are seeing is an effect called the wagon wheel effect, which explains why they give us lovely amazing displays and that shimmering effect. This also makes the Hopi prophecy true, as they say the stars will reverse their direction. This is good solid information from our Hopi brothers and sisters whom freely share their ancestors' knowledge. APM Research would like to thank you for this knowledge, and we hope this information helps you remember what it all means. This belongs to you all. This brings us to the reset. The reset event is one or more of these very large torus fields collapsing and showering our world with masses of electrical discharge as the field collapses. Remember, they create, maintain and destroy their fields, which is a repeating cycle. Locally, we see them from our smaller angels' halos and we call them lightning storms. The fields around our star halos completely engulf most areas of the map. The biblical destruction we see in history is this event, and our generations will witness it. Mainstream will try to tell you it is an alien invasion or some other nonsense, as you will see nodes collapsing into the ground and seas, and even starting electrical fires on a scale we've not seen before. On this scale, the whole world is going to be affected. Famines, communications, the electrical grid, everything will be affected and more than likely destroyed by this event. The seas and oceans will have no choice but to react to these collapsing electromagnetic fields, and tsunamis and tidal waves will be common. Famines will be a very big problem, and mainstream are currently trying to make that worse. We need our farming, fishing and food at maximum production right now so we can prepare for hard times ahead, including a mini ice age. The data we've seen in our End Times Decoded videos gives us an insight what to expect. The lights in the sky they call Starlink are one of these collapsing fields. A change has happened and we are now seeing parts of the construct revealing itself as it goes into these changes. The previous reset was in the 1600s, and in the 1800s there were more destructive events. The 1800 events were more than likely one of these fields rebuilding itself or another mechanism involved. This is the nature of the angels. They create, maintain and destroy, and now you know it relates to building and destroying their electromagnetic field, which is part of how they are involved in creation processes. These are the Creator's glory, and this is how they operate. The eyes around about it, as described by Ezekiel, are our stars or nodes on these star halos.
We modeled this from a level Earth perspective, showing different comet trajectories. These comets are prominent nodes from various star halos. Their paths show us roughly which star halo is creating them, depending on when they were first noticed. This animation helps us reveal the field. This is also why meteor showers are timed events as well, because they are timed with the motion of the star halos. What we consider the showers to be are elements being converted to matter by this electromagnetic technology. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives of the creation, and it follows the rule of 8, just as semantics. It is the universal law in this construct. Let's talk about bow shocks from an APM perspective. A bow shock occurs when the magnetosphere, which is the area surrounding our luminaries, in which the magnetic field is the predominant effective magnetic field. So when this magnetosphere of a celestial object interacts with nearby flowing opposing forces in its path, such as the solar wind, it is the boundary at which the speed of the stellar wind abruptly drops as a result of its approach to the magnetopause. A common complication in astrophysics is the presence of a magnetic field. For instance, the charged particles making up the solar wind follow spiral paths along magnetic field lines. The velocity of each particle as it gyrates around a field line can be treated similarly to a thermal velocity in an ordinary gas. And in an ordinary gas, that means thermal velocity is roughly the speed of sound. At the bow shock, the bulk forward velocity of the push, which is the component of the velocity parallel to the field lines about which the particles are gyrating, drops below the speed at which the particles are gyrating. The sun is radiating spiraling charged particles from the torus field it creates. We see this in the Parker spiral. This is a localized event.
Science calls this the solar wind, which is the spiraling magnetic field. We at APM know this magnetic field to originate from angel technology, the sun's halo, and modern terminology is a particle accelerator. Bow shocks form at comets as a result of the interaction between the opposing forces and the cometary trajectory of travel. As one approaches the sun, the opposing electromagnetic forces of the sun reveals gas being released from the cometary nucleus, revealing an atmosphere called a coma. The coma is partially ionized by sunlight, and when the opposing forces pass through this ion coma, the bow shock appears. This is not unique to the sun, as every luminary will have this pressure wave, and it's only revealed when a force is opposing it. From an APM perspective, you must always assume that a comet has a tail. The only reason you don't see it at times is because of distance, perspective, or lack of opposing forces. The first observations of the bow shock were made in the 1980s by comets Giacoboni, Halley's Comet, and Grigg Comet. It was then found that bow shocks at comets are wider and more gradual. These observations were all made near the perihelion, when the bow shocks became visible due to the opposing force. The perihelion is when the comet comes to the closest point to the sun that it's going to get.
As you know, from APM perspective, all luminaries produce their own electromagnetic fields, as they are the same technologies. The only difference would be their frequencies, their perspective layers, and the products that their layers allow them to interact with. Using this information laid out, I hope you have an understanding of what's going on with bow shocks, and see the given information as more substance that our realm is a technological creating realm. We are truly seeing Creator's glory in all of this realm. Glory meaning magnificence and great beauty with great pride.
I mentioned near the start about a time for reflection. If I could give you any advice, it would be this. Do not gaze into the vortex too long, as it will consume you, as it has done to these people involved in hiding and stealing this. However, even for them it is not too late. Everything within this construct is recorded. Even Walter Russell tried to warn you about this. Man has to know when to stop, and these people have crossed the line. They've opened Pandora's box and are now hell-bent on hiding what they're involved in, hence your world falling apart right now. Anyone going down this path becomes the enemy of humanity, as they try always to hide the Creator, their glory, and all that they have done in their attempts to steal it. I have felt their burden, and oh, what a burden to bear, to be born into a false lifestyle and having to lie to the world. Is this the future you really want? You are making the same mistakes your ancestors made, and in history you will find people like us, giving you warnings. You see, when you understand how all this works, You become something of a Time Lord. You see the past, the present and the future, and we are at a point in time where we still have a choice. Do you want the New World Order or the True World Order? Consider this a shot across the bows, a warning your current path is going to end in the damage or destruction of the Creator's glory, those very things that create what we call nature. Here's one conscience with the safe zones map the CIA created. We don't know if it is 100% correct, but it does beg the question, why did they make one?
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Dames. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, east and west, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America. We also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This is where we are with our research. Who do we report this to? Who do we speak to that can start an investigation into these findings? Our military and police are under the control of the very people involved in hiding and stealing the Creator's glory. If they told you this, would you still work for them? As you can see, people, we have some very serious times ahead, and it is going to take a combined effort to get through this. Good luck, people, and share this everywhere. The future depends on it. This is an APM Research decode.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right. We know that they were right. Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known. Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality. When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you, so open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. true.
Tribes of the world, I bring you the most amazing news and information. For over 8 years now, this research team has been doing a live research, decode and investigation into what this world is and how it works. What we have repeatedly been finding is evidence that this world is governed by technology. By that, I mean technology below ground that is responsible for all of the effects of nature. These effects include rain, snow, lightning, winds, earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, tornadoes, waterspouts and many other phenomena. This technology we have also been decoding from various holy books, the Book of Enoch, sacred geometry, the Nazca Lines, temples, sacred sites, and many other avenues we have covered over the years. We also have many visual sightings of this technology in the heavens. The sun halo, the moon halo, the lunar wave, the inverted rainbow we often see above our heads, even a clear daylight capture of one of these halos. Our research is evidence-based and ties in with our decodings of sacred geometry and every creation story we come across. You see, what they have done is personify this glory over time, to help explain its workings. That message is easily lost and confused with our ancestors being accused of worshipping false gods, when in reality what we can see is they were actually glorifying the creation and the angel technologies that helped create this world. They were all explaining how it works. This seems to have stopped 2,000 years ago, and ever since it has been systematically erased and replaced with other theories. Do you really think all of our ancestors got it so wrong? What all of this means is there is a creator, and their glory is the angel technologies below our feet, which is referenced everywhere once you know what you are looking for. The creator's glory is not copyright to any race, religion, group or nation. Who would dare to try and copyright such a thing? The angels have a very unique signature, the rainbow. This is caused by a plasma torus field being generated by the angels and the sun refracting and reflecting from this field below the rainbow. The rainbows reside where you see them and they can be mapped. This is why we started Operation Rainbow Warrior, to ask people to start mapping their rainbows so we can add them to a database and map and reveal their locations in the world. Would you be surprised if I told you every rainbow is marking a sacred site below? Marked and unmarked, known and unknown. As you join this amazing project and work of ours, you will learn how the angels in your neighbourhood create your local weather. We have many hints and tips to help you to get to know your local angels. They are usually in groups of 4, so you are looking for 4 rainbows in close proximity and all at a different scale. It is not unique to 4 rainbows, as there may be larger ones to add to this. We have released many videos over the years and done several interviews on the subjects we have covered, from the correct world map, how they seal the off to hide there is a beyond in all directions, and how the seasons work within this map using a decode I did of the Nazca Mandala, as I overlaid it with maps until I found the correct map, of which is the Mercator map. No one is crossing the Pacific. The flight data and websites are being manipulated and the data is being flipped to appear to cross the international date lines. This theory of ours has never been debunked. No one can prove they are crossing the Pacific. Don't you find that strange? This is what World War II was all about, taking control of the perimeters. They're all working together to hide this from the people. This has been an ongoing progression of tribal knowledge and destruction of many tribes' creation stories, which all tell the same story. They just have different names for it all. In this video, we go deeper and reveal the spirit form of this technology and how it works, with various references and decodings. So much so, we are going to show you the angel's creation process
and many other decodes of this amazing technology our Creator has installed inside the Earth. 9 years ago, I never believed in a Creator. Today, I present to you overwhelming evidence of their existence and their handiwork, thanks to the help of the APM Research team, the Rainbow Warriors, those very observant sky watchers across the plane, and our unique decodings of a great many things. A word of caution. What you will see is going to change the way you look at the world forever. You cannot unsee this. You cannot debunk this. You can only add to it, which reveals more. Our ancestors were all being taught this, in every tribe. You will recognize many parts of our research from your own creation stories, of which we will be decoding more of soon. This is not a religion, this is reality, and it is copyright to none. It is the birthright of every human being to know of this glory, to understand how it works, to partake in its grace, and to protect it from human interference, sabotage, reverse engineering and theft. I hope you would all agree on that. This information overrides all human protocols, jurisdictions and laws, as there is no law above the Most High, for this is what this is all about, our Creator and their glory. What you are looking at on screen is a capture by Sunset Sweden of a waterspout. This is one of the most amazing things you could ever witness in your life, and that is a very big understatement. This waterspout was recorded in Tylösand, Sweden. What we are witnessing is an interface event between the physical angel below and its spirit form above. The interface event takes place through the Vesica Pisces overlap of the two halos or coils, which represents the female vagina. The male penis is often depicted using obelisks. It is this process they are referring to, the interaction of the angels and how they create. The personifications we see in stained glass windows, sacred geometry and more are referring to this process. You will come across many sexualized depictions that actually refer to this process. This is the way the angels create. It is a two-way interaction. This is creation before your very eyes, and exactly how the angels create the noble gases and elements from the spirit world above to the physical world below where they reside. These interactions take place every day. They are more common than you think, as creation never stops. We are showing you how to locate your local angels and record these interface events. We will be highlighting more sites across the world where this is very obvious. Some shape the land where it takes place and some do not. Tornadoes, waterspouts and dust devils are signs of this interaction taking place. It can be worded like this: that by the angels of God ascending and descending, it is to be understood that a perpetual intercourse should now be opened between heaven and earth.
Dros Cymru dwi'n rhoi'r ddawn o weledigaeth rhaid mapio'r enfys. Castell Dinas Bran. Mae'r llygad yn ffenestri isfyd. Mae hwn yn chakra y rhymwyneb Vesica Piscis o anghelion.
Castell Dinas Bran. I remembered this tour from a previous visit to this site. Like Glastonbury Tor, it is an interface site. The castle on the top will be built on top of older Celtic forts. It is not what is upon the surface that is sacred, it is what is below. If anyone lives near this area, do look out for the rainbows. I'm not sure if this one is real, but do let us know and help us mark them on the map. This is a Vesica Pisces overlap of two halos which has shaped the land. Shout out to drone pilot Ed Jackson for allowing me to use his aerial captures of this site. This one has spectacular views of Llangollen and an Eisteddfod is sometimes held here. There are more of these sites than meets the eye, and we are going to reveal them to you. Why do they build castles and forts on top of the same sites over and over? What does all of this sacred geometry mean? I have decoded the front of the Valley Crucis Abbey, which you will see later in this video. It all refers to the Creator's glory below these sites. Just locate their rainbows. If anyone from Wales is familiar with the creation story, do get in touch. I can decode it for you. Someone is already going to cover Ireland. England and Scotland will also require representation should anyone wish to see their creation story being decoded with APM eyes. This is a capture of a rainbow over a wind farm in Allenby Bay, Cumbria, on the Solway Firth, England. Captured by a Ms. CRW. She said it was right over the wind turbines. I decided to have a drive up there and meet her and try and record it myself. I didn't capture the rainbow that day, but I did capture an event to the left of where it was. This event I recognised as an interface event. I also decoded that this is Medusa. Medusa is a personification of this process, seen here in a Vesica Pisces depiction. I was gazing at Medusa. I did not turn to stone, but things around me were. Medusa proceeded to soak me for 5 minutes, then gifted me a treasure. True story, but that's for another day. A full circle rainbow, captured by Rainbow Warrior Phil from Glasgow with his drone. To capture a full circle rainbow, you just need some altitude. Every rainbow is a full circle. Capturing one like this helps to be very precise with its GPS coordinates and diameter, which makes them easier to map. Isn't that an amazing view, people? Look at that. This is a capture by Rainbow Warrior Seeker. Pay attention to the small tree on the left. This is registering an activation from a local angel. You will notice the winds rushing towards it, which helps locate them. On the opposite side of the tree, we always notice a bare patch, which may be caused by the winds rushing through from that direction. In a few moments, this angel is going to change into its spirit world form, comprising a group of 4. I did this decode several months ago, which helped decode a great many other things which will follow. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what a group of 4 angels working together would look like. This is how they grace our world in their spirit form. Some are moving, many are stationary. They glide across our world every day doing their roles and processes. Sacred geometry also tells of their story. Our ancestors understood this very well. Do you recognize this? You should. This is Saturn. Saturn's rings are actually its own rainbow. Mama Angel had never seen Saturn before, so I recorded it on my P900 for her. This one's for you, Mama Angel. They say it is 886 million miles away. I don't think so. The moon's rainbow. Under certain conditions, we get to see the moon's rainbow. Look for it and you shall see it. This applies to all of the wandering stars. I see you all, and I'm going to tell your story. First, we will deal with the base layers of 4. This is how I see their configuration and naming convention. Doesn't cutting Medusa's head off make more sense now? This also helped me decode the 400-year reset pole shift event further. Notice how the 4 halos create this configuration. Now I'm sure you have seen tornado events where the tornado is able to lift very heavy objects. This is due to the elevated North Pole of Eve, the largest halo. The spiraling process elevates its poles above itself. This is a localized shift in the North Pole from a passing angel. So do be sure to send us your waterspout, tornado and dust devil recordings, please. This will give you a better idea of what's taking place local to you. Notice the wind direction changes. The Walter-Russell decode at the top confirms this is what takes place with their north poles. I will be able to make a better animation now with this information, which will be out later. Eve compresses the ether and passes it to Adam. Adam expands it into his layer. There is a two-way interchange taking place here, including voltages and elements. Layers and anvil clouds. You can see now why aircraft use the tropopause. They will be flying just above the male spiraling pressure waves where the air is calmer. The image in the lower left is an anvil cloud. You can see how the top of it gets flattened by the male's horizontal waves, creating the infamous anvil shape. The Vesica Pisces is also clearly visible. Time-lapse cumulonimbus clouds and you will capture this event. There are interactions also taking place above these ones. Also notice the 4 layers in the Schumann resonance chart and the coherent and organized structure they can obtain. With anvil clouds you will also notice smaller cumulus clouds rising from nearby in a supporting role. These are from smaller halos and don't appear to reach the heights of the larger halo's column. Now we know the reason we see clouds travelling in different directions in different layers. They are all localized angel events taking place at different altitudes of operation. Analog and digital representations. In this decode we see digital is not a new format. The ancients knew it very well.
their creation stories tell this truth. Walter Russell's mortar and the Great Pyramid also use this same design. It has been a blueprint throughout history. This is why it is called sacred geometry. Pillars, layers and temples. In this decode we see how temples represent the truths of the layers, the female vertical columns and the male horizontal planes. This can be found in every culture under many guises and depictions. Atlas is often featured in this role with his plasma torus field on his shoulders. Eve's cone even plays a part with her elevated North Pole. Statues such as Easter Island with a layer or hat on their heads are also depicting the layers. They represent columns and layers. This is how the angels elevate themselves into the sky. It is a very, very clever use of electromagnetics, electricity being 90 degrees in opposition to magnetism. The sacred cross decoded. The vertical bar represents magnetism and the horizontal bar represents electricity, or two angels' columns and layers in the ether. This applies to all crosses. The circle of the Celtic cross represents the plasma Torah field or halo. The vertical is magnetism and the horizontal is electricity. The next few images are captures that you can try yourself. This is evidence of our research and has been our path for over 8 years now. There is an order to the creation of elements and the noble gases. This chart made by Walter Russell shows the order things are created in.
All motion is curved. All curves are spiral. All spirals are from the halos of angels and are pressure waves.
As a group of 4, we create these 4 divisions, 2 male and 2 female, each one representing the 4 spirit angels operating within the ether. These are the 4 faces of the angels. When all 4 angels are operational, this is the Trinity. They will assemble themselves into the sky above that location. This is then their spirit world form.
The first 3 spirals do not produce any elements. The creation process starts after that, as the Queen's spiraling cone tightens and rises. The King's cone will come from the duality that is created above this location and will meet with the Queen's cone through the Vesica Pisces. This is often depicted as an angel with a sword. The sword represents the interface event. This is why the King must ask the Queen for permission to use the sword. The interface process starts and ends with the Queen.
When we start up, you will notice a difference in wind speed. As this increases, so do the magnetic and electric pressures that can be witnessed upon the surface, as they register as winds and waves. These are our spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. They modify the ether into a coherent form that is structured and can be manipulated. It is also alternating current due to the polarities constantly switching from our halo's poles.
I am the cathode.
And I am the anode. Permission to use my sword, my queen.
Yes, let's show them the process. Permission granted, my king.
Should we show them the 10, my king?
Of course, my queen. Hold tight, we're going in. I'm sure you would agree our interface event is not much different to your own.
We just bear different children.
And just like you,
We like to hold our little cherubs high into the sky for all to see.
ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you Jacob's Ladder. I command stations 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9.
And I command stations 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10.
I am the Alpha.
And I am the Omega.
I am the beginning.
And I am the end.
Forever
And ever.
and ever
And ever.
and ever
And ever.
and ever
And ever.
and ever. This now brings us to the layers. With these decodings and knowledge, we can now structure the layers accordingly. This is not final, as there is more to add, but this gives us a lot to work with, and gives the reasons for the causes of the events we witness in the heavens. This is how the angels structure and configure the layers. Expect a future update on the layers at some point, but for now this will work fine and answers a great many things. Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. This animation made Rysandra's husband demonstrates how the process works in elevating the poles on the halo. Ignore the vertical pole in the centre, that was just used as a guide. The spiralling process elevates the poles above itself, which is what creates the torus field, which in turn creates the rainbow. Adam is the smaller halo, Eve is the larger halo. The apple is their plasma torus fields, and the snake is the interface event of their creation process. And now the Valley Crucis Abbey decode. This is how I decode sacred geometry of the old buildings. This applies to all buildings of sacred design, including the Tartarian designs. This is a group of 4 angels. Notice Atlas can play 2 roles, one where he is in a supporting layer. Here are several ways I can decode this same group of 4 angels using different expressions. I hope we have explained this in an easy to understand manner and given the Creator's glory some justice, and of course given you answers you have been long seeking. As always, if unsure, ask us questions. We love questions. You are all welcome to join our Discord and our Operation Rainbow Warrior program. We have a great team of people working there and more are joining. With this knowledge you will have revelations of your own. Enjoy them as we do. We should be taught all of this in school like our ancestors were. This knowledge is the birthright of every human being. It is the story of the creation of our habitable world and the luminaries by our Creator and their angels. We give you this knowledge freely and honestly, and trust you will share it and not profit from it. We are showing you the glory. You can go outside and prove this to yourself. Get to know your local angels. For the record, no one on the team is suicidal, and all are in good health. Should any one of us be attacked in any way, we will take that as an attempt to hide the Creator for the very obvious reasons we have been decoding and revealing to the world over the past 8 years. I dedicate this video to my mother, Mama Angel, whom I had been given very advanced knowledge over the past 3 years of this research to take to the other side. Love you, Ma. This is an APM Research decode.
Come go with me. Open your mind. A skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right. We know that they were right. Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known. Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you, so open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Let's take some time to discuss logic, physics, and mathematics. We'll begin by dismantling some widely held misconceptions. Then we'll move on to correcting the mistakes. So let's start with dismantling the notion of special relativity, which has very obvious flaws that break causality completely. So let's take a ride on Einstein's famous thought experiment involving the train. Our imaginary track will be 1 light year long, with a station and a clock at both ends. The train moves at light speed. As we leave the starting station at light speed, as Albert did in his thought experiment, and look back at that station's clock, we can see that the clock still shows the exact same time as when we departed the station. The light from the clock is traveling at the same speed we are. All good so far. Albert is a genius. Special relativity works beautifully. Now, I'm no Einstein, and approach things differently than he did. I like to look where I'm going, so I don't cause any accidents or get myself or others killed. It just seems the more responsible way of doing things, even if it is just a thought experiment. So let's now focus our attention on the clock at the destination station. If Albert is correct and time stops when moving at light speed, then the clock at the destination station should also stop. So let's reason that out. The time we would see at the destination station would appear to be 1 year behind the time at the departure station, because the stations are 1 light year apart, and it takes 1 light year for the light to reach us at the departure station. If time stops at light speed, then neither clock would appear to tick at all. That means that when we reach the destination station, both clocks would read the same times as when we left the departure station. We will have actually traveled 1 year into the destination station's past, while no time will have passed at the departure station. I don't think I have to point out how absurd that is. It violates causality. Now, let's look at what would actually have to occur. In order for causality to be preserved, both clocks must tick at the same speed relative to their specific locations. Einstein was correct about the clock appearing to stop at the departure station, so let's see what must happen at the destination station in order to preserve causality. At the start of our train ride, the clock at the destination station appears to be 1 year behind our time. It will take us 1 year to reach the destination station, so the clock must appear to us to be ticking away at twice the normal speed. The clock appears at first to be 1 year in the past, but must read 1 year into the future by the time we arrive. This destroys special relativity, but preserves causality. Einstein forgot to look where he was going.
Brain wreck.
With special relativity debunked, that means all theories based on special relativity have flawed foundations. This includes general relativity and quantum field theory. What we are left with is quantum mechanics and classical physics. The heliocentric model is falling apart quite quickly. Let's put it out of its misery. With that, let's turn a critical eye upon LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. LIGO is a laser interferometer with arms 2.5 miles in length. The laser travels a total of 5 miles. It takes about 1/billionth of a second for light to travel 5 miles. The heliocentric model says we are traveling at 155 miles per second around the center of the Milky Way. So, multiply 155 miles by 5,280 to get feet. We multiply again by 12 to go from feet to inches. You get 9,820,800 inches per second. Multiply 9,820,800 by 1/billionth, and you get how far the Earth has allegedly moved in the time it takes for the laser to propagate along LIGO's 2.5 mile arms, round trip. That's 1,000th of 1 inch roughly. LIGO can detect a change in distance as small as 1/10,000th the width of a proton. A proton is approximately 0.000000000003937 inches wide, which is the equivalent to around 0.84 femtometers in scientific notation. Yet, LIGO cannot detect any movement whatsoever. If it could, LIGO would be absolutely useless. So your only options are to concede that the heliocentric model is bunk, or cough up an actual working model of luminiferous ether. Now that the standard model is out of the way, let's address this new flat Earth conjecture where gravity is caused by the Earth rising. The conjecture completely ignores mass in favor of weight. I'm not going to tell you what to believe in, but I feel it would be humane to advise you that disregarding mass leaves you open to unscrupulous merchants. You see, back in the day, before balance scales were invented, merchants found out that items weigh more at lower altitudes and weigh less at higher altitudes. That means that the phenomena we call gravity has different strengths and therefore different acceleration at different altitudes. Rising Earth would require consistent acceleration, which quite frankly does not exist. This is why your weight scale comes with an adjustable dial. APM does not require relativity, quantum field theory, or any equations that require 15 chalkboards to write out. Classical physics is quite adequate and works great as it is with no changes. I've covered gravity in previous video, which is based on Walter Russell's model of electromagnetic gravitation. I have seen people in chats mention Faraday cages as an argument against electromagnetic gravity. So let's address that now too. Faraday cage will block some electromagnetic radiation, such as microwaves, radio waves. But does that mean that it blocks all electromagnetic radiation? Absolutely not. Shine a flashlight into one. Find out. See, visible light is electromagnetic radiation. Faraday cage also does not block static or slowly changing magnetic fields, such as the Earth's electromagnetic field. You'll have to come up with a better argument than Faraday cage. Let's recap on what we just learned and discuss it from a layman's point of view. Special relativity is essentially reduced to a theory of optics, which works rather well, but only when observing objects in motion away from each other. It becomes a way to understand the optical illusions that occur simply because the light propagates at a certain speed, but only when objects are moving away. The theory is only half completed. So any theory that uses special relativity as its foundation is invalidated as a physical theory. That means general relativity and quantum field theory are not what people claim they are, because they were constructed on terrible fundamentals. LIGO proves that the Earth is not in motion. Since light does not carry momentum from its source and the ether was disproven by Michelson and Morley, one must conclude that since LIGO does not detect any motion, then there is none. Relativity theory cannot be invoked to explain it away, because relativity theory would break causality completely. You would need an actual working theory of ether along with a working theory of gravity to make a heliocentric model actually work. You would also have to scrap many of the current ideas associated with the standard model. Flat Earth models simply don't work. You need more than just a map, and you definitely should rethink only including the concept of weight and not addressing mass and varying rates of acceleration. Regarding the concept of gravity, a good model should be able to explain all phenomena, not just a handful. At APM Research, we take our work seriously and are not interested in arguing with people who bring flawed fundamentals or are only interested in winning a debate that is disingenuous and solves nothing. APM has a growing mountain of evidence to support it. We appreciate constructive criticism done in a professional manner, but more than likely, any existing model we will find as being silly at best. That being said, I love you all, and I hope the Creator blesses each and every one of you. Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, the elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements.